ladder in regards to what they're going to call on Sunday.
The only players that played in 100% of their snap counts on their respective sides of the field, like I mentioned, Jerry Jacobs, Cam Sutton, and then, of course, Ragnar Sewell, Jonah Jackson, Matt Nelson, and Jared Goff. So, the Vitae injury, is going to hurt them. We'll find. Hopefully, it's not going to be as serious as James Houston, because if you're just joining us, NFL Network, Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero reporting that it's a fractured ankle for James Houston. He was used in coverage a little bit too yesterday, but that's, he's so fast. I get that. And people were wondering where Jack Campbell was on the field. He played in 32% of the snaps. Malcolm Rodriguez played 22% of the snaps. Linebacker Anzalone, 90%. And who am I missing? Oh, Derek Barnes, 54%. Derek Barnes, he didn't play bad yesterday. He's fast as hell.
He had a really nice tackle.
Yes, he did.
Early in the game.
Yes, he did. Let's say good morning to Mike in Livonia. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, Sony, John, how are you guys?
Good.
So, honestly, I'm a little disappointed. It was one hell of a day for us Lions fans. I went to the game, and as you can tell, my voice is gone. But the Ford Field was electric before even the game started. People were pouring in. Everybody was excited. There was a buzz in the air. And what's disappointing is this team did not take it and use it to their advantage and obviously, get a win. It's very hard to get wins in the NFL. And so I felt like it was honestly a lost chance there that they could have used. But to get to my point, some of the issues I noticed were the pass rush for sure. It seemed like Aiden, they're using his aggressiveness against them, and they're just letting them pursue every single time, which allowed Geno Smith to step up in the pocket, run around a little bit, buy more time, and hit the tight ends every single time. It seems like year in and year out we're having issues with tight ends and not being able to cover them. And I just still don't get it. They want to play Alex Anzalone, and they don't want to incorporate Jake Campbell just yet. But something has to be done because, their pass rush was not getting home. And then Aiden would be over pursuing. He's already in the backfield. Now Geno Smith is stepping up to make a break and then run around a little bit to buy more time until his wide receivers are open. And it just seemed like every single time we got them down, third down or whatever, they were able to get the first down and move the chains and finally get the – so something has to be done there. I know for a fact Dan Campbell's always talking about containment and taking care of your zone and gap assignment. So I know it's not the coaching part. It's just – for a player as great as Aiden is, I think that's something he really needs to start working on because, he's one of the few players we do have on that D-line that can get home with James Houston being out. And even with James Houston, he's been non-existent for the first two games already. So, it is a little, honestly, concerning what's going on with that. Another thing is, we could blame the refs all we want, but at the end of the day, that game clock management, you were so right. The last 2 minutes, and the way we dealt with before going into overtime, we should have at least took a shot or two into the end zone and been able to at least try to win it on a touchdown.
You are correct. I think it's unanimous in this studio that they mismanaged the end of regulation. There's no doubt about it. And as far as the Aiden Hutchinson thing, and as far as over pursuing and the problems this team has had with mobile quarterbacks, well, Desmond, say what you want about Ritter, but he is mobile. And then they got Jordan Love the following week, and he's mobile too. Mm-hmm. Let's say good morning to Josh here on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. Game yesterday, and I'm kind of reiterating everybody else's frustration. But my thing is Dan Campbell always preaches 3 phases of the game. And, the worst thing in the world sometimes isn't taking points when it's going to be a close game. This game last year was a 3-point game. Mm-hmm. This year it was a close game. Take the field goal. And you know what? Punt the ball. Play the field position game. Bad things can happen on a punt. They fumble a punt, we hold them, and we got great field position.
I agree with you on the punt, but let's remember, and I know everybody's laughing when I say to do the math, but, he passed on the 48-yard field goal and got stopped on 4th down, so that cost him 3 points. But but he also went for it on a fourth down that they got it and then eventually scored the touchdown, which is 7 minus 3. It's 4. So, they picked up 1 point in their favor when you look at those two decisions.
No, I mean, listen, I don't think that was the reason for the loss of the game. And I love our coach. I love our aggressiveness. I'm not criticizing that. I'm not going to do that because I like the way he played. You want to win the game. And that was the frustrating part for me at the end of the game, just like everybody else has said, is, listen, there's enough time. Take some shots. Goff was sharp yesterday. The interception was unfortunate, but I thought he played a really good game. The receivers were making plays. How can you not take a shot to win the game? Get the game over with. They all count the same. They count the same.
I totally agree with you. But the only thing I can think of, and he won't say it, is that, if you take some shots, not worried about the interception, but incompletions, sometimes stop the clock, and he won't say, well, he did say he didn't want to give them the ball back, but he didn't say, I don't trust my defense, that I'd take a chance on getting the ball back. That's what he didn't say.
Yeah, but
you can still work it down.
I know. Look, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out his head. I don't know.
That's where I actually have a problem. He actually went on the record and said what he said, that them getting the ball. It sounded like he said the number one priority was for them not to get the ball back.
Correct.
Rather than the number one priority with a minute to go,
win
score
the
a touchdown.
game.
Yeah. With a minute 44 to go.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. It's playing not to win.
I know. And he plays to win
right.
Sometimes too much in some people's
The adage is playing not to lose.
Playing not to lose. Sorry.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry.
It was pretty much It
was frustrating. There was frustrating things throughout the course of the game, but even though there was turnovers, even though there were injuries, even though there were missed opportunities on fourth down, other ones that they picked up, you had a chance at the very end of the game to give yourself you gave yourself a chance to win the game.
Yep.
And you didn't do anything with it.
248-539-9797. TJ here at 9 o'clock, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, the NFL season is here, and now's the time to get incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, absolutely guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now's the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use, and you can be on everything from spreads to player props and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption required a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
Sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized. Because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. #1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. #1 team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
There were some bad calls, but that's not why they lost. 248-539-9797. We have some text. TJ will be here coming up at 9 o'clock. I'm not blaming or judging any of the rookies for anything. They're still adjusting to the league and finding their place. I blame the veteran players like Jacobs for getting burned on every play, the coaches for bad situational play calling, and the D-line. Outside of Hutch, we have nothing. That's from Mike in Alpena. Now, as bad as Jacobs played, I think he was put in bad situations as well. If he was more a press coverage type of a guy, which he is, maybe he would have played better. I don't know. All teams that fumbles, interceptions, and penalties are bad calls. As far as I saw, the offense did their job. Today's focus should be on the defense. You can't give up 30 or more points at home and expect to have a winning season. Amen. Please tell me how Charles Harris is a captain. He must do a lot off the field because he doesn't do anything on it.
He hasn't in a while.
No. From what I've seen, they ruined Houston by overly trying to force him to be a complete player rather than letting him be who he is as a pass rush specialist. Well, we'll see what happens when he comes back. If you missed it, looks like he's out 6 to 8 weeks, if not more, with a fractured ankle, according to NFL Network. Is anyone going to address that late hit intent to injure on Goff? That should really be a suspendable offense. That's from Dan. I don't know if it would be a suspendable offense. I know people were upset that he did the little crying thing to Goff. They showed it on the score, but I don't know if they did it in his face or whatever. But yeah,
The broadcast had a very interesting angle on it. They showed a reversed angle on it with the player bearing down on Goff. And from that angle, you could not see that Jared Goff didn't have the ball. Like it was it could have been in front of his body looking through his back. So carrying out his fake, that could have been the result of that.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. Great show. I'm trying to figure out why we put Jacobs up against Metcalf. It didn't look like he had any help whatsoever, especially considering he's one of the biggest, fastest receivers out there and made every catch they threw to him. Good point. Aaron Glenn should be on the hot seat.
I'm not sure about
Warm, maybe not hot.
But I just think collectively, the defensive game plan, what the heck, man?
It was somewhat ineffective.
Well, you had a chip on your shoulder that you gave up 99 the last 2 times against them, and they just put 37 up. Okay.
Well, they put 30 on him.
Yeah.
The pick six is not. I'm not gonna put that on the defense.
Right, and they only had to go about 20 yards for the one after Montgomery's fumble at the beginning of the half. Jacobs.
That's 17. Then overtime was another one.
Yes, Jacobs is god awful. Mosley can't be ready soon enough. Passive defensive philosophy hurt also, and Campbell cost us the game. Allergic to punting early, then way too conservative late. The punting one was. It mystifies me still almost 24 hours afterwards.
I felt like the whole game was, after really thought about it yesterday, I felt like I was watching the 1-6 team from last year that might just be a little better.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I just felt. All these things were common when in the 1-6 start last year.
Well, it's very interesting you say that because Steven, his semi-truck, says Philadelphia Eagles in Seattle last year and this year. No pick six. Those 3 are wins. Do not re-sign this cloud. He makes me clown. He cost you games. Okay.
No, it wasn't Jared Goff.
It was not Jared Goff that cost him this football game. I'm sorry.
I think the Montgomery fumble was more catastrophic.
I totally agree.
You put up points there. You know, that's the whole reason you defer. Number one reason I think you defer is obviously that you try to get that 2-for-1 at the end of the half. But I also think that the other thing is you just start with you usually if your defense shows up there at the beginning with that environment, you gain field position right away.
Right.
No doubt about it. All right, it's time for news, and here is Heather.
Well, fans who were at Pine Knob last night for the 50 Cent concert also got to see a surprise appearance from Eminem, which doesn't sound like it was. I mean, it was a surprise. Nobody knew he was going to be there. It wasn't announced, but it was kind of speculated that he was going to show up. Some people saw his daughter, Haley, there at the venue before the show, too, so they thought he's probably going to make an appearance, and he did. He hit the stage about a half hour into 50's show, joined him for several songs, and then got off the stage and let him continue his farewell tour. And this was Eminem's second on-stage cameo of the summer. He was a surprise guest or made it a surprise appearance at the Ed Sheeran concert at Ford Field in July. So it sounds pretty cool. I couldn't hear all what was being sung, but I could hear the concert going on pretty late while I was lying in bed last night. It was still going pretty strong there at Pine Knob. People, I could hear it. I could hear it in the bedroom, like just the distant, roar of the crowd. So people were having a lot of fun.
Woke up that line again, didn't they?
Yes. They woke him up, and it was roaring. Comedian Russell Brand has been accused of sexual assault by 4 women, and he is denying all of the allegations. The women say that the assaults occurred between 2006 and 2013, basically when Brand was at the height of his career and really the most famous. He's being accused of all sorts of things: rape, sexual assault, emotional abuse. One of the women alleges that he was abusive to her during a 3-month relationship when he was 31 years old and she was 16. There's all sorts of other allegations from the other women. On Friday, he did post a video on social media denying all of these allegations.
Talk about a guy who looks like he smells. Russell Brand could be the number 1 draft choice in that draft.
I agree with you there, Stoney. That's one I can totally get behind that one. I agree with you there. Listen to this. A high school band director in Alabama was tased and arrested after a football game on Thursday night after he refused to make his band stop playing music. So the director's name is Johnny Mims. He's been with the high school since 2018, and his school's football team won the game on Thursday. And according to reports, both bands from both schools continued to play music after the game had ended, right? Like long after the game had ended. And police then went up to both directors and said, hey, you know what? Can you put an end to this? We got to get people out of here. So the other school said, sure, we'll stop playing. They got out of there. But Mims said, nope, we're going to keep playing, and instructed the kids to keep on going. And police eventually decided to arrest him, but he resisted. So they had to tase him because he shoved the officer. It would just, what? Over
a high school football band.
Yeah. Oh. So he's facing charges of disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. Man.
It's nuts.
Really wanted to play that next song.
I know.
Really did, yes. You might have seen this because there's a clip going viral. There is an Iowa cheerleader that had, I don't even know if I would say it's embarrassing because thankfully this guy was wearing underwear. He didn't go commando this day.
Yeah.
He had an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction while he was doing this tumbling pass in the Hawkeyes end zone during Saturday's game against Western Michigan. So, like I said, he was doing these back handsprings and all these crazy tumbling tricks when his pants fell off. Like, they didn't just fall off, they flew off, got caught around his ankles. Yes. And what's impressive, though, is that he was able to stick the landing, pulled up his pants, and then jogged off the field like nothing even happened.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah. It was great. Of course, the clip is going viral so he can relive that moment over and over and over, and people were having kind of fun with it online.
He was so surprised that Iowa actually was scoring some points that he lost his pants out.
So Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow has, he became a legend at LSU before he started playing in the NFL, and I guess people are now calling him Tiger King. And there's another person who goes by that exact same name who is not very pleased with this new nickname.
He gets news behind bars?
Oh, yes, he does. And he writes a lot of letters expressing the news that he hears. And he has written a letter. Joe Exotic wants Burrow to know that, hey, he is the real Tiger King. And he's basically saying everyone in the world is exploiting him and his trademarks. And he says he sits innocent in an American federal prison, and he has been the Tiger King before you even got to high school. Wow. Written exactly to Joe Burrow.
Did he send it to Joe Burrow too?
I don't know where it was being sent or who got a hold of this letter, but yes, and he did keep spelling Burrow as Burrows. He kept adding an S to it, so he was misspelling Burrow the whole time in his letter. But.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. Hey, coming up next in studio, The Line King, TJ Lang. Coming up next, 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. James Houston fractured ankle. That's the news out of the NFL Network. Out for up to 2 months. Dan Campbell set to speak in about 30 minutes to elaborate on some of the injury situations after a deflating 37-31 overtime defeat at the hands of the Seahawks at Ford Field. Team leaders such as C.J. Gardner-Johnson are trying to keep the season in perspective after starting at 1-1. When the dust settled, the Lions still sit atop the NFC North along with the Green Bay Packers. All four teams lost this week with the Vikings and Bears at 0-2. Another team at 0-2 is the Patriots, who fell to the Dolphins 24-17 on Sunday Night Football. Raheem Mostert, a monster 121-yard, 2-touchdown game for the Finns. The Tigers also rolling through the West so far. 3 straight wins over the Angels during the weekend. They beat the Halos 5-3 yesterday and will now move on to play the Dodgers in L.A. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We are pleased to be joined, as we are every Monday after Lions games, by the one, the only Super Bowl champion and a former Lion as well, TJ Lang, part of the 97 The Ticket broadcast team. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Why you got to wink at me every time he says that? You're such an a-hole.
Every time you say Super Bowl champion, John just...
No, I mean, he looks at me and winks at me like I don't know what he's doing.
You gave me a death stare. What do you want me to do?
No, I'm actually looking at Greg, and then I see you winking over there. Then you got something stuck in your eye or something.
Anyways, I'm good, Stoney. How are you?
I'm doing okay, all things considering. We'll get into the actual, individual things that people have been criticizing the Lions for, but overall, your overall feeling of the game yesterday.
Yeah, just kind of blah. I mean, a little bit of a letdown in my mind. Look, anytime, and I'm not really going to count the turnover at the end of the first half where it was a fumble.
No, me neither.
Didn't make a difference.
Right, the clock would have run out anyway.
Yeah, but other than that, you can't turn the ball over twice, and I don't care who you're playing. It's tough to win games like that, especially when you're throwing one that goes back for a touchdown. Overall, though, I feel like, they're a couple plays away from being 2-0, and they're a couple plays away from being 0-2. I mean, that's the NFL, that's football. And week one, they found a way to make those big plays in big moments and couldn't find a way to do it yesterday. But I did think that a lot of the concerns that we still had heading into the season, John and I talked about, still kind of, I think everybody's just hoping the defensive line is going to be better. You didn't really address that position. I thought yesterday was a little bit tough. I mean, the time they were getting pressure, the ball was coming out, time where the coverage was there was no pressure, and it just killed them, And then I think the receiving position, I know Reynolds stepped up and made some big catches, but that was still a position to me like, man, like, just got to start taking some shots downfield. And really the only one we saw was on the flea flicker, which was the design play. Other than that, you saw it late in the game. I mean, they had the ball inside the 30, right? And, I mean, we just kept seeing check down. And it's like, man, like, I don't know if he just doesn't trust the guys to take a shot, which is kind of weird because Reynolds made a huge play early in that game, taking a huge hit from Quandre Diggs and still holding on the ball. But that was a concern of mine is the ability to drive the ball downfield and kind of force these teams out of loading up the box against the run and forcing that. You know what I mean? It's going to open up everything else. And they just, through 2 weeks, really haven't seen them take any shots downfield, and that's going to hurt you. I mean, you got to start developing that passing game a little bit more, or else teams are really going to start honing in on you, and you're going to make it even tougher for you offensively.
And I think that they can take those shots. It's not like Jared Goff. I truly believe over the last couple of years that he gets a bit of a bad rap by people saying, well, he can't make the deep pass. I think he can. I just don't know why he doesn't pull the trigger more, or if there's just not enough opportunity. And if it's once a game and he just misses the opportunity, I believe that it's there. And like if you want to, especially this week, if Montgomery's going to be out, you're going to have to find ways to clear up the box and make it a little bit clearer for Jahmyr Gibbs or whoever else is going to be running the ball behind this offensive line.
Yeah, isn't that kind of why they brought Marvin Jones back too? I mean, Marvin's never been that guy that is like a short route, intermediate route. He's a deep guy, right? I mean, he's a guy that can go make those 50-50 balls. And we haven't seen it. I mean, and people are saying, well, is Marvin, kind of burned up? What's going on? And it's like, I mean, I don't know. He doesn't get any chances. I mean, I think the reason you brought him back is to be a red zone threat, to be a guy that you can throw the ball up to and see if he can make plays. And for whatever reason, they're just not getting it done. And offensively, look, it was kind of just a tale of two halves, so to say. First half felt like they could do whatever they want. I mean, the only time they got stopped is when they went for it on the 4th down and 5 instead of taking the field goal and, kind of stopped themselves. And but then the running game it changed when Montgomery went out.
Yes.
It just did. I mean, Gibbs, I love his speed, but sooner or later he's got to realize you got to put your foot in the ground and go north. I mean, there were way too many times he's just kind of running to the sideline, and even how fast you are, the guys on defense are fast too. You're not just going to beat everybody to the edge.
Maybe he took it too much close to heart that he led the league in broken tackles in week one and kept trying to break tackles wide. We are in complete agreement on this show that the way Dan handled the the last possession in regulation is just mind-boggling. He even admitted it at the press conference after the game. He just didn't want to give Seattle the ball back. Well, whether that's not trusting your defense or whatever, you got to, and you mentioned a little bit, you got to have a little more urgency. They just let the clock just drip, 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 drip before they even run it. Like 30 seconds between plays.
Yeah.
If you're not going to take a shot at the end zone, at least try some medium stuff and, get deep into the red zone.
Yeah, and they just kind of lost their killer instinct,
Yes.
which was weird because
that's what he is.
The whole 58 minutes, you're going for it on fourth down. You're being aggressive. You're trying to do everything you can to maximize every possession, and then you get the last one with 50-yard line. I mean, you're basically already almost in field goal range as long as you pick up 15 yards.
Right.
And they do that in the first couple plays, and then after that, it was just like, okay, what are we doing here? And it kind of went against their identity of how they'd been playing the whole game by being aggressive. So I know Dan mentioned it after the game. That's probably going to be one of those things that he regrets. But, you even look at it and you're saying, like, I still put a little bit of on Goff too, man. Like, I'm watching a couple of these plays and I'm seeing guys like Marvin Jones getting one-on-one coverage and low safeties, and it's like, just take a shot maybe, and I don't know, maybe after he threw the interception that went back for a touchdown, I think quarterbacks can, kind of tighten up a little bit. You don't want to make a mistake at that point of the game, but just kind of went against their identity of what they were trying to do the whole game with being aggressive and trying to go score points. I just thought that could have been handled a little bit differently.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number for any texts or phone calls for TJ.
Yeah, I think the message was pretty much sent from Dan and Ben that if in that 144, hey, it's 1st and 10, he takes, it's not a shot at the end zone, but you get 12 yards, to Reynolds, and then you don't snap the ball until 105. Like that to me is a message that's being sent from the coach. Like, hey, we don't want to take any risks. We got 3 points. Let's make sure we work it down as far as we can, and we'll kick it and take it to overtime. Because then on the second play, it's another 11-yard pickup. Like it's
Yeah, and then
it's
you
not necessarily
ran another
dink
30
and duck.
seconds off,
Yeah, I mean, it's you're sending the message as a coaching staff, which I'm sure they were in his ear saying, hey, don't snap this until there's 2 left on the play clock.
Yeah, and this isn't a, we're going against Josh Allen last year. We can't leave them 12 seconds so they can go score. I mean, I didn't feel like at that point they weren't trying to get a touchdown, only because you still had all 3 timeouts. I mean, 35 seconds at the 27-yard line is still plenty of time with 3 timeouts to utilize the entire field. It was just the play calls and the execution that came after that. You look at the 4-yard, pass incomplete, and then a pass for 3 yards on 3rd and 6.
Right.
It's like that 3rd and 6 call is like, man, like, at least take a shot at the sticks,
yes.
right? At least, even if you're not going to take a shot at the end zone, at least try to pick up the first down. And they just throw that 3-yard pass, and it was like,
with no
like
chance
that
of picking up the first
that
down.
felt like that was your opportunity, no matter all the ups and downs and the swings in that game and how bad they were at times. I mean, you had a chance. And Kansas City, they made those opportunities. They took advantage of those. Yesterday, they didn't.
The 4th down decisions, there were 3 of them. The first 2, the first one they didn't make, so it cost them 3 points. The second one they made, they ended up scoring a touchdown, so they got 7. So I say +1 in the math department as far as points goes. The one though that nobody can understand is
don't let him go through it.
I'll give it to you in the break.
So
you
glad.
agree?
I'm so glad you laughed at it too.
But it's simple.
Yeah, it would also.
But the 4th, the one where they didn't punt, just makes no sense to me.
Where there was kind of the questionable
4th and 2 on our own 45.
Yeah,
that one. And honestly, I mean, I like the math that you're doing, but even the first one, it was like, take the points, take the field goal.
Yeah.
It's you just lost 4 yards on 3rd and 1.
Well, that was the bigger. That to me
like,
was worse. The freaking play call out of a shotgun at 3rd and 1. Just give the ball to Montgomery or take it yourself over the great offensive line.
I didn't like that, and I didn't like the plan to whatever they had with the tight ends motioning and dragging and trying to cut off defensive tackles or defensive ends. I mean, That really, and I don't know why they kept running it. I mean, John, they kept running the same play on like every 3rd and short, and it didn't work at all. And it was like the tight end's got to get better. I mean, I think we're all excited about what Laporta can do in the pass game,
right?
And he did have a couple nice run blocks. David Montgomery's touchdown, he did a great job of sealing the backside.
Brock Wright was disappointing blocking.
I mean, there was a lot of issues when it came to the edge. Way too many free runners. Even Montgomery's fumble, which no excuse for that. You got to hold on to the ball, especially at that point of the game. But you can't have a free runner coming right in the backfield, punching the ball pretty much as soon as he gets to the handoff. There was just way too much of that. And I thought a lot of it, honestly, kind of fell on the tight end position where just not being able to seal the front side or backside. But, the first one I think was really the one, Stoney, where I was like, okay, I think you should take the points here.
Yeah.
Even in the moment, hey, it's 7-7 game. This looks like it could be a tight game, right? Let's take the points, get the lead, and see what happens. Obviously, like you said, I mean, they kind of ended up swinging it back later, going for it on 4th and punching in for a touchdown. But just a lot of opportunities they had in that game to go up 2 scores.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls, your texts as we dissect Lions Seahawks. We'll take a look at the other side of the ball because that was painful. 97 won the ticket.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, Attorney David Femininio is the guy that you need to call. As I've told you before, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime that you deserve, and David never takes a fee until you get paid. That's right. He never takes a fee until you get paid. If you've been injured or if you know someone who has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
on that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier.
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Two 248-539-9797. We find out this morning James Houston's going to be out at least 6 to 8 weeks with a fractured ankle. That kind of sucks because, he was so good at the end of last year. Hadn't done much this year, but whatever.
He took a shot too, man. I don't know if anybody saw that. It was on a kickoff, I think, in the second half.
Oh, yeah, he got lit.
It was, you hate to see him get hurt, but.
So how concerned should we be over the porous play of the secondary and the lack of sustained pass rush that we've seen, in the last couple of games?
I thought the defensive backfield was just disappointing yesterday.
Was it scheme or performance?
Well, a little bit of both.
Okay.
I mean, I think some of the problems that popped up last year that persisted last year kind of showed up again, and I mean, it's just I think the linebackers just feels like it started to turn into a little bit of a liability when it comes to pass coverage. How many times yesterday we see the tight ends just kind of running wide open and or running backs out of the backfield, and it's like, good Lord, man, like you just got to get a hat on these guys. Can't let them get wide open. But the defensive backs, I mean, the confusing part was, it seemed like they were playing so soft. I mean, and I was listening to you after the game yesterday, Stoney, talking about Geno Smith looking comfortable. I mean, the defensive line had plays, probably 7 or 8 plays where they had really, really good pressure, and either the ball came out right away or, they just couldn't find a way to bring them down. I think it's easy to get frustrated if you're a defensive lineman because even in the Kansas City game, we said, oh, they didn't sack Mahomes, but it was all over the tape. You could tell.
He was in his face
they were
a lot.
making an impact.
Yes.
And even yesterday, I know it wasn't as consistent, but there were still times where they were being disruptive, and it just didn't – the coverage and the rush just did not match up. And I don't know if that was just a scheme, if that was the way they wanted to play. It kind of looked to me like they went into that game and said, just don't get beat deep. Yeah. Right. It just let them, hey, we'll give them the 5-yard passes all day. We'll try to tighten up in the red zone. but just don't get beat deep. And that, to me, you can't play that way. It's just, especially with the guys that they have.
Is it just me, or is this franchise never learned how to defend a tight end?
I mean, you've got a lot more experience than I do watching the tight ends.
You can take that in a couple ways.
And, you look at them yesterday, and it's like, okay, I mean, they had, 9 catches between the three of them?
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't.
132 yards, I believe.
Yeah, but it was like the big plays. It was like third downs. It was, the play action game. It's just like, oh, man, like, if we're going to get beat, at least, make it a tough play to Metcalf or one of these guys. Like, the tight ends are beating us. Like, come on, with the guys that you have, though, Sutton and Jerry Jacobs, I mean, these are guys that I think are really physical defensive backs that can get up in your face, that can press you at the line, that can play physical style of football. And when you ask them all of a sudden, hey, we're going to play 12, 15 yards off the ball, it's like
playing space. They're kind of lost.
You better be getting home with the pass rush. And we obviously saw it yesterday. When you didn't get home with the pass rush, Geno Smith just – unfortunately, it looked the same as we made him look last year, where it's just like, man, why do we keep doing this?
And he's not as good as Geno, and he's not as good as Geno Smith, but Desmond Ridder, who they'll play this week, is pretty mobile too.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, the next couple weeks,
with Jordan Love.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to go against these guys. It just seemed like they couldn't figure out that marriage between the coverage and the pass rush, and they started pressuring a little bit late. That helped out a little bit. They started, forcing Geno at least to kind of throw some incompletions, which was a positive. But yeah, they just it felt like the plan going into it was just didn't really match up to what they were, what their strengths really were. And I think that showed.
We have some ticket texts. They scored enough points to win. The issue again, defense. They drafted Hutch. That was a home run, but they never followed it up. It's their MO. They went right back to drafting offense. You could argue that, yes. Well, look, we're the Jalen Carter guys at the show. So this was a Dan Campbell loss. Doesn't take the points on a short field goal on long fourth down. Doesn't punt in own territory late on a long fourth down. Goes conservative in final 2 minutes with a chance to win the game. Campbell too aggressive in obvious conservative situations and vice versa. Well, it wasn't a long fourth down, but the punt one I definitely agree with.
Yeah. Well, there's just a fine line between being aggressive and being reckless.
Yes.
Yeah. It was 4th and 2 on your own 45.
Yes.
And that's the one if you're going to look at that and say, hey, early in the game, it's 4th and 4. I don't like the fact that it was 3rd and 1 and you lose 3 yards and then you try and go for it. I would have taken the points, but the one where you're in your own on your own side of the field, you've got to get that out of there. Make Geno Smith go the length of the field, and that's the one that, even though it was 4th and 2, their shortest one of their 4th down attempts, to me that was the worst decision.
2 turning points. Second possession, first half at Seattle, 30, 4th down, should have attempted field goal instead of going for it. Third possession, second half, midfield, 4th down, should have punted. Look, well, I agree with the punt thing, but you don't mention the 4th down where they converted and got a touchdown. You have to mention both of them. Sure wish we had taken Bijan Robinson. Hate passing on superstars like Micah Parsons or Justin Herbert or Tua every year. Okay, so if they take Bijan, they would not have traded down because Atlanta took him, I believe, at 8, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So the question is, and we'll find out as the years go, would you rather have had Bijan or Gibbs and Laporta? Yeah. Same thing with Carter or Gibbs and Laporta. I'd rather have Carter.
I think, John, that you said before the show, I think the real fair thing to question Holmes on a little bit right now is the 2 biggest risks that he's taken are J-Mo and Gibbs. They haven't done hardly anything. Now, 2 games for Gibbs. Let's be fair.
Yes.
But right now with Montgomery out, man, they got a problem in terms of running the ball up the middle.
Yeah, they're going to have an issue, all right? And that's what we know going in. And now it's up to Ben Johnson. If there's no reinforcements on the way, which it's hard to go out on the street and find a number 1 inside the tackles running back. If that's the case, you've got to get creative. How are you still going to be able to move the ball down the field? Is it simply, hey, we're going to attack the edges with Jahmyr Gibbs. We're going to use them in the slot. We're going to use our receivers and find ways to get them more open downfield. Does it just become more of a passing offense than it has been? And now you're putting more of a responsibility on Jared Goff.
The Lions' O-line and D-line are supposed to be the strength of this team. Have we been oversold on this strength? It's not as good as we all make it out to be, is it?
Well, I don't think the D-line was ever sold as a strength of this team.
No, they had more depth than they had before, but they didn't have, except for Hutchinson, you wouldn't say great players. And as far as the offensive line goes, as you guys know better than hell, you both played the position. The fact that Decker didn't play, that's probably why they weren't that great yesterday. But pass pro was pretty good yesterday. I think he got sacked once, and that's because Craig Reynolds missed the block.
Yeah.
And had Gibbs wide open on the sideline. Now, who knows if Gibbs would have caught the ball, and that was the play before the pick six.
Yeah, and I thought the pass protection was good.
Yeah.
Late in the game, there started to become a little bit of leakage there.
It's more Matt Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, you're down a couple scores, and you're playing with 3 backups.
Right.
I mean, I know these guys have played before, but you're not your real left tackle, not your real right tackle, and Vaitai went out. I know Graham Glasgow's played a lot too, but you're playing with 3 new guys that don't have a lot of experience at those positions, and especially playing next to each other. But everything's just got to match up, and that's what we kind of talked about. The run game, you look at it, and you're like, oh, man, they didn't really do anything. A lot of people kind of put that in the offensive line. Well, everybody goes into that. The receivers go into that. The tight ends go into that. The running backs go into that. Are they going the right way? Are they hitting the right hole?
Right.
Right. Offensive line, I thought was good enough yesterday to win that game.
Although they're running,
still got to be a little bit better.
They're running the ball at a clip of 3.6 yards a
Exactly.
carry.
That supports, you thought you were going to get explosive runs. They don't have a run over 18 yards in 2 games. And then to support the defensive line on that from that texture, they have 1 sack. And I think if you're alluding to, the interior line wasn't expected to be a strength. But the pass rush, the whole Aiden, and Aiden's been good, I think. But you got to get home.
Yep.
And he's, he was held yesterday. I'm not blaming the refs or anything, but
Gotta get
you
hits.
look at how he had to. Maybe he's got a sack or 2 if the guy's not cheating in the first game, So I think holding the sack number to Aiden isn't fair. But
he's not the only one rushing.
Houston's hurt now, but before he was hurt, he didn't.
You still have Romeo Okwara.
It's time
you
for
still
Charles
have
Harris.
Pascal. You've got Charles Harris.
Pascal's out for a while.
Yeah, he's Pascal's out. But you still have other guys that can fit the bill.
John from Roseville texts in the pick 6 Goff threw was the turning point. Bad possession. He missed Gibbs wide open. He's hitting receivers on their shoes on that final drive too. The loss falls on the coaches, then Goff. The play where he's talking about where he missed Gibbs wide open, isn't that he got sacked on that play? Correct.
What was that? When was that? Late in the game?
Right before the pick 6.
Gosh, I'd have to go back and watch it to be honest with you.
I'm pretty sure. Also, besides the hold not called on Hutch, did anybody see that Lockett lost control of the ball before he hit the pylon? No, I don't think he did actually.
No, I think they would have taken a look at that.
Yeah, well, they did look at it obviously, but because they look at all scoring plays.
Yes, he was the play before he threw the pick 6. He was sacked.
Yeah, and that was on Craig Reynolds for missing that block. All right, 248-539-9797.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in, like, sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the Good luck out there.
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate. Two 248-539-9797. We'll touch briefly on the other parts of the weekend besides the Lions. Michigan State, I mean, God, I thought they were going to at least come up with a great effort. Now, granted, Washington's really good, but, man, that was embarrassing. And Michigan, once again, they don't cover, but they won the game, which is important. They did offensively. They really didn't play very well, but it doesn't make a difference because they take on Rutgers, the Big Ten conference for them. The schedule starts for them coming up this week. And by the way, I'd be remiss for not mentioning that, TJ, I don't know if you knew about this, but your broadcast compatriot, Lomas Brown, I understand, outcoached John Jansen and Regina, beat Marion in Powder Puff 14-7.
Yeah. He was more of a cheerleader. Showed up about a minute before the game kicked off. So, yeah. Did not go well for the Mustangs. Yes, he was.
He was confident. He took care of business.
By the way, the statue looked great outside.
It looked really cool.
It was really, really good. And like I said, I wish I would have known Wayno was in town. I would have loved to see and talk to him because that guy is one of a kind. All right, Bob and Troy, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys, this playing Seattle is getting very disturbing. I wish we would have beat them by 1 and lost to Kansas City by 50 because we've lost them 5 times in a row. In the calendar year last year, we lost to them twice with 2 different quarterbacks. They took our last playoff spot last year. And right now, I know it's early, but it adds up at the end. They're ahead of us in the wild card, and Stafford and the Rams are ahead of us in the wild card because they beat who? Seattle. And then next year, we got to play Seattle. This Seattle thing is our biggest nemesis besides our own division.
Well, yeah, there's a problem. I mean, you look historically. I mean, you go back to the last playoff game was a loss at Seattle.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everything.
I know. Remember the
nightmare.
Was it the Monday night game where they had the KJ Wright play where he punched out and they didn't
playoff game, wasn't it?
I don't know if I was a playoff. I think that was a regular season game, if I'm not mistaken. That game, and I think Andre Ware made his first career start against Seattle. If you want to go back that far.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Mike in Newport, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. How you doing? First-time caller.
Thanks for calling.
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, one thing I wanted to bring up was just I was at the game yesterday, and after the golf pick six, it just seemed like there was just a total lack of urgency to get those two scores back and win the game. I don't think this game should have went to overtime at all. I mean, just killing minutes at the end of the game really killed us, I think.
Well, they got the ball back with just over 8 minutes to go and went down and scored a touchdown. So, I mean, it took almost 5 minutes.
Right.
Sure, we'd like them to score quicker, but then it was 3 and out. The problem that I think is that, Mike, just like me, I think you feel like at the end of the game there, that last drive, that they got the ball back on the 50-yard line with 1:44 to go and 3 timeouts, and they did successful 2 first downs right in a row, and then it was breaks on the entire time.
Yeah.
That was your golden opportunity.
Yeah. It was Mooch-like lack of urgency.
Yeah,
is what it was. Let's go to Brian. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, I just want to point out, by the way, I'm a veteran caller on this radio station.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. So everyone is talking about, the defense gave up this, blah, blah, blah. And Jansen, you know this. You play the game. Hey, the difference in the game was the 2 turnovers. I don't care how aggressive or non-aggressive he was on 4th down, whatever. You take away those 2 turnovers, and they still win this game. And one cornerback, Jacobs, gave up like 129 yards or something I was reading this morning. He was terrible, okay? So at the end of the day, maybe the Lions, and give them credit, they played 2 pretty good teams. Would you say these are 2 pretty good teams, Kansas City and Seattle, right?
2 playoff teams, yes.
So as long as they can come out of this, I know they got a lot of injuries, and learn from, and I say mistake, that they should have went for the touchdown. And maybe one of those 4th downs they don't go for it, whatever. At the end of the day, turnovers. It was just the turnovers that lost this game, and they got to learn how they can get better from that and go on. Look, remember, these are a lot of new guys on the team. I saw a lot of finger pointing on defense. Get over there. I still think there's a lot of getting to know each other. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jansen there.
Well, there is a measure of getting to know each other, but you got to start off the season knowing each other. That's why you have a preseason. That's why you have the off season. None of these guys were added during training camp.
Well, maybe, John, to make one of your great points, I always focused on the offense. Maybe that secondary, I have no idea.
Some time on the field in the preseason.
Maybe they did. I don't know if they did or they didn't. So I'm just.
But to his other point in regards to the turnovers, I mean, one of them directly led to points. That's the pick 6.
Yeah.
The other one was a fumble to start the second half, and then 2 plays later, they're dancing in the end zone.
I know.
Yeah, that stretch just killed them. Yeah. I mean, field goal, then you don't get the 4th. They get a touchdown. You get the ball back, interception. I mean, that's 17 points unanswered in the middle of that game. It just, and even with that being said, you still had a chance late and didn't take advantage.
Max in West Bloomfield, good morning.
Good morning. I noticed, I listened to all the media, and nobody mentioned how bad Jerry Jacobs was. Every long pass was they were picking on him like they knew something about him. And none of the defensive backs even ever got the hand on the ball. I mean, I never saw anything. Out of 35 passes, not one time did they get their hand on the ball, the defensive backs. And Jerry Jacobs was atrocious.
Kirby Joseph had one chance.
Yes.
It was down right in the end. I think it was after they called him for the face mask PI thing.
It was almost a pick 6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was an opportunity. Like we said, they made those plays against Kansas City. Didn't make them yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, part of the Jerry Jacobs, and I'm not making an excuse, I think it was as bad as he played. I think some of it was schematically.
I do too.
Not in his favor.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised, if they make a little lineup change. Maybe Jacobs goes down. Hopefully Mosley's back. Stephen Gilmore was really good in preseason. Maybe he comes up. Who knows? Let's say good morning to Matt in Highland. You're 97 on the ticket.
Morning, guys. Hey, my problem is with Dan Campbell, and it's not with necessarily the aggressive play calling during the game. You got the ball with 2 minutes to go and a chance to win the game. And I would have to think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is the ideal situation. Play the clock, get your touchdown, get out of there with a win. Because now you're gambling on a coin flip in overtime or in overtime, and they didn't even touch the ball in overtime. And all of the going for it on fourth down tells me you don't trust your defense to stop them. So why do you not get more aggressive to try to win this game?
I totally agree with you. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say when asked about that at the podium after the game. Well, obviously he got to where he wanted to be, which would be the Seattle 23-yard line where he used his first time out. But it's the time that he wasted to get there that was confusing. And then even from there, they never took a shot in the end zone.
And that strategy should change after the first two plays.
Yes. Yeah.
You say, okay, if we throw an incompletion, and now we might start thinking, hey, do we want to run the ball, make him burn a timeout? Now we don't. You pick up back-to-back first downs. It should go from, okay, we don't want to give this ball back to, okay, we're going for the end zone. We're going for a touchdown.
I mean, when you listen to that cut, it infuriates me because your head coach is saying his priorities are to not give the ball back to that team before getting a touchdown.
Yeah.
To me, that's disturbing, okay? And I bet he would like to have that back because he almost said it. He said the number one and the number two.
Yes.
So he prioritized what he says his priorities are, which if that's true, that's crazy.
And I think
I'll take the touchdown and give him 15 minutes because at least I'm leading.
Yeah, and I think the caller nailed it. I mean, you're playing there for the tie.
Right.
And you're putting your chance up to a coin flip.
I
mean,
know.
there's going to be a chance your defense going to go back on the field eventually.
Instead of giving the ball back to Seattle, and if you go score a touchdown, let's just say it happens quickly, and you give it back to them with 45 seconds left to go. It takes you a minute to get in the end zone. Now they've got to go the length of the field.
Down
in
4.
45 seconds, down 4. So
Yeah.
it's not just a field goal they're after. Instead, you put it up to a coin toss and say, well, okay, we lost the coin toss. Defense go out there. Now you have 10 minutes to try and stop them.
I know. Unbelievable. Frank in Detroit. What's going on, Frank? Frankie. All right. Maybe he went to Hollywood. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797.
Hey, I want to tell you why I started to use Ideal You, why I went with them. My daughter had sent me a picture after one of the games of me standing on the sidelines. She circled the picture. She thought it was great. Hey, Dad's on the sidelines. I looked at it and said, I can't even believe that is me. I was so heavy and so overweight. It motivated me to get in contact with Ideal You. And in doing so, I am down now 65 pounds. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days, 10 pounds in the first 10 days. And I wanted to change because I wanted to be around for the kids. All right. I want to make sure that I live a nice, healthy life and set a good example for them as well. And here's how it changed my everyday life. I'm not eating as much crap as I did before. They gave me a weight loss coach
That about
and they
sums it
taught me
up
what
if you're
to
a
eat
Jet
and
fan.
drink to lose weight.
Good
It's
God.
not magic potions or pills.
We're
If you
gonna
want to
make
change
this
your life, go to
localized.
idealu.us
'Cause I'm
right
not
now.
coming on the air
Schedule
and
your
gonna ask
free
you to feel
consultation.
bad
You
for
could
Jet
be
fans.
20,
Nobody
30, or
feels
even
bad
40 pounds lighter by Halloween. Ideal U has helped to change thousands of people's lives. It can help you as well. If you want to lose weight, go to idealu.us.
248-539-9797. Oh, it's so great to be joined by Super Bowl champion TJ Lang and national champion in college football, John Jansen. So let's talk a little college football.
That was in a different decade, though. That doesn't even count.
So was yours.
Did you split your Super Bowl ring?
Different century, sorry.
Yes.
Different century.
TJ,
Told you I was going to swear at some point today.
TJ, you are
I'm almost there.
You are a Michigan fan. Any worries coming out of Saturday where J.J. McCarthy looked awful, but he was great the first two games?
Yeah, be honest with you, I missed most of the game. So looking at the box score and, kind of reading some reports, it didn't sound like it went well.
You didn't miss much.
That's what I did.
Yes.
I kind of checked the tape after the game and was like, okay, glad I didn't. I don't know what was going on. JJ with 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
Just bad decisions or
bad decisions, bad throws. Yeah, I mean it's the first interception. I'll put on him a little bit. I think it was AJ Barner was in the wrong place and drew a defender to where he wasn't supposed to be. And JJ was throwing it to Roman Wilson. Defender picks it off. It was all about spacing. The second one that was intended for Cornelius. That, to me, was just a complete error in judgment because you had Roman Wilson running the same route on the other side of the field, and he had 2 steps on his defender. That's where the ball should have gone. And then the third one, he was running to his left. And, I mean, you football 101, right? You never try and force something on the end zone when you're running to your left. If he just runs out of bounds or throws the ball out of bounds, you live to fight another day. He tried to force one, and a guy made a really nice play, but there was just no juice on the ball. Another bad decision.
Could they just not sustain drives? I mean, even just looking at the Bowling Green dominated the time of possession.
So when they scored, like the first possession was 4 plays, and I don't have it in front of me, like 77 yards. Blake Corum went for 54 on the first or second play of the game. They ran it right down. All 4 plays were runs, and they moved the ball. When they hit the flea flicker pass,
right,
it was a quick possession. They hit Roman Wilson on another one. It was a quick possession. Anytime Michigan scored, it was a quick possession.
And after Bowling Green scored a field goal, then Michigan fumbled the kickoff. Bredesen fumbled the kickoff. There was one of them. So that had something to do with the time.
Yeah. And, I mean, the other thing, too, was Scott Loeffler, their coach, they had 3 guys that left on a stretcher. One guy, and I still don't have an update, who had some type of either head or neck injury, was carted off, taken to the hospital. I haven't heard an update on him. But a number of guys got hurt. They were down to their third quarterback. And in the second half, he literally was taking time off the clock. He would run a play and then wait until there were 5 or less seconds on the play clock and then would run another one. And they were running time after time on the ground when they were averaging 0.8, 0.9 yards per carry.
Just trying to get out of there.
They were just trying to get out of there healthy.
Yeah.
On the positive side, defensively, Chris Jenkins was great. That was a great play he made.
Oh, yeah. And it was originally started by, who was the blitz? It was Mikey Samerstill, I believe. Mikey Samerstill?
Yeah.
Came on the edge and rushed the pass. No, it was Jalen Harrell. Jalen Harrell put pressure on the quarterback and caused the quarterback to throw the ball early. Chris Jenkins picked it off and was tackled on the 2-yard line. So they had another 2-yard drive that, didn't take long.
Yeah. Doesn't eat up a lot of clock.
Up in East Lansing. That was just, look, Washington's really, really good. Michigan State should not be that bad. Obviously, the tumultuous week. They had some injured players on defense, but that was just a disgrace.
You had a feeling that was going one of 2 ways.
Yes.
Either that way or, they were
rallying the troops.
Yeah, kind of galvanize and put together a great performance. Obviously, we know which way it went. I don't know, not really a surprise. I mean, there's just been so much distraction this week and off the field, and, that affects grown men. That affects NFL players, let alone, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids.
Who's wondering who their coach is going to be.
Exactly.
Is this new coach going to run the same system I perform well in?
Yeah, it's hard to put that all aside, but, yeah, that was not really a surprise to see it go that way.
Right.
And Michael Penix is
it's a good quarterback.
You start talking about, I think everybody knows Caleb Williams and Drake May, but you look at that number 3 guy, Michael Penix. I think he's definitely in that conversation.
He should be in New York unless something crazy happens for the Heisman, and he should be here to be a first-round pick in the draft in April. No doubt about it.
Oh yeah, as a draft pick,
Yes.
not here as in a Detroit Lion.
No, right. It's here because the draft was going to be.
Yes,
No,
let's
that
not
was-
start that.
No.
I know Costa's probably blowing up your phone. I love
Tank-
you, Stoney.
Tank
No.
for Penix.
Yes.
Yes. Tank
Penix.
Tank for Penix.
No more Goff.
Yes. And congratulations to your alma mater, Eastern Michigan. They won again. And they got a big game this week.
Oh,
Jacksonville State. The Rich Rods.
Yeah. Oh, is that who? Oh,
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Haven't seen that offense in a long time.
The Fighting Rich Rods.
I miss it.
Eastern goes down to Jacksonville State. And it's not Jacksonville, Florida.
No.
Jacksonville, South Carolina, I believe.
Yeah. Nor is it Jackson State.
No, it's
Jackson State is
Jacksonville
where.
State.
Yes. That's where Jackson State is where Prime was.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah, that's confusing.
Yeah. Did you watch any of that game?
Which one? Colorado?
Yeah.
No, Jackson State.
Jackson. I watched Jacksonville State. It was scouting. I did. Yeah, the Colorado game. It was a good game. Probably game of the weekend. Bit surprising too. I mean, Prime he's starting to get a little bit sensitive for my liking. I mean, he takes offense to literally every single comment, which is a bit annoying. But
Didn't the Oregon coach? Didn't he make a comment earlier in the offseason about hey, when did Colorado do anything in the Pac-12?
In the Pac-12. Well, he's right.
Yeah.
Basically, he wasn't referring to Dion. He was referring to them leaving the Pac-12.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Dion
I'm sure
can't
Deion
take
will
that
do.
as a personal comment, but I'm
as
sure he
football
will.
players, we could twist everything to make it offensive.
That's true.
to us. Trust me,
That's
we
true.
could twist anything.
And by the way, I know you don't.
Gator, don't look at me like that. I'll twist that.
I
Don't look at me like that. Nice haircut.
I don't think he'll be suspended.
You're welcome.
Because it wasn't targeting the head, but Travis Hunter, is out for a few games. He might be out for a while. That was a vicious hit, and the guy got the penalty for it.
Yeah.
It was, and so was the one on Shador Sanders in overtime. It
Yeah.
was total BS, and I'm surprised that Coach Prime didn't lay out Coach Norvell. Honestly, I stayed up the whole night watching that game, and the payoff for me was going to see the confrontation afterwards. And they shook hands, and Norvell said something to Dion, and Dion was like, "Okay, we're cool." Basically, we're cool.
It was pretty cool.
Had his sunglasses off, but still had his hat on.
Yeah, he took his sunglasses off earlier in the game. Yeah.
Exactly.
But that hit on Shador in overtime was crap, total crap. And then they were chippy and dirty all night long. Colorado State was, but things are going to about to get real. About to get real.
Yeah, Oregon,
For Colorado.
USC.
Yes, yeah, Oregon, exactly. I had the pleasure of sitting next to Gator in the press box yesterday. We had a fine time. Unfortunately, the ending was not what we wanted.
No.
And I'm sure you'll be all over that with Doug coming up momentarily.
Yeah, there's a lot of, Dan Campbell said afterwards about eating some humble pie. I think there's some people in this room, myself included, that are eating some humble pie. Right, TJ?
Yeah.
Since you guys were in the
whole
stadium, oh wow! I do have a question because I heard you guys on the "Would you eat that?" Where'd Doug go? He's behind me there.
Yeah.
The fries, the special fries with the topping on top, and Doug kept saying, "Oh, I'm sure it's some form of chicken or turkey."
Right.
What was the special topping for the Seahawks game?
I don't know. I was in a press box the whole game, so I didn't go. We
Stoney
can ask the people.
Didn't go down there.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, I was very curious.
Yeah, because I
did you say it was gonna, or somebody said salmon?
I said salmon.
Yeah.
You're gonna top French fries with salmon, or are you gonna top it with some sort of?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you
coffee
fry it, and it
spice
goes
or
good with
something like that?
anything. Yeah.
I don't know. It's something we can ask our listeners. What were the special fries at Ford Field yesterday?
By the way, happy National Cheeseburger Day.
Yeah, thank you.
He's like,
Pass that on to you.
No, it
Why are you
is.
saying
And we
that to
talked a
me?
little bit about it on Friday. And
Yes,
joked
just
about
don't put
it.
bacon
you
on
did?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I downloaded the McDonald's app. I was all excited. Did it on the air, and I don't download many apps. And Doug's go to me on, Kang is go to me on. Like, yeah, it's 50-cent double cheeseburger. Are you kidding me? Here we go. All right, download the app. And then I said, I can't wait. Monday sounds good. Okay. I said, I'm going to eat the hell out of some double cheeseburgers.
Oh yeah. I mean, how many would you order? Like 8?
Right. Until you find out
One
per customer at 50 cents.
Oh.
So what did I do? Uninstalled.
Delete.
Oh wow! I didn't even know you guys talked about it. I just saw it was today.
Yeah, we did it. We did all.
I
Who
didn't
doesn't
listen.
love
To,
cheeseburgers?
I only listened to 3.5 hours. I didn't listen to all 4. All right, Caution Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket.
So a disappointing Sunday. I don't know if anybody's really celebrating the football results over the weekend here locally. Michigan did win. They didn't look particularly sharp. Spartans, well, that was what it was. And then yesterday, the Lions, they lost that game to Seattle. Now, it's funny because I sit there and I think, and as I watch the game, and then when the game ended, you try and put it into perspective. What does it mean? What does that game tell us about what is to come? And I think back to the preseason predictions. Very few people had them undefeated. I would suspect that most people had them winning this game. I would suspect that the majority had them losing the Kansas City game, so they're kind of where we thought they would be. This one rattles the confidence a little bit in some people's eyes. But I thought about it further, and I said, well, you knew they were going to lose a game or two that you felt like they should win. And that was one of them. And I am not moving off the 11-6. I mean, you can't anyway. You make a preseason prediction. That means before. Gator, I'm not moving off 11-6. Are you moving off 12-5?
No, because I mean,
if we were allowed to, the idea is a prediction. You can't.
No, I won't, because before the season began and before we made the predictions. I believe we made them before we knew that both Kelsey and Jones were gone. Like Kelsey, I think had just gotten hurt, but the thought was he was going to be able to play. Mm-hmm. So at that, it wasn't until game day where I totally changed my mind and I got all guffy about it and said, no, Lions are going to smoke. They're going to beat Kansas City. It's going to happen. And put my money where my mouth was, bet the Lions on the money line. Don't need any stinking points. But before that, I thought that he was going to play, and I thought they'd lose that game. It changed on game day. So it's a 1-1 start, which when you make your season predictions is kind of where I thought they'd be. Obviously, I thought they would beat Seattle and lose to Kansas City. That didn't happen. So once the first game happens, I'm expecting, 2-0. But no, I'm not going to back off the 12-5. I think until they show otherwise, right now it's a Seattle problem. This is not an SOL thing to me. SOL to me would be if they had lost to a bottom feeder team, and Seattle's they were a playoff team last year. Now, I didn't think much of Seattle. I blew them off. That's my mistake, right? Mm-hmm. The rest of the league says, what are you doing? This is a playoff team. And I'm like, well, the way they played down the stretch, they weren't very good.
They played terrible in the opener.
Yeah, I mean, they're nothing special. And then I'm there last night or yesterday and watching Geno Smith take 7 minutes and 56 seconds off the clock on the first drive.
Yep.
And be unstoppable. They just Lions couldn't get off the field. They couldn't get to him. They did everything right but run the football. And when they needed to run the football, they got the yards that they needed to, which were right at the goal line. So it was very disappointing last night, but it's not going to change what I think about this team, not from this game. What might change is if you start to have struggles against, like looking at Atlanta. I know Atlanta's an improved team, but I don't think Atlanta's rated to threaten for playoffs. If they lose to Atlanta next week, then we got some issues.
Yeah, I mean, I'd already written down on the show sheet that the Atlanta game suddenly looms kind of big here in terms of people where they are with their confidence. Look, we try and serve up a degree of consistency as far as the analysis and the sports and all that, and we're not always successful. But, we did acknowledge last week, sure, it's a game they could lose. And we talked about the up-down theory last week, and I think there's no better example than Seattle. Like, Seattle was a completely different team in week 2 than they were in week 1. And you can make a case that it might have impacted Detroit as well, but it certainly impacted Seattle. I mean, there is no question in my mind that Seattle, they bounced back compared to what they look like against the Rams. I mean, the Rams, and there's one potential overreaching issue that concerns me about the Lions. Like when I look back at why did they lose this game, there's one, maybe 1.5 reasons that I think might, and I'll get to the reason why it's 1.5 later, but there's 1.5 reasons why I'm not concerned, but I'm making note of something I saw yesterday that bothers me.
Well, there are 2 giant things that bothered me in the game yesterday.
Okay, what are they?
The first was they had absolutely no pass rush.
that bothers me because this is a team that should have, in my mind, they should have a really good pass rush, a really consistent pass rush. Going against Patrick Mahomes, he can bob and weave his way out of traffic, and you're not going to take him to the ground very often. I understand that, but they got plenty of pressure on Patrick Mahomes, and he had to deliver the ball a hell of a lot earlier than he wanted to, and he was out of sync, and the Lions did a great job. You get to yesterday, you're in a game against a team, and I'll use what Birchie's term was last night when watching him on Sportsworks, makeshift tackles. Because
they had emergency tackles.
They bring guys out in a practice squad and use backups, and that's who you have as your tackles in this game. These aren't their starters, and they provided a wall for Geno Smith. I mean, and the one sack the Lions had, it happened 10 seconds after they snapped the football, it seemed. I mean, Anzalone, he was running all over the field, and Anzalone chased him down, and so I don't know why Geno didn't throw it out of bounds. He was free of the pocket, but whatever. It's 3rd and a mile from the 3-yard line.
I don't think he wanted to throw an incompletion to stop the clock, but the clock had a 2-minute warning anyway.
So it's just that's the only real they had a couple other pressures, I guess, but the pass rush was almost non-existent yesterday. Now, is that because James Houston breaks his ankle? Is that part of it? Well, I thought that Charles Harris is supposed to be great. Where's Romeo Okwara? What happened to John Kaminsky? Why aren't they getting any push? Where was Aiden Hutchinson? Mm-hmm. I mean, Hutch was very quiet in the game. And then he left briefly late in the game, but came right back. But so that's the first thing that bothered me was there was no pass rush. And when you have no pass rush, the second thing shows up and rears its ugly head. And it's the same problem this team has had since I've been alive. They cannot cover the tight end. You look at the tight ends for Seattle, and they had well over 100 yards receiving, between them. And it's not a who's who of playing tight end at that position from Seattle, right? They don't have the one stud there. This is a team that just does it. The guy that they're in the route, and they're winning every time. And it bothers me because I was getting frustrated watching the game because I thought this is why you drafted Jack Campbell. One of the big things about Jack Campbell was his athleticism, his speed, his size. He can go all over the field. He can cover the tight end. And yet I didn't see a whole lot of Jack Campbell in those situations. What I saw were the other guys, whether it was Anzalone or Derek Barnes or Malcolm Rodriguez. And I'm sure there were occasions that Jack Campbell was out there, and none of them could cover the tight end. It was this release. Check down, tight end wide open, big gain, first down, kills momentum. Anything that they had, they stopped on first and second down. It didn't matter. 3rd and 7, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 12. Here comes the first down. Throw it to the wide open tight end. If you're going to throw to an open receiver, that's going to happen from time to time, right? Jerry Jacobs had a tough day trying to cover DK Metcalf and others. Not exactly the ideal matchup, but that's going to happen. And going into the game that's a problem because Seattle had really good receivers, and the Lions still aren't with their starting contingent of defensive backs because Mosley's out.
I was still pretty disappointed.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was disappointed too, but I could live with that more than I can see. I'm so tired of seeing the inability to stop a tight end. And again, these aren't elite tight ends. It's not like you're trying to stop Kelsey. You're not trying to stop Kittle in this or TJ Hawkinson, You're trying to stop Disley or Parkinson or whoever the hell else they had out there. It was so frustrating.
Well, you hit on one of them for sure that bothered me, and that was the pass rush. There's something else that emerged during that game that was concerning, but and I think between these two things are the two biggest reasons why the Lions didn't win the game. But 248-539-9797. There's a lot of other stuff too that I really I feel like it's early and we got to kind of do a State of the Lions address. Like, what does this mean in the big picture? I'm not panicked. It hasn't changed my opinion, but I'm sure there are of what this season is going to be. I'm sure there are people that are extraordinarily disappointed, and I understand why. We'll get to phone calls, feedback. Monday's Mean Champ and Chump, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on The Ticket.
Tired of maintaining your tired old deck? Well, rise above maintenance with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. Red wine spills, scorching sun,
No worries. Trex decking maintains its premium ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builders First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships, and also online at bldrmichigan.com. Builders First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. It would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway, because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately, if I'm not.
Somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
I don't know if I agree with that from Dan Campbell.
What?
Comparing Atlanta's weapons to Seattle's weapons, and you've got obviously Drake London and Kyle Pitts, and you've got Bijan Robinson. Kenneth Walker, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and then a couple rookies also coming in to help out. It's nitpicking.
I mean,
was like,
it's
that
funny.
kind of perked my ears.
I'll nitpick a little bit too, because I don't know that it's quote unquote good. I think you make the most of the situation. You say we're going to grow from this. But overall, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. It's not a federal case, but I don't think it's. I think your approach is you try and turn it into a positive, but I don't see it as good. But
I might is the key word here. Need someone to talk me off the ledge a little bit. I'm not going to overreact. It's only 2 games. The season's obviously not over. But there are so many similarities for people that believe in SOL. I'm done with SOL, just for the record. I don't think this is an SOL loss or anything like that. But this is such a letdown. Wow. I mean, I'm really let down, guys. I know, very let down.
The whole SOL thing, like I find it to be, people use that all the time, but define it completely differently almost every time they use it. Well, you know what SOL is? SOL is they go out and lose to a team they shouldn't beat and then beat a team they should. They lose to a team that they should beat and then beat a team they shouldn't. Or SOL is giving up a 4th and 18, and SOL is a record field goal. And SOL, you can apply it to every loss, and it's a very convenient thing. But what it's forcing us to address it. It's forcing us to have to talk about it again. And I mean, I guess we're the ones that bring it up, and by saying that, I feel like you're nipping it in the bud and hoping that we don't go down that road.
I'm done with it. I don't think this was that loss, but there's feelings that come back. You know, when you experience something traumatic and something that then the next moment that
you're having PTSD.
Yes, absolutely, because this was such. I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans. As a season opener, coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was a lot.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was. The players, the coaches, media, everything. And I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year. But you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, I'm just like it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from, the place was amazing yesterday. Everybody was in their seat like at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than usual.
They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively, and Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating. And I think to speak to you and anybody else out there
who's feeling really down,
needs to be talked off the ledge. And I get it, because I'm driving home and I'm like, I don't want to work this week. It was bad enough what I had to endure on Saturday, which I know we're probably not even going to get into today. But then I'm watching, watch that game, and it's like, I know what people want to say or what they feel compelled to say, but they really don't want to. And that is using those 3 letters. And I don't want to use those 3 letters. What I would say to you is this. Is it possible, and I'm asking you too, Doug, and the audience, is it possible that the Lions have a Seattle problem? Is it a problem they have a matchup with Pete Carroll?
I mean, it might be.
Does Pete Carroll just simply have the number of the Lions? And because
you're right. No,
it's 3 in a row.
Yeah, I talked to Doug about
against his coaching staff.
No, it's. I think we all thought about it, of course, because it's Seattle and Pete Carroll. But I just want to know, how is this different than years past? And then only time will tell, right? We got to move on to the Falcons and let the season progress. But I just feel like, tell me it's different, guys. Tell me it's different.
This is a day that you look at, you score 31 points in the game, you should win, right? You already know this. You score 31 in the game, you should win the game. And if you just looked at the offensive side and you look at the numbers, and even if you're watching the game and you see how the offense moved the ball up and down the field, Goff was spectacular. The receivers made the plays they needed to make. They got the tough yards when they needed to. 31 points on the board. What did we win? 31-17? Was it closer? Was it 31-27, 31-28? And you're like, no, they went to overtime and they lost because they didn't get the ball in overtime because Seattle just marched right down the freaking field again. A team that scored 99 points in 2 games over the last 2 years. They threw up 37 more against this team.
Yeah, I'm really starting to low-key hate Seattle. But, yes, they might have a Seattle problem. 248-539-9797. All right, Mondays mean Champ and Chump, and we haven't even announced that yet. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Want yours? at 248-539-9797. In the meantime, we've got open lines, and let's get to them. Steve, you're on 97.1 to take it. Hi, Steve.
Hey, it is the SOL, and I'm a longtime Lions fan from 65.
There you go.
I picked the Lions to go 11-6. I'm starting to doubt that. There were flashes of the SOL in the first half and second half, but the last minute, 44 seconds, that was definitely they were playing not to lose the game. That's what the difference is. And the cornerbacks, there were times as I watched the game, they were 8 to 10 yards off the receiver at the line of scrimmage. And, I mean, besides the defense being the defensive line, I mean, basically didn't do much of anything. And they made this quarterback, Smith, he looked pretty good.
Did you?
And,
I got a question for you here, Steve, because SOL wouldn't go 11-6, and you said you're starting to think about moving off 11-6. Do you still think they're going to go 11-7?
10-7, maybe.
Do you still think? So you said maybe. If right now I had to pick, what would their record be at the end of the year? What would you say?
Probably 10-7.
Okay, so you're not at 11-6. You're moving off 11-6 as a 10-7 Lions team, which, by the way, is better than the over. Is that really an SOL team?
I did my schedule, and it's still 11-6 because I wrote down. I did
You're
the wins
confusing
and
me.
losses.
Is it 11-6 or is it 10-7?
Yeah, it's 11-6.
Okay, so are they SOL?
After yesterday, it was especially the minute 44. It was, and the
All right, look, let me bail him out a little bit, okay? I'll help him get to where he needs to go.
I understand the doubt, but at the end of it, he said he's not even changing his prediction. Then he said he was changing it. Then he said he's not changing it.
Yesterday had those elements of SOL to the fans that
if you
still
want
has.
to believe in it, if you want to
right.
believe in it, it gave you.
If
some
it's still in your head, it's going to be there. And
I get it.
And let's look at that last drive. Okay, they took the ball over at the 50-yard line with 1:44 to go, and they had 3 timeouts. They get down to the field. You get to a 2nd and 6 situation from the 23-yard line with 26 seconds left. And
they ran 3 plays.
I know. Well, it's an incomplete
burned.
pass, and you get to 3rd and 6, okay? 3rd and 6 to 23 with 23 seconds left. That's the play. That's the only thing that makes me think that they played not to lose was that one, because it looked like it was just the ultimate check down. Let's throw it right to the safe. Hang on, to the safe receiver who's going to get to the middle of the field to give us the best look at the field goal. Even though they had a couple timeouts, they could have taken a shot a little bit deeper down the field. That's the only play that bothered me. The whole thing is it looked like they settled on that 3rd down pass.
Well, we're up against it here, and I mean, that clock, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it today. 248-539-9797. We'll have our champ and chump today at 10:35, 97.1.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in, like, sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good.
Look, I mean, it was funny because when I was watching it live, and there were a whole bunch of things the Lions need to improve on. When you play close football games and it comes down to a last play and a call, I never like blaming the refs because I'm like, you could have done other things to avoid being in that situation to begin with.
Yep.
I wasn't even worried because I was like, oh, he got held, so this is going to come back. And they're obviously going to get a field goal here. They got to keep him out of the end zone. Okay, where's the flag? Oh my God, they didn't throw a flag. Now, I don't want to turn into a whole refereeing show.
Let's not do it.
But, and as far as the last caller, he immediately comes on and says it's SOL. And then but then he said, I'm almost moving off my prediction. I'm like,
and then didn't move off.
And then he didn't. And I just wanted to see if you really believe it's the same old Lions, how can you at the same time believe they're still going to go 11-6? Because there's no way the same old Lions will go 11-6.
I don't think there was really an SOL moment during that game. There wasn't something that hadn't been done in NFL history. I don't think there's going to be a rule change that's going to occur from this game. The only SOL thing you could kind of point to for me is why I'm feeling so down today is the result that they lost the game. And that's not even SOL. That's just, you're going to win or you lose. It's just unfortunately, I'm putting Lions history into it. And hey, when we get built up so much, ready to go, and then we get let down. And that's where it happened again.
I don't think it's SOL. I think this team is past that. But you're right. It's the result. It's the feeling going into the game and the feeling coming out of the game. It's Lucy taking the football away.
Yep.
That's where that feeling creeps up and rears its ugly head, but it's not there. They can still, whack-a-mole and knock that thing back into the ground. But they have to win. They got to win next game, and they got to do what you expect them to do. Go out there, win 11, 12 games.
Let's go to Darren next. What's up, Darren?
Hey, guys. Good morning to you. Adam, I'm scared that there's a blueprint that was put in place yesterday that people are going to look at. I don't think Seattle came out of 12 personnel 85% of that game. I think they had an H-back out there quite a bit, Fant, Disley, and whatever the other clown's name was. But those guys were on the field. I want to go back and look at it, but I would say over 80% of the time. So I was not a big Jalen Carter guy. I did like the draft. But after yesterday's game and seeing zero disruption from, between the tackles, I really realized, wow, that is so super important. I know last week we moved Hutch down inside a little bit. That helped. They were a little creative. I didn't see that yesterday. They clearly were motioning and putting additional help on the outside. I'm not going to prop up those two backup tackles because they were not alone the entire game.
Look, they had a good scheme. You're right, Darren, and there was no pass rush. They were they lost Josh Pascal last Thursday to an injury in practice. They lose James Houston during the game, and that means they lose some position flexibility up front. So I hear you. These are subtle but starting to add up injuries, but that's the NFL. Be clear. You have to have depth. If you're going to be a great team, you have to have depth. We've talked about their depth, but the other thing we talked about, Darren, and he's right on a lot of things there, is there's Aiden Hutchinson, who feels like a strong commodity, and then there's a bunch of guys that we talk about their upside that have to go out and do it. Kaminsky, Pascal, who got hurt, Houston, who got hurt, Aleem McNeil, going to be a different year for Aleem McNeil, blah, blah, blah. Can Charles Harris follow up a previous good year? Can Romeo Okwara return to some sort of form? There's a lot of question marks up front defensively. Yesterday did not help alleviate those concerns.
No, it didn't. And I think something else that you talk about, people are going to have to step up. Absolutely going to have to step up. I think the rookies in particular. This is 2 weeks in a row now that Jahmyr Gibbs has had a giant play at his feet and he bungled it up, whether it was the first week where he tripped over himself getting down on the outside, which would have been a big gain, right, or it was yesterday when, a nice pass over the middle and it just goes through his hands, and it could have been a monster gain. But he's going to have to get better in a hurry with the injury to David Montgomery now. And Jack Campbell, I don't know do you have the snap count somewhere? Because
you know what, the NFL used to put it on their game book, and they don't anymore, and I'm disappointed by that. I think it's going to be a minute here before we get a final snap count. He didn't seem like he was on the field.
It didn't seem like he was on the
lot.
field a whole lot, and that's the other one that I think we all need to see grow up in a hurry and start to pay dividends. And yeah, I mean, look, that Jalen Carter call is going to be here all season long.
Yep.
Until we see better returns from Jahmyr Gibbs, but you all see that the potential's there.
Yeah, I mean, if he makes that catch and takes it to the house, which he might have gone 85 yards or whatever it would have been, that was a costly drop.
Yeah, I mean, my letdown is there's so many areas of letdown in that game, and in the end, you let down because they lost it. I mean, you guys mentioned, the Gibbs catch. Did you have PTSD because remember DeAndre Swift's first game? And he had a chance to win the game with a touchdown catch in the end zone.
End zone to the left.
When Gibbs dropped that pass, I was like, oh my God. No. Because Swift was built as a running back who could catch the ball.
In the backfield.
What is Gibbs built as?
He's like a receiver. He can run routes.
When he
can
dropped
catch the ball.
that ball, which potentially goes to the house, or if not, at least a huge gain, I'm like, oh my God, no. This is what I'm talking about. I don't want to be that guy, okay? Just talk me off the ledge, guys. I'm not there yet, but I feel like there's a lot of things coming back that I don't want to experience again. And in the end, if they would have won the game, I'm like, okay, we won the game. We did what we had to do. Wasn't pretty. Move on. But the turnovers, the not getting to the quarterback on 2 backup tackles, everything was, I just don't want to go back to the old Lions. This is a brand new Lions, right? We're fine. This one game. We're just 1-1.
You're already going back, Kang. I
don't
gotta be
want
honest.
to.
I know, but I think you need to I think you need to toughen up, my man.
You can take this for what it's worth. I found some snap counts.
Yeah.
From footballguys.com. Do this for
thank
every
you,
team.
football guys.
Yeah, I'll just take it for
This
what
is
it's
not
worth.
football dudes.
Well, right.
Okay.
Week 1, Jack Campbell had 25 snaps.
Yep.
Derek Barnes had 27. Malcolm Rodriguez had 14. Week 2, Jack Campbell had 23 snaps. Rodriguez had 16. He increased. Derek Barnes increased to 39. So Campbell decreased. The other two guys went up. And Anzalone went up as well. He went from 61 to 65, but that's just the nature of how many snaps there were on the field. So, yeah, it's Jack Campbell. Is it they don't trust him just yet in those situations, or they're bringing him along a little slower? Is it because he's a rookie and he's, they have guys that can step in there and he can learn from the sideline as well? I mean, I'm open to it all.
Right.
But I'm expecting Jack Campbell to take over real soon, and it's not happened yet.
248-539-9797. Let's get to our champ and chump. We'll do it quickly and then get back to your phone calls. My champ of the weekend is Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback from Colorado, and specifically for that drive, down 8 points with less than 2 minutes to go. And he does this, completes 5 of 6 passes on one drive for 106 yards. Yes, 106 yards because of penalties. Backed him up. He literally went over 100 yards on one drive. No timeouts used, right down the field. They were on their 2-yard line. Not only did they get the touchdown, he then completes a 2-point conversion, and Colorado snatches victory from the jaws of defeat. Shedeur Sanders, my champ of the weekend.
Did you watch the whole game?
I didn't get a chance to. When I got home, I watched a good portion of it.
So, okay, did you see the end of the game?
Yes.
Okay, so you stayed up to watch that. I was damn impressed with Shedeur Sanders. His toughness is unbelievable. He got smoked by that guy in overtime on an illegal hit and got up and just delivered because that's what he does. I love Shedeur Sanders. He's amazing. My champ is going to be the other quarterback who was amazing, Michael Penix. Washington's quarterback could have thrown for nearly 1,000 yards if he wanted to. Michigan State was so bad and Penix was so good. 27 out of 35 for 472 yards and 4 touchdowns. Most of that was in the first half. He had nearly 400 yards passing in the first half. The Huskies are 3-0. They look like national championship contenders. That's a good football team in Washington, and they just beat a bad football team in Michigan State. I don't know Spartan, we'll talk about that later in the week. They got other things that they got to figure out real quick. But Washington, that's a good team. That's a really good team. They showed it on both sides of the football.
My chump is the TV networks that didn't sign up the Pac-12. They blew a wonderful
what a season
opportunity. The Pac-12 looks good, entertaining. They've got personalities. They've got great players. and I still can't believe it's falling apart. It's criminal.
There's so much intrigue with the teams that are being left out too, right? Like Oregon State and Washington State.
I think Oregon State's going to win the Pac-12.
Oregon State's good.
Quiet.
Washington State's got talent. And then you got, of course, Washington and Oregon and USC and UCLA. It's just, and Colorado's in the mix to kind of trip some things up. It's a fascinating season for the Pac-12. My chump is Michigan State defensive coordinator Scotty Hazelton. Look, there's no tackling in that game. There was no pass rush. There's no coverage. There was no chance. I'm very much looking forward to a new regime coming in at Michigan State. He's not the only coach. They're going to blow everybody out, see who they bring in. But the problems they have on both sides of the football have not changed. And it's really disappointing.
Get your champ and chum votes in, 248-539-9797. Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better, with the no-fee loan, you stay locked into the no-fee program, ensuring you don't pay fees to Hall when it's time to refi. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. Back to the people, 248-539-9797. Dean is on 97 the ticket. Hi, Dean.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Good morning.
Hey.
I wanted to comment on, raise the issue as whether we should start questioning Aaron Glenn as the coordinator. Then I also wanted to comment on the SOL. With regard to Glenn, with all the increased talent, they seem to be playing worse than they did at the end of last year. I mean, they essentially have 0 sacks, and they're still having coverage issues. So to me, that suggests scheme.
Well, hold on here, Dean. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Are they playing worse than they did last year? Because last year, Seattle scored how many against them?
48.
And this year they scored 31 through regulation. Now, that's
not
great. That's not great.
End of the year.
And additionally,
the end of the year.
we are 1 week removed from holding Patrick Mahomes to 20 points. Now, given if something like this continues, I'm with you. But I after week 1, I wasn't thinking lock the guy up to a contract extension. And after week 2, I mean, I guess all you're saying is you might be questioning him. But yeah, 1 week removed from here holding Patrick Mahomes to 20 points.
Well, I was just comparing their streak at the end of the year. They really improved their defense, and they don't seem to be playing as well.
But they did in week 1. I was going to say, they carried the same thing into week 1. The second half of the season, they gave up 20 points a game. They gave up 20 points a game in the first game of the season. So it was like the same thing. Now, yesterday's game takes away a lot of that. And yesterday's game is so disappointing on a bunch of different levels because I think, number one, you go into it and you hear, Seattle's without their starting 2 offensive tackles. So they have to go to the bench, they have to go to the practice squad and find guys who can play offensive line. Okay, time to eat, and the Lions didn't.
No, it is disappointing. Don't get me wrong. I guess I'm not seeing a Aaron Glenn issue just yet. They did give up 37 in Week 16 last year to Carolina.
Okay. Well, on the SOL, for me, that means, to a certain extent, it means fumbles and stupid penalties and really beating yourself. And essentially, I saw some of that yesterday. And to a certain extent, I mean, when you got Kenny Rogers as your coach, too, gambling like that, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. So I think that comes back to bite you sometimes, too. So if you look at it from dumb things beating yourself, that, to me, is the SOL, and then letting us down, like you guys say, letting us down when our hopes are up to sky high.
Kenny Rogers gambler, it's going to be a topic as long as Dan Campbell's here, and typically it's sports radio gold when a coach takes chances and they pay dividends or they fail. The 4th down inside his own territory with a lead, I literally was screaming, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And then at the end, with time on the clock, seeing that, I mean, essentially at the end of that game, the clock didn't get them. The downs got them. They didn't run out of time.
No, they had plenty of time.
When it was all said and done, but the overall lack of sense of urgency seemed to be playing for the field goal more than playing for the touchdown. I couldn't believe they got in 3 plays and there was 26 seconds left and they still had all their timeouts. Now, again, the down box got them. Wasn't the clock, but it still just seemed like a very, you know what it was? With a coach that showed 58 minutes and 58 minutes and 20 seconds of aggression suddenly felt like it went passive. It seemed out of character. I said he didn't want to give him the ball back, but I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't like I mentioned earlier, that 3rd down play. Just didn't like it because it looked like it was, all right, guys, worst case scenario, we're going to find something just to get us into the best field goal position we can. And, Riley likes it on the right hash. Let's make sure we're there. I mean,
I thought it was just a case of Goff taking the check down and hoping his guy could run for the 1st down. But
I didn't like it. Now, the previous caller mentioned, dumb penalties. Mm-hmm. There weren't too many of those, but there was one that was dumb, and it happened on the first drive of the game for Seattle, and it was C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting the unnecessary roughness and getting a little extracurricular, throwing him down at the end of that play. It was a 5-yard loss. They just made a tackle for 5-yard loss. It was 1st and goal from the 5. Now it's going to be 2nd and goal from the 10. And instead, you just go right back to 1st and goal, and a couple plays later they scored.
Yep.
Can't have that. You can't have that. And I know that it's the first drive of the game, and he's the guy that's trying to get everybody going.
Electric.
It was nuts. I've got notes to show it.
Congratulations.
It was so disappointing all around, dude. I mean, I got there at I wanted to get there earlier because I knew that it was going to be kind of trouble with the shuttle buses getting in from where we park.
Yeah.
It was $80 to park for the lots nearby. That people jacked the prices up on those parking lots. $80 right around the stadium was one thing to know.
Were they empty? Because I wouldn't do it.
No, they weren't empty, Doug. The downtown was packed with people.
I know, but I even if I wanted to be there, I'm like, I'm not paying $80 a park. I mean, given. I like parking far away because after the game, when you walk back to your car, you get in and you drive away because you walk past the traffic.
Well, there are areas you want to avoid for sure. Oh. The other thing, notice that people were there. People were downtown well before 11 o'clock. The parking structure that I park in, I drove into the structure before 11:45 and had to go all the way to the top. It was packed already. Normally I can get there the game 12:15, 12:30, and I'll still get a decent spot in there. This was not to be had. Everybody there in their seats before kickoff. It was loud as hell at Ford Field yesterday. And disappointed.
That's why it's so deflating.
It was deflating.
Because we were so blown up with hope and hype, right? That when you lose, air guts out of a balloon. I just played the cut from Jared Goff saying that was really, 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 really a home field advantage. And then Jerry Jacobs said after the game he apologized and he wants the fans to bear with him and that he appreciates the support and we're not gonna let you down. But it's hard to bring it back the same after this loss. So is that $80 parking lot going to be $80 against the Falcons? Is this going to be standing room only against the Falcons? Are they going to open up the gates early against the Falcons? It's hard.
It's a lot harder. Yeah. And I hope the fans, I mean, you should tell the Wetzel comment. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, covers everything in the country, but he lives here locally. And he was at the game.
Yeah.
And you said?
Because I'm like, hey, man, strange to see you here. And he's like, well, look. Lions national story now. They're a national story again. He goes, I'm hoping to write something about this being the best home field advantage in the National Football League. And it was loud as hell. And Dan was sitting on one side of me and I had Stoney on the other side. And unfortunately, they didn't come away with the win. So that'll dictate what you're going to write about eventually. Yep. But it was absolutely deflating. Pin in a bubble.
248-539-9797. We go to Danny next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Danny.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing good.
So my thing is this. I want to talk to all the people that want to jump off the ledge off this thing. So my thing is, yeah, they lost. They've always had trouble with Seattle. You can see obviously some problems with playing soft coverage, things like that. But they will win this division. This division, there is nobody in this division from Minnesota, Chicago, or Green Bay that I am frightened of. They will win enough games to win this division. Now, it may not be 11 wins or 12 wins or whatever, but I think they're gonna win at least 9 games, which will win this division. This division is awful.
Well, you go back to what is a reasonable expectation. And right. I mean, the Vegas over-under, the last one I saw before the season had the Lions at 9. Okay, yeah. So Vegas expected them to be 9-8. At one point, it was 9.5, and apparently it went down to 9 right before the season.
Right.
So 9-8 means the expectation is that you're going to lose some games like this. Now, even if it's 10-7, you're going to lose some games like this. And I'm glad you called in, Danny, because the far-reaching overall feeling about this season for me, the 30,000-foot view, the timeline of the whole year hasn't changed at all. Because of this loss for me. It hasn't.
No. Can I throw my champ and chump in there real quick?
Yeah.
So my champ is obviously the Lions fans. They went in there.
Yeah.
They rocked it out. They were screaming, yelling the whole time. I mean, they never stopped. I mean, they were loud. They were supportive. And I do believe that they'll be back again next week because this fan base is so passionate that they're going to be there. My chump is the guy that smoked Jared Goff, and then stood there with the crybaby eyes, looking up, and like you could see Bobby Wagner was like looking at him like as he was looking at the replay, like, what are you doing?
It was unbelievable. Like I don't know that there's some just standard rule that you can eject somebody for doing that.
Right.
And I don't believe he was fooled. I can't believe he was fooled that much.
No way.
But yes, good call. Thank you. 248-539-9797. I'm glad he called. Are you back? Like, do you still think they win the division?
Yeah. I don't say. I'm disappointed with the loss because it's a game I thought they'd win and win handily, but that's my own ego that's handling that. What's concerning for me now are injuries.
Kang, did you think they'd win? Do you still think they win the division?
I do, but I don't want them to win the division like, the NFC South. Someone's going to win that division, okay? I don't want the Lions to be the best of the dirtiest,
I don't want
the cleanest of the dirty laundry.
9-8 is not.
No, I want them to command this division, respect. There's no question. Yeah, that's how I want them to win the division.
It would sure feel that way if they were 2-0 today, given everything else that happened in the division. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So I mean, maybe they got to get one first down, or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows? Mm-hmm. But they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin
very, very lame effort.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. We'll hear from head coach Dan Campbell later this afternoon as coach had a chance to sleep on that home opening loss to the Seahawks. Also, hopefully, we'll get some injury updates. The NFL Network says that James Houston's news is not good. A fractured ankle that will keep him off the field for 6 to 8 weeks. Not optimal for a team whose pass rush has only produced 1 sack in 2 games. Now, yesterday after the game, coach said that he does need to make sure that Detroit regroups and keeps their focus after a very frustrating setback. Yeah, elsewhere in the league, 2 Monday night games will wrap up week 2. The Browns are favored in Pittsburgh for the first time in over 2 decades. Also, the Saints and Panthers will play in Carolina. Coverage of that game is on the Bet 1270 at 6:45. Another big spread for Michigan football as they get ready for their first Big Ten opponent. Wise guys have them as 3.5 touchdown favorites over Rutgers. Meanwhile, MSU will be a home underdog for the second straight week as 6.5-point dogs versus Maryland. And Tigers baseball will be late night baseball. First pitch after 10 p.m. as they shift to LA against the Dodgers. Dan Dickerson will have the call right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so we haven't had a chance to really get to, at the beginning of the show, I said there are really 1.5 things that concern me, and there's a reason why it's a half. But the first one, you when you ran down your concerns,
I just gave my top 2, but yeah.
Yes, but your top one being where the hell is the pass rush? Those are backup emergency tackles in there, and there was not a lot of production for the pass rush. That was disappointing for sure. The other one is this offense's success and failure is predicated on having an elite offensive line. And Taylor Decker didn't play in that game. And when Hal Vaitai got hurt, the next 7 snaps, Seattle got their first 2 sacks of the game. And I think it was the 3rd snap after Vaitai got hurt is where Goff got pressured, kind of hit as he was throwing, threw too early to Gibbs that went for the pick 6. And look, I mean, Goff took blame for it after the game and said he threw, it wasn't Gibbs' fault. He didn't run the wrong route or anything like that. But in the immediate wake of Vaitai's injury and being without 2 of their starters on the offensive line, they had the most pressure that Goff saw
last
all
night,
day. And
Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities.
I think Goff will destroy.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers
when given
before
time.
the game.
He did.
And
he did
it up with Justin
when
Timberlake.
given time. And they put together that last drive under those circumstances. But at the end of the day, that last touchdown drive, at the end of the day, that offensive line has to be intact for this team to have a chance. And I didn't see any reports on Vaitai, how long he's going to be out. I look forward to that today. What Decker's status is. So that might not be a problem as it stands right now. But if they're not going to protect him, then they could be looking at an issue in the trenches on both sides of the ball.
At the end of the season last year, there were stories written about how few air yards that Jared Goff was. He just wasn't throwing the ball downfield. Right. He had like a handful of completions that were passes thrown beyond 25 yards or something like that. In yesterday's game alone, I mean, they had a bunch of those. St. Brown had a long of 39. I think that was at the end of the first half when he dropped a perfect pass in there.
That play almost scored.
Yeah. Josh Reynolds had a nice gain of 22. Khalif Raymond had one for 36. And, Laporta had a big one as well. They are throwing, it looks like through 2 games, they've thrown a lot more passes downfield. Now, maybe not be enough for some people that they want to see. It's not like they have Tyreek Hill out there and just hang it up in the air and see what happens. But it looks like there's an effort in the game plan that the ball goes downfield a little bit further than what it was last year, which is great. The offense wasn't the problem in yesterday's game.
No.
The problem was they could not stop a Seattle team that was rendered impotent against the Rams in week 1. That's why I think that maybe what they have is a Seattle problem, a Pete Carroll problem, that Pete Carroll just knows how to get to the Lions. I that's what I'm leaning towards right now. I think this is a good football team. I'm concerned that there was no pass rush. Now I'm even more concerned because Pascal's out and Houston's out. I want to see the rookies get more play here, specifically Jack Campbell. And Jahmyr Gibbs is going to have to step up now that we've got this injury to Montgomery. But injuries are a concern now.
I know you guys aren't particularly worried right now about Aaron Glenn, but the ticket techs have kind of jumped on Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
They're a little concerned. Maybe it is a Seattle problem, like you say, Gator, or maybe it's something deeper here. I mean, the caller did mention, is this a blueprint for other teams? If they see what Seattle's doing, why are they so successful, even with down 2 tackles, right? Things like that. So I don't know if there's a glaring hole that Aaron Glenn needs to address, or maybe he needs to pick one linebacker out of the young guys and stop rotating so much. Like maybe Malcolm Rodriguez just needs to not play as much. And then no offense to him, but maybe you just, hey, maybe it's between you rotate 3 guys instead of 4. Because when you're rotating that many guys, it's hard for the other 3 to get into a rhythm.
And I want to be fair to Derek Barnes. He is an improved player, and you can see it. Like he's for running plays, he is shooting gaps and finding ways to make that hit right at the line of scrimmage or even behind the line of scrimmage. I like what I've seen from him against the run. But against the pass, it's still a problem with the Lions, with the linebackers being able to pick up a running back or a tight end. And it's kind of maddening at this point because we've seen it year in and year out. They have not been able to figure it out.
Let's go to Doug next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Doug.
How you guys doing? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, so I don't want to repeat everything that everybody said because, we all watched the game, so the negatives were there. I don't think it's same old Lions. If you take in all the things we did wrong yesterday and we were still able to hang in with a tough Seattle team, 31-31, at least in regulation, I think there's light still in the tunnel. My question, the reason I wanted to call in was I'm sure a lot of Lions fans are questioning Dan Campbell not going for the touchdown at the end. And I just wonder, I think he should have, but would everybody be jumping on the negative bandwagon had he gone for it and failed?
Oh, you mean actually go for it on 4th down?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's saying they should have gone for it on 4th down.
No, it's not about go for it on 4th down. It's about the way that they seem to be playing for the field goal more than the touchdown.
That there wasn't a whole lot of urgency with a minute 44. You only had to go 50 yards. That they were watching the play clock all the time, but almost like played it too safe on that last 3rd down play. Nobody's saying that they should have gone for it on 4th.
Maybe I just misunderstood that.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I wouldn't have been surprised had he had gone for it on 4th. You know what I mean? I think he's got a set of stones. I respect that. But anyhow, that was just my question. So thank you for the call, and I apologize if
it's okay. Doug, I appreciate it. I'm glad you called, and I'm glad we clarified because maybe we didn't, present it correctly. Yeah, they kicked the field goal on 4th down. Should have kicked the field goal on 4th down. But the entire drive felt like playing for a field goal. Once they got into field goal range, there was no real sense of urgency. And here's how it actually impacts you, is when the clock has less time on when there's very little, Seattle starts defending just to keep you out of the end zone. And if you had a minute to go and you're on their 20 whatever, they're still defending to try and keep you, because the field goal is implied, but when you're looking at one shot to the end zone and there's less time left, they're defending the end zone. They don't care if you're kicking a 17-yard field goal or a 37-yard field goal. They assume you're going to make it. So they're trying to just keep you out of the end zone. But if you got a minute plus to go, you still have options to go underneath and get chunks of yardage down where you're shot at the end zone. That 3rd down play you might be running is from the 8-yard line and not the 20-yard line.
I don't know if things just got too comfortable because after the first 2 plays, they picked up 23 yards on those first 2 plays. And now they're, okay, hey, we're in range. Let's make sure we don't get, the number one thing he didn't want to do, the one thing I think he wanted to accomplish was make sure they didn't give Seattle the ball back with time. Mm-hmm. They didn't want Seattle to have a chance to do something at the end. But they had 1st and 10 at the 27, and he's throwing. And he threw it to Gibbs for 4 yards. Then he gets 2nd and 6 and a 23, an incomplete pass. Stops the clock. Then you get 3rd and 6, and that looks like another check down. Finds Gibbs for 3 yards when you needed 6, and now you're settling for the field goal. That's the problem that people are looking at because those 3 plays, short middle, short right. 3 in a row, short passes instead of trying to take more shots a little bit further downfield, when you had timeouts that you could have used when Reynolds is catching everything thrown to him. You still got Amon St. Brown is catching everything. And Sam Laporta is becoming a weapon on this team, which is really fun to watch.
Yep.
They had all those guys out there, and yet they're settling for the short middle, short right.
I hated the entire minute 44 drive to end the game. I mean, the only thing that came out of it was the field goal to tie the game. I mean, they had 3 timeouts, and aggressive Dan Campbell became someone completely different, out of character. I couldn't believe
weird.
it. I've said this for a couple years now. When it finally hit me, I just agreed to this. I think being down 3 is a detriment. I think you'd rather be down 4 because you get aggressive and you go for it. I mean, he settled it, and he didn't want Seattle to get the ball back. Guess what? They won the coin toss. They got the ball back, and they won the game.
Yeah.
You never saw the ball again. Like, I don't know why. Clock was just running after that. Before those 3 plays you mentioned, it was just.
I was sitting there thinking, if I was a Seattle fan, I'd be relieved.
Yes. Like, why are they not calling timeout?
I didn't mind the timeout thing because, those first 2 plays, they pick up the 23 yards, right? So now they have 27 yards to go and 3 timeouts. They had plenty. The clock was not the issue at this point. But the play calling after that was like, what?
Well, to that point, but you don't want it to become an issue, and that's why you use a timeout, in my opinion. I just did not like the final drive.
It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Look, if you're in the need for a better night's sleep, I'm telling you what you got to do. You got to stop off at a True Sleep mattress store. They have different locations. They're in Troy, Warren, Shelby, and Lake Orion as well. They're the largest Nectar dealer in the state of Michigan. I went there a couple months ago looking to get an upgrade in my mattress because I really wanted to sleep well. I found the mattress I wanted. It was the Posh and Lavish. It's amazing. I've gotten great night's sleep for the last couple months since I've had this mattress, and they're going to give you every opportunity to try the mattresses they have there. They have dozens of mattresses in the store. You're going to find one that fits exactly what you need because it's more than just feeling comfortable. It's about the right fit. You got to have everything aligned so you get that great night's sleep. And I got a great night's sleep last night. I was not expecting it given how I was feeling last night, but it was great. True Sleep has reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses. Check them out for yourself, again, in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The 2 most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then
CJ Gardner-Johnson after the game. 248-539-9797. Dave is next here on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. Really enjoy your show. Really enjoy your insight. I have 3 comments I'd like to make and get your feedback on them, or 3 points I'd like to make and then a comment to make.
Well, make them quick.
Comment. I'm going to do it real quick.
Good.
Zone coverage. My question is, I don't remember the Lions playing that much zone coverage last year, and King made a statement, if the Lions would have won the game, I would have overlooked some of their shortcomings. I saw those shortcomings in the Kansas City game. There were guys wide open, and, we were fortunate they dropped passes. But I saw Cam Sutton getting burned in the Kansas City game, and I'm just wondering, are our coaches putting our players in the best position for what they do? Jerry Jacobs, Cam Sutton seem to be more in your face physical cornerbacks rather than playing zone coverage. Number 2, the pass rush. While it wasn't the reason we lost the game, the referees definitely impacted that pass rush. The last play of the game was not even the most egregious hold.
No.
Hutch was getting pulled back, bear hugged on plays, thrown down, and there's referees standing there and not doing a darn thing about it. Number 3, missed opportunities in the draft. 2 things the Lions I saw that I was at the game yesterday that really bothered me was the lack of a downfield threat and our interior pass rush. I know it's revisionist history, but my guy in that draft 2 years ago, and I love Brad Holmes, he smoked the draft, was George Pickens, and last year I would have taken Jalen Carter. And then the last comment I want to make is the Barry Sanders statue is the best statue I've ever seen.
It's a great statue. Yeah, it's great there. Let me get to the first thing you talked about with the zone coverage. Look, they held – Patrick Mahomes was 21 of 39 in that game. Okay? Barely better than 50% for 226 yards. Whatever defensive scheme they were using worked. And worked very well to hold Mahomes to 226 and like 55% passing. So, what happened yesterday? Different story. It looked like a whole different thing. But I wouldn't, look at the first week and point out, nitpick and say, well, here's the play Cam Sutton got burned against the Chiefs. They won the game, and Patrick Mahomes was not a factor. So, and as far as the draft is concerned, okay, you wanted George Pickens? We like George Pickens too. But they took Jameson Williams.
They were prepared for Jameson Williams to be the impact guy. They didn't know in this past draft they didn't know he was going to be suspended, but that was their guy.
Yeah.
And they evaluated him better, and we'll see if it turns out that he can fill that void.
And then they doubled up and with another receiver at the end of this draft, and Antoine Green, and he was taken out of the game for concussion protocol at some point yesterday. But it's another guy that maybe can, down the road be used as a deep threat. But as far as, the middle of that defense is concerned with getting a pass rush from a defensive tackle, you don't see many defensive tackles that are going to give you that element. But clearly Jordan Davis or Jalen Carter, those are 2 guys that might be exceptions, and they passed on both of those in each draft. So, I mean, it's there, and it's going to be something everybody's going to be looking at for years to come. I think maybe they were hoping they were going to get one in free agency, and it just got priced out, or it just didn't happen, or maybe try to trade for one, and it just wasn't able to happen.
The Barry statue looks great. My favorite football statue up until this point, and I'm going to have to go see the Barry statue with my own eyes rather than just pictures, was the Dick Butkus statue outside the Illinois football facility. That had been my favorite football statue. That one's pretty awesome. 248-539-9797. Mark is next. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
How you doing?
Not too bad. Question for you. Seattle left 6 points on the field with those 2 missed field goals.
Yep.
If that kid makes one of those field goals, does this game even go to overtime?
It may not, because the Lions would have a different sense of urgency on the last drive,
never know.
And maybe they're going for the touchdown
maybe
instead.
they score a touchdown there.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Mark, because it was something I wanted to mention too. I mean, the fact is, Seattle did miss 2 field goals, and it felt like that was something that gets glossed over because Seattle ends up winning the game, and people are upset. Hey, Hutchinson was held in this last play, and then people want to blame officials for this or that. And look, Seattle had their mistakes too that cost them in this game.
Yes, they did.
But they ended up winning it.
All right, well, thank you.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike next here on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, buddy. How are you guys?
Okay.
All right, Mike.
So I was at the game yesterday, and you guys kind of stole my thunder earlier, but a couple of points. Honestly, it's very defeating, and I'm not talking about the loss, whatever. In particular, it was the fact that it was the home opener. Everybody was so excited. Yep. Environment was electric. You guys were there. You saw it for yourselves, I'm assuming. But there was a buzz in the air. Everybody came ready to go. And it felt like our team just wasn't ready to go when they came in. Whether they overlooked the Seattle Seahawks because Geno Smith had 124 yards or whatever. It seems like we have an issue with running quarterbacks, to be honest with you. So there's a couple of points I wanted to make. Aiden Hutchinson, I mean, yeah, you want to talk about the refs and all the holding and the offensive lineman last week playing, with the snap counts. But what I wanted to point out is he's always overshooting his gaps. And they're playing. He's being a little too aggressive in the lane, and we're talking about lane containment and gap containment that Campbell always talks about. And he says, "Hey, stay in your lane. Make sure you allow the next guy to make the play." And it seems like Aiden is kind of putting on himself to kind of get home and get a sack.
He did. Dan Campbell did say afterwards. He said, with their pass rush, one of the problems he thought is that the guys he wanted them to more collapse the pocket and fall back more inside, and it didn't happen, but. Geno Smith is not a running quarterback. He's a mobile quarterback. And if I told you he only had 20 yards rushing in the game and 15 came on one play, I think you might be surprised.
Yeah, and I wasn't looking more for rushing yards, Gator. I'm talking more about, to your point, because
he was elusive in the pocket.
He's mobile. He's mobile.
That allows Geno, though, to step up, though, and buy more time for those wide receivers and the tight ends that you guys pointed out to be open. And bam, it goes from a third down to a first down now, and they're
It was the pass rush was very disappointing. I would agree with you there. 248-539-9797. We go to Trevor next on 97.1 to Ticket. Hi, Trevor.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Love your guys' show.
Thank you.
Love your guys' show. It's like talking to friends. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
I just want to say. No offense to anything, but it's the same old Lions. It is what it is, and I hate to say it. When I was a kid, I used to send in letters to Billy Sims. You stick them, you stick them on your hands, not to fumble. But it is what it is. This is a winnable game. This was the home opener. Tell me I'm wrong, guys. Come on.
Well, what did you think the team was going to be going into the year?
I thought they'd win 10.
Okay, what do you think they are now?
But I'm just saying.
You're frustrated because they lost. We get it.
But if you think they're the same old Lions, you still think they're going to win 10?
Yeah. I love the Benny Blades, the Chris Spielman.
That's fine. We know you had the love for the team in the past, but did they? Is a 10-win team get to the playoffs or win the division?
Probably.
All right.
I feel like
let's not say SOL then.
I feel like you're saying, I think they were going to somehow win 10 games without losing 7. They're going to lose games. Nobody thought they were going to go 17-0. To be the same old Lions, you have to let everyone down. And yes, yesterday was a disappointment. And I feel like everybody has a different a definition of what same old Lions means. For me, it's typically losing a game and rewriting the rule book while doing it.
I'm not getting it by – I think it's – I don't even want to address it because
to me
it's a season-long thing that you look at and it's a pattern and then you go, okay, here it is.
If you don't think their records – the 2 calls we've had that are really considering same old Lions, one insisting it, haven't moved off their preseason predictions.
Right, exactly.
And that's why we ask them, well, what do you think they're going to be?
And they're still double-digit win totals.
Yeah.
That being said, Jahmyr Gibbs needs to use more Stickum.
My man needs to write him a letter. 97.1 the Ticket.
on that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
that's about the holding call.
Gibson.
It sure didn't help.
The non-holding
and they blew it.
Yeah,
They missed
it sure
it.
didn't help that
Hutchinson.
Greg Olson came on after the game and said, well, that's a hold. And I'm like, in real time, I literally was thinking to myself, whatever happens here is going to come back because it seemed like a clear hold. But at the end of the day, they did a bunch of wrong stuff that they can look in the mirror and say, we shouldn't have been in that position to begin with.
They had a chance to win it in regulation.
Had a chance to win in regulation.
So
It
they
was a
didn't.
very passive approach to the end of regulation, which seemed odd to me, and I think a lot of people. But I mean, Dan Campbell is like gambling and super hyper aggressive for the first 58 minutes, and the last 2 minutes he got passive. I would rather have scored a touchdown, left them time, and be up 4.
Absolutely.
Than kick a field goal with no time left so they couldn't get the ball back. I mean, seriously.
It was so out of character for him.
It was very out of character.
And you have Jared Goff, who's wheeling, and who knows this offense better right now. I mean, it's not like you had a backup quarterback in where I could be like, all right, maybe Teddy Bridgewater isn't, really too aware of the 2-minute offense yet, things like that, not familiar with the players, things. You have Jared Goff there. And when given time, you've said multiple times today, he can carve you up.
He will carve you up.
Let the man drive down there and score the game-winning touchdown.
248. Sorry.
I was just going to say, there's another play we haven't even talked about that I think is pretty pivotal in this game, and that was the Lions were up 21-17. They're in the third quarter, getting towards the end of the third quarter, and they have a play. It's 4th and 2 from the 45-yard line, and they go for it. Mm-hmm. We briefly mentioned it. Pass goes, he tries to throw one deep to Josh Reynolds. It's incomplete. Looked like it was pass interference. Mm-hmm. Doesn't get flagged, and now it's Seattle's ball, and Seattle turns into a touchdown 9 plays later to take the lead. How different does the game look with the Lions up 21-17 if they convert that first down? If let's say they get the interference call. I mean, it's a spot foul. You're talking 1st and 10 from like the 20-yard line.
On TV, they said it was legs tangled up, and that's not a pass interference call. The one thing I always look at that 4th down call, it's 4th and 2, you're in your own territory with a 21-17 lead. If he had decided to punt, how many people would be calling today going, you go for it there?
A lot.
I don't think anybody would.
I think
anybody would.
Well, let me explain why I think that. I think a lot of people would because this is what they've become accustomed to with Dan Campbell, that he goes for it. And if you end up punting, they're like, why didn't you go for it? This is what you do.
I will tell you that territory?
It's at the 45-yard. Dude, they did a fake punt from their own 17-yard line a week ago. I mean, yeah.
That at least has the element of surprise. The 4th and 2, if you line up, I'm like, they're not snapping this. They're just trying to get him to jump off sides. And then they snapped it.
I'm just telling you, they did it, and I think people expect that of him.
I wouldn't have expected to get one call had he punted on that 4th and 2. Not one.
I don't know. I mean, you're asking. Nobody had really brought it up to this point. Anyway, I brought it up because there wasn't my notes, but it was another play, and I think once you bring it up, people would comment on it. I think people have become accustomed. This is what he does. He gambles. Now, should he have punted it? I think he should have. But I wasn't surprised that he went for it because that's what he does.
I was shocked, honestly. At that point, I'm like, man is he.
You and Stoney are in the same company.
Yeah, I kind of felt like.
King, were you shocked?
I don't feel like he's losing control, but I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
I was surprised, but I wasn't shocked.
I was shocked.
I was surprised.
In his own territory with a lead?
I'm more shocked that he didn't go for it at the end of the game.
Yeah, well, I'm shocked about that, too.
This is an opportunity. At the end of the third quarter, you have a chance. If you convert that, you bear. And it's not 4th and 10. I mean, it's 4th and 2.
The downside to trying to score a touchdown at the end of the game and take the lead is far less significant than the downside.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just talking about going to this play at the end of the third quarter.
Were you at least surprised, Gator?
Not really.
Wow, you're not even surprised?
Because this. Why should I be surprised? This is 3 years of watching Dan Campbell operate. He goes for it.
Well, then you should be even more floored that he went for 3 at the end of the game.
What have I said about that? I mean, how many times do I have to say I was disappointed at the end with that last drive at the end of the game? I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying going for it on 4th and 2 at midfield is not surprising. That's what he does. What is surprising, yes, is that You have a chance to score in that last drive in regulation, and the last 3 plays you run are short passes, seemingly just to run out the clock so you can kick the field goal.
I will tell you that I thought 4th and 2 on your own 45 with a lead, getting late in the game, I thought that was even a bridge too far for Dan Campbell, but apparently it wasn't. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Thomas next here on 97.1. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay. All right, Thomas.
Yeah, I can go with a bunch of stuff that's in the game, but my concerning thing is, I put it like this. I want to see how the next few games go going into October. So then that way we can see if we need to make a trade. Because from what I see right now, between different teams, you're going to be able to get a pass rush, or we're going to have the same thing yesterday. And Aiden Hutchinson needs some help on that other side, or a nice run stuffer in the middle. You need somebody to get to the quarterback. There's no way in the world, Geno, and Geno, like I said, Geno's not a mobile quarterback. He can move around. But it was times where I seen like, man, you just had him. And that back end can hold up. But I need to see a better pass rush. The offense, I really wasn't mad. I mean, once they start using Laporta in the fourth quarter, he's going to be a weapon. Mm-hmm. And one other thing, they really do need to I like Jahmyr Gibbs, but he got to start hitting that hole. He got to go north and south because David Montgomery, when he was in there, he was a bruiser yesterday.
Yeah, those plays were I noticed that too, that Montgomery's plays looked like they were designed to go between the tackles, and Gibbs's plays were not. And maybe that's just because he went outside instead of cutting it in. I'm not sure, but that was a difference. And to your point about picking up the phone and maybe they need to make a move, there's a guy that's out there that maybe isn't available, but might be if you make a pitch. Might be worth making a pitch.
Yeah, I mean, if they get in the playoff chase, I would say do it. It's going to be worth it. But you need another pass rusher or inside stuff.
Well, I would pick up.
Who's the guy?
I would pick up the phone, and I would at least try to call and talk to J.J. Watt.
Try and talk him out of retirement?
Yep. Everybody thinks that he's considering it to go to Pittsburgh and play with his brothers because, he's still in great shape. It would make a lot of sense for him to play a season with his brothers if he wanted to.
Did he retire with time on his contract? Would you have to trade for him?
I don't think you'd have to trade for him, but I'm not sure of that. If you don't,
interesting.
Would you want to come to a team that we all think is a contending team?
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, pick up the phone. I mean, you may get laughed out off and say, "No, dude, I'm retired. I'm good, thanks." But it's worth picking up the phone, isn't it?
248-539-9797. I could see that. I mean, look, do you know how many QB hits the Lions had yesterday?
One.
Against emergency backup practice squad. I'm quitting my job at Arby's tackles. I mean, how can you only have one QB hit, one sack? 248-539-9797. We go to William next here on 97.1. Hi, William.
Hello. I agree with you guys wholeheartedly on the decision-making or lack thereof of aggressiveness at the end of the game. I do think there's another factor, and I'm not saying I agree with it, that crept into Dan Campbell's mind, and that was, I think Gator did a great job laying out those final play calls, those really short across-the-middle passes. Why? He did not want to put our kicker in a position of having to make a long-legged kick, and that's the danger of not having a big-leg dependable kicker. Look at the 49ers went out and grabbed Jake Booty, and I know he had some issues in preseason. He had a quad injury, but he's been perfect so far for the 49ers. He had made 3 kicks.
Yeah, but would you have used a third round pick?
No, I wouldn't have. I'm not saying that, Gator. But what I'm saying is we've been playing this kicker game now for how many years? And this team has a lot of the pieces, okay? I do think this is something that needed to be addressed. Like, if we're going to be making end-game decisions because we don't want to put Riley Patterson in an uncomfortable position, that's a problem. And I do think that went into the decision-making on the play calling. They got really conservative. Why? Why? Some people said they don't trust Jared Goff. That's nonsense. He absolutely trusts Jared Goff. I don't believe that. Some people say they didn't want to give the ball back to Seattle. Maybe. But you got, as Kane said, you lost the coin flip, they got the ball anyways. I think he did not want to put Patterson out there in a dangerous situation.
Well,
at worst,
the situation was a 41-yard field goal attempt. At worst, and Riley Patterson has proven that he's pretty accurate between 40
He's
and 49
accurate. He just
yards.
doesn't have distance. There was he had to go for it. They went for it earlier in the game when it would have been a 49-yard field goal attempt, I believe. That might have been motivated by that. But Dan Campbell, and I think if my man's right, Dan Campbell needs to go to Brad Holmes and say, look, just so you know, I am making decisions based on lack of faith in this kicker hitting certain kicks. And Dan Campbell knows if that impacted their strategy at the end of regulation or impacted with them going for it. And I actually think they got it when they went for it earlier in the game. But
I guess I'm looking at it when you have second
they
and
missed that one. My bad. They missed that one.
2nd and 6 from the 23-yard line. It's a 40-yard field goal attempt, 41-yard field goal attempt. At that point, you feel pretty confident your kicker's going to get that. But then you go ahead and you throw a short pass attempt that goes incomplete.
But
the next one's another shorty that goes for 3 yards.
The short pass attempt might be, we cannot afford a sack here. The ball has to get out quickly. And that might be impacted because if you take a sack, now you're pushing Patterson's range. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The NFL season's here. Now's the time to get incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers bet $5 get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug. Kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends on the 18th. That's today. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew, cancel anytime.
Now, look, they would have only been, chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway, because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately, if I'm not.
Somewhere in there. So I mean, maybe they got to get one first down, or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows? Mm-hmm. But they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. Mm-hmm. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep. Jared Goff following a loss yesterday. Get a question for you.
Yep.
Maybe you too, Kang. You think I'll ever see a gift card to Andy Amos?
I don't think so. I was thinking about it all weekend long too, or all night long for you. I was excited for you.
Were you?
Yeah. Even though it's kind of wasted on you because they have a great steak at Andy Amos.
I could if the guy brings, depending on if he does follow through on his bet. If he brings a gift card and it's enough, maybe I'll take you.
Oh,
and you can get the steak.
What did he give you, 20.5 points?
Yeah, he did.
He gave me the Lions plus 20.5.
Yeah. No, I don't think you're ever going to see that, Doug.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. It's one of those things where he's thinking about it today going, I knew they'd lose. I knew they'd lose.
I'm right.
And then conveniently forget that he was so
He thought they were going to get blown out, and I said, okay, you're that convinced? Yes. Can I have the Lions plus 20.5? And he said, sure.
Because he said they win by 21.
And I was going to say a 6-pack of beer, and he said, dinner at Andy Amos. And I'm like,
all right.
Really? All right.
Fair enough. Get some mashed potatoes.
That was kind of vintage Karsh Casino, wasn't it? Did you?
That was vintage. That was absolutely vintage Karsh Casino.
I was pretty proud of executing that one well.
Look, my ego took a hit. All right, I thought they'd smoke him. I thought there wasn't going to be close. Let's roll.
Yeah, you should be taking me.
Oh, that's true. I guess I should.
I would share it with you, Kay.
I would share it too then.
Thanks. I mean, 41. I thought 41-24. I'm driving in. I'm listening to TJ talk on the pregame show with Costa and Rico, and he's like, "Oh, this is like the lock of the year." He literally said, "This is the easiest game on a schedule to pick." I got the Lions winning big, and then they asked him how many touchdowns, and TJ goes 10, and then Costa starts laughing. He goes 10 touchdowns. He goes, no, I mean 10 points. I mean 10 points. But I think we were all really supremely confident that this was going to happen. But it didn't. It didn't happen. It's not the end of the season. It's week 2. They started off 1-1. I think most people, when they start looking at the season, the schedule beforehand, probably went loss, win. Well, instead we went win, loss. Sunday kind of has that must-win feel to it against Atlanta. And then the following, because then it's a short week because they play Thursday night against Green Bay.
If they lose Sunday, the next week is going to make today seem like a walk in the park.
Yep.
Because there's going to be total. There's going to be total panic.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
Right. It's going to be total panic.
It's going to be bad, man. They can't lose.
248-539-9797. Who's next here? Dave is next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Dave?
How you guys doing, man?
What's up?
Just wanted to say, well, first of all, Doug's 100% correct. If the Lions punt there on 4th and 2, nobody's going to be calling in mad that they didn't go for it there. It'd be if they give up the lead somehow, it'd be more of an indictment on Aaron Glenn and the defense for surrendering the lead with the length of the field than it would be for him not going for it on 4th and 2. But I wanted to talk about the last drive. I just don't understand the thought process on why they felt they had the luxury to burn clock and when losing the game. Like, you got to go get the lead first. Now, if you get a big play and you pop a big one and you're inside the 10-yard line or something like that with 1:20, then maybe you're saying to yourself, hey, we might be scoring too quick. But that wasn't the case. Yep. They were in mid field goal range the entire time and settled for that. And I just don't understand the thought process.
Here's how, too, and I didn't do a great job articulating this. I'm going to try again. If you are using your timeouts and getting out of bounds and you're on the 20-something yard line, you still have the luxury, if you've used the timeouts and you're not letting the clock drain, of getting first downs, of throwing just past the first down marker so you don't run into a 4th down situation. But if you have 20-something seconds left, if you have 20-something seconds,
urgency to do that.
Gotcha. And if you have 20-something seconds left, Seattle's defending the end zone because you can't getting a first down. You're going to run out of time, so they're not worried about giving up a first down there.
I get it. And his explanation afterwards was he didn't want to leave Seattle with any time left on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. Nobody wants to see what could happen in that scenario, but you need to get to that scenario. You need to still score.
Yeah.
And it was 39 seconds between the first play and the second play.
I'm trying to figure out, there's the downside of running to the line of scrimmage and going no huddle with a veteran quarterback. There's not enough downside to not justify why they didn't do it. And he's right. The caller's exactly right. Once you get inside the 10, you can say, all right.
They had back-to-back first down plays. I'm with you, and I'm with everybody else. I fully expected them to be in, all right, now we've got less than a minute to go. We've got all 3 of our timeouts left. Let's get in the freaking end zone. Let's get this done, and then it was short middle, short right.
That's why I'd rather be down 4, man.
Yeah,
down 3 is just.
I think all of Detroit is saying the same thing.
I disagree with you. I wouldn't rather be down 4, but I certainly would have approached it differently. You're saying that because you see too many coaches do what Dan Campbell did.
Yes, they're just playing for the tie. You're playing for overtime.
It's always better to be down 3 than down 4.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant to say you would rather be up 4. Defending the field with 30 seconds left or whatever.
No, he'd rather be down.
I know
that
situation. I understand.
Because he wants to. Because he doesn't think that anybody has enough sense of urgency. So down 4 would increase the sense of urgency.
Because they're still protecting the end zone, the defense.
Anybody feel confident when Seattle won the coin toss?
Nope.
Anybody?
Paul is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Paul.
So, this is 100% same old Lions. The mistakes, the fumbles, the pick six. I mean, not getting any pressure on the quarterback. Yeah, hopes were high when you beat Kansas City last week. But then you come right back home in front of a crowd that was the loudest it's ever been. And they didn't feed off that. They didn't deliver. And the hype, to me, is gone. And I'll make a bold prediction right now. The Lions are going to win maybe 8 games. They're going to lose next week. They're going to lose to Green Bay. And you can put it down. And my bold prediction is that the Detroit Tigers will win a division title, the Central Division, and a playoff series before the Lions win the NFC North in a playoff game. You can put that in writing.
So you've got a lot here. I got a couple follow-up questions. Paul, do you remember back before the season started what you thought they would do this year?
Yeah, I thought they would win 9 games.
Okay, and you no longer believe that?
No, I think they'll win 7 or 8.
Okay, and you think they're going to lose the next 2?
I think so, yeah. I mean, Atlanta's red hot.
Yeah, you said put it in writing.
They came off. They came off. They have a lot of momentum right now. Bijan Robinson looks like the real deal. They have more weapons than Seattle does. Yeah, I agree with Dan Campbell there.
I agree with that. I don't.
And lands off to a start where they beat a rookie quarterback making his first start in Carolina. And then they just beat the Packers. They came back to beat the Packers. And, how good are the Packers? We don't know. So I don't know how good Atlanta is. But it's a big game on Sunday, that's for sure.
Sensing an opportunity here. Can I have the Lions on the money line the next 2 games? And if they win one of them, you and I make a bet. And if they win one of them, I win the bet?
Let's go money line.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How about Andy Amos?
Oh, boy.
Okay. I mean, I think they lose to Atlanta. They're going to lose to Atlanta.
I know you think that. Because you said put it in writing. And look, I'm not mad at people that are overwhelmed by same old Lions feelings. It's been an abusive relationship for years. But just to be clear here, when Chris delivers my Andy Amos gift card, I'm betting that double or nothing.
Sure,
with
I understand.
That caller.
Harsh Casino is in full effect.
It is, and I've got the Lions and the money line to win one of the next 2 games.
When you start talking money line and change things up from instead of going points, you're just going money line.
And
you're out of control.
All they got to do is win one of the next 2 games.
King, he's out of control.
They might be favored in both of them.
Yeah, can you stop betting with the listeners? Didn't we establish this?
Yeah,
like a while ago.
I think
when it took like 2 years to pay off something. Just
1-800. What's the phone number?
Yeah. I think you need to just relax.
He backed it up. Look, seriously, it has been an abusive relationship. People are scared Lucy is in the process of pulling the football away again.
The biggest reason anybody has any of those pangs of SOL is because the way you felt about the team going into the game and the way you feel about it coming out of the game. Going into the game, everybody's spirits are sky high. We're all thinking, this is it. We got a coronation all season long. What a team we've got here. And we built it. Everybody built it up. And we're partially guilty for that. We built it up. And when you put yourself that high up on a pedestal, the fall is massive.
Yep.
And that's what happened. They lost the game, and now everybody's going doom and gloom, and there's really no reason for that. You can feel miserable for a day or two, but get back at it, and let's see if they can take care of business on Sunday and turn those frowns upside down.
Well, you thought they were gonna win by a lot.
I thought they'd smoke them. I'm devastated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You should be more than us.
I'm
anybody
pissed.
else.
I'm pissed, but I also still believe in what I thought about this team. I have more concerns now than I did because
if you didn't think they were going undefeated, that means somewhere along the way they were going to lose a game, and losses shouldn't lead to panic.
You're right. It's very level-headed.
They are.
I'm not level-headed right now.
Okay. Carson Anderson, 97.1. full-on venting and stuff going on today here on the program. And look, I think there's a real quick trigger answer to this. Oh, same old Lions. And all I ask you is if you really believe that, has your expectation for the season changed? Because if your expectation for the season hasn't changed, I mean, the same old Lions, whatever you thought they would be. Now, maybe you thought they'd be 5-12. And if you thought they'd be 5-12, then, you're having your same old Lions moment. But we've had a few calls today. Only one of them has said they've changed their expectation for the season based upon that game, which I think is a bit of a gross and utter overreaction. Nobody thought they were going to go undefeated. Well, there might be one or two, random Martins out there that did, but you could find if you're trying to, think, is this really same old Lions? Then you start thinking about how they would let you down. And if you're not moving off your season prediction, chances are you really don't believe they're same old Lions. It's kind of the easy button of Lions analysis when they lose a game. We said last week there was a chance that we're going to lose this game. Now, by the time we got around to Friday, Gator, you got very bullish, and I'm not mad at you about it. It's okay. We all have our moments. But we acknowledged all week long, this isn't a punch button win. I like the matchup. Seattle was terrible in week 1, but up, down, and Seattle definitely came back and played better. There's two things that concern me long term. One is they couldn't generate a pass rush against emergency backup off the practice squad tackles.
Right.
And the other is when Hal Vaitai got hurt, and we don't know how long he's going to be out. We don't know how long Decker's going to be out. In the next 7 snaps, Goff got sacked for the first 2 times on the day and threw an interception under heavy duress. The interception turned out to be a huge, huge play. Goff put it on his own shoulders, but the truth is he was for the first time experiencing pressure. They can't afford that group up front to be taken apart by injuries. They just can't.
No, they can't. This is a team that, with Goff being protected and time to throw, they're devastatingly good offensively.
Very much so.
And they're able to move the football down the field through the air and on the ground. And yesterday, the offense was great until, as you mentioned, the injuries mounted up there and they had to switch things around. And they still scored 31 points. We don't like how the game ended. Thought that they could have had more urgency to try to get it in the end zone that final drive rather than it looked like they sort of settled for a field goal with the short passing game they had in the last 3 passes and the way they manipulated the clock. And then, of course, you don't win the coin toss, and it's a recipe for disaster. The big questions about yesterday, I know it feels like we always kind of trail and go eventually look at the offense because offense rules in the NFL, but it's the defensive problems. It's the lack of a pass rush. It was the inability to cover the tight end again. You had 3 tight ends working yesterday that had receptions for like 132 yards. And it's not like this is a who's who of tight ends with Seattle. I don't know if it's just Pete Carroll has our number or if this is something that's of bigger concern. We'll see what happens the next couple games. They got 2 games in a week and a half with Sunday against Atlanta and next Thursday night against the Packers, and that's going to kind of set another tone. But I'm really concerned now. My biggest concern is injuries. What's the situation with David Montgomery? Are they going to have to go out and bring in a free agent? Do you start thinking about Leonard Fournette or Kareem Hunt? Because other teams are dealing with injuries too, and they're going to have to start going out and then going to that free agent market as well. And those are 2 guys that have a track record of being pretty decent running backs, but they come with baggage. But at this point, do you care, right? You're trying to stay afloat. Do they need to go out and get a defensive end? Because Houston's out for weeks with a broken ankle. Yeah. Pascal's out for looks like it could be a while, they say. We don't know. These are problems that they have. And you add to that, guys get dinged up here and there. They're always going to get dinged up. Now Vaitai's hurt. We don't know how serious that is. Decker's going to come back. Hopefully he's ready to go 100% on Sunday. But it feels like that's going to be an injury we're going to have to monitor all season long, just like we're monitoring Ragnow's foot. I'm not in panic mode, but you start adding all those things together and you start to get a little twitchy.
Gator, that's the bigger story. Yeah. And just obviously losing the game is how many bodies they lost. We started the year with, how many defensive linemen can they keep? Now it's how many defensive linemen do you have left? And when St. Brown got hurt, weren't you kind of like, oh my God.
What is it? Please tell me it's a cramp. It's a cramp. Okay, it's just a cramp. Thank God.
How much panic went through you? Yeah.
Well, the same amount of panic went through when I saw Aiden Hutchinson lying on his back. I'm like, oh, please God, don't be. No, we can't lose. best offensive player and a best defensive player. Can't do that because then it's doom and gloom. But this is not the time to suffer injuries when you've got teams in a couple short because of the week that they have to prepare for Green Bay. Not the time. But we'll see what they end up doing personnel-wise if they have to. Hopefully guys will be coming back to practice. But Emmanuel Mosley, they really could use him.
Yeah.
They really could have used him. Yep. And unfortunately, what's keeping him out is not the recovering from the injury he had last year. Now it's a hamstring issue, which could keep him out even longer.
Well, at one point yesterday, they lost both starting safeties.
Yeah, I was like, you got to be
Joseph,
kidding me.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they both returned. But 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. People are venting more than champing and chumping people today. I have a feeling we're going to be tallying up those votes via ticket text. Let's go to Ryan next here on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, so I don't know if you guys remember, but last week I called in about how I was kind of worried about the Seattle's wide receiver core versus like our secondary. And honestly, watching the game, I was more worried about the secondary. It kind of seems like it's a pass rush issue for sure. And I'm not all like same old Lions yet, but on the plus side, the silver lining is every single team in the NFC North lost this week. So it doesn't really set us back that far.
No, missed opportunity, but you're right. It would feel a lot better being 2-0 and watching, carnage beneath the Lions in the standings. But yeah, the secondary is another group that we haven't seen the way they're constructed to be. I mean, Emmanuel Mosley's supposed to be the starter, and Jerry Jacobs, who had a rough day. I mean, he just had a rough day.
Right.
But it's a big ask. But even, there were a couple that 3rd and 10 were just before Seattle's maybe their last touchdown of regulation. They had a 3rd and 10, and Lockett didn't make much of a move, and Jerry Jacobs was like halfway into the end zone. Lockett just caught it for an easy conversion on 3rd and 10, and they scored shortly thereafter. And then, it was the next play. Lockett beat Jerry Jacobs on that drag route all the way across the end zone where Geno Smith threw a leather rainbow out there that just landed. It was a beautiful touch throw, but Jacobs was the man in coverage there too.
It was a nice throw and catch, and I thought he had pretty good coverage, but not good enough.
Nope. 248-539-9797. We go to Justin in Livonia. You're next. What's up, Justin?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Love the show.
Thank you.
I'm not in same old Lions. I can't say I predicted them to go 20-0. I mean, I'm very optimistic, but I didn't change my. I knew they were going to lose a game here and there. It's disappointing that it's early, but I just wanted to, in general, bigger picture. I wanted to see what you guys thought, but it seems like in Dan Campbell's tenure, all of his kind of signature wins and signature moments have kind of happened when we have no pressure and nothing to play for. And so I just think about last year. The first year he pretty much got a free pass. There was no expectations of him. Jared Goff got hurt, which is fine. And then last year, we started the year with expectations, and we went 1-6. We didn't start winning until, that win streak at the end, where there was pretty much enough. We had nothing to lose. And then even that Green Bay game, we had nothing to lose. Kansas City this year, we weren't the favorite. We had nothing to lose. Now there's expectations, and I feel like we could have a problem playing with expectations.
Well, I will tell you this, that will show up over time. I would say that it felt like there was more on the line than nothing in the Kansas City game to open the season, too. But you might be right. They weren't favored technically. And so how do they respond to being the hunted? I mean, maybe they're really good at being the hunter. It's worthy of considering moving forward. I'm not there yet.
No, but I would agree that I think there was more on the line against Kansas City because the expectations for the season started right there. And then you had the injury, you had the holdout for Chris Jones, and you had the injury to Travis Kelce, and everything ramped up like this is the golden opportunity. Take this game. You got to win this game. It's right there in front of you. So there was more on the line than you want to give it credit for.
See, your approach, guys, is like, hey, it's just one game. They're 1-1. They weren't going undefeated. That's very level-headed. That's what you do, right?
16-1 is still on the table, King.
Yeah, exactly. Of course. 16-1 is still a good record, right?
Yeah.
I think
last I checked.
Host a playoff game, probably. But that's the way you have to think in, I think, normal NFL cities. I don't think we're a normal NFL city. That's the problem.
Well, let's start acting like one, damn it. I mean, come on.
But we haven't done anything yet, ever.
Yes, but let's act like we belong. I want to act like we belong. And I'm disappointed. I'm not disappointed. That's an overstatement. Just act like we belong.
It's a different loss than maybe week 7 or week 8. This was the home opener with the insane buildup, the hype. Gators looking at $80 parking downtown. He's parking on the top floor. You know, they're opening up the gates early. Everyone's in their seat before kickoff. There's standing room only. People are just on the concourse watching.
It was just a sea of blue in downtown Detroit last night.
And what happened that first drive, Gator? It was, almost an 8-minute drive by Seattle?
7 minutes and 56 seconds.
That was kind of almost literally the worst start from a deflating perspective. Like I suppose you could fumble the opening kickoff and they could scoop and score, but giving up an 8-minute drive in that environment was deflating. Your sound effect is apropos.
And I mean, the Lions answered right back.
Yeah, exactly. They came back. They held it together.
Did.
Yeah.
3 minutes later, the Lions have tied the game, and then they get a punt, and then the Lions turn it over on downs after that. But, yeah.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, we got good news for all you burger lovers out there. It's National Cheeseburger Day, and Twin Peaks has a deal for you. Stop into your favorite lodge today. It's National Cheeseburger Day, Gator. Stop into your favorite lodge today and enjoy their seasoned and smashed cheeseburger with a soft drink for just $12. If you're looking for something a little stronger, pair it with a Miller or Coors Light Draft for $14. To make the day even better, you got a double dose of Monday Night Football tonight, 7:15 and 8:15. 2 games will be going on. Plus, on top of that, Toledo, Southgate, and Madison Heights, they're all going to have ticket giveaways. So get to Twin Peaks tonight. Monday Night Football ticket giveaways. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com to find a location nearest you. Get to the lodge early to enjoy your cheeseburger in paradise and soak in all the football action. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. Sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all their special offers, and they've always got fun stuff going on. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. And again, to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers for the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in like sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad Jet fans. Nobody feels Jet.
Dan Miller on a call, and certainly frustrating end to that game, but there was frustration throughout that led to that, and things they can improve on, and things I expect them to improve on and get better. There are some concerns. I mean, the pass rush, against backup tackles, 1 QB hit, 1. And when the offensive line, when Hal Vaitai went down, Gator, I did not like how the pass protection started to leak more. First 2 sacks and the interception under duress all came in the next 7 snaps. And maybe it's something they got it together by the end of the game, or maybe they'll be fine long term because Decker will be back and Vaitai isn't serious, although Vaitai didn't look not serious the way he was laying there. We'll see. Still waiting for an update on his status, but there's a lot of guys to get updated on. In the meantime, obviously people are disappointed, and they have reason to be disappointed. Big picture, if you try and take a 30,000-foot view of the season, they were going to lose a game. They were probably going to lose a game and probably will lose another one that you feel like they should win. That's the NFL. At the end of it, it's most important to have more wins than everybody else in your division, and maybe enough wins to put yourself in a favorable position as far as playoff seeding is concerned.
16 will get you there. Just need 16 of them.
Yeah, we're trying to keep the talk reasonable and level-headed, and then now he's starting to champion 16-1.
No, I'm not.
248-539-9797.
Yeah, it's maybe a lot of concern gets cleared up real quick. Decker, are you healthy? Yeah. Okay. Then you go back to the offensive line you had last year, right?
Yes.
Except you put Glasgow in instead of
rotating,
whoever right guard you used last year that wasn't Vaitai. So it can easily be cured. But not having Montgomery is going to hurt because he's a bruising back, breaks a ton of tackles, gets the tough yards, and it's going to put more of a strain on the rookie. That's not his forte, is bruising running back. That's not what he does. So I'm curious to see what they do. Is Craig Reynolds going to get a bunch of play? Do you bring up Zonovan Smith or what? Do you bring him up? Do you go out and do you bring guys in tomorrow to work out like Kareem Hunt or Leonard Fournette? Do you go down that route? Because you start to need some bodies here.
Yep.
Healthy bodies.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. John is next here on 97.1. What's up, John?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
All right,
Good, John.
I'm not worried about the game yesterday. I'm looking into the future like I was during the draft the last couple of years. Football, the game is one in the trenches. Offense got a lot of wins because of the line. The defense, I've been worried about it. Mm-hmm. You got 8 and you got a terrible Band-Aids on them. That's not gonna get it done. I had them going 10-7. I still got them going 10-7. But winning playoff games, you're gonna need help from that D line, and they go back into the draft. Ain't no way I'm taking a running back, and if I got a D lineman there, I don't think Brad Holmes valued D lineman. I think he made every excuse in the book not to take Jalen Carter.
Well, he did keep 12 on the roster.
He's put a lot of draft picks.
He has put a lot of draft capital into it, just not with the first round pick. But I mean, they've
took
used
Aiden Hutchinson.
Well, sorry, Hutch was, but he's not in the middle. But I mean, they've drafted Onwuzurike, they drafted McNeil, they drafted Pascal, and they just drafted Broderick Martin, and that is a lot of resources put into the middle of that defensive line.
I mean, first round talent, not third and fourth rounders. First round picks. When you got guys like Jordan Davis,
I got it.
And Jalen Carter, you can't
know.
go draft a hurt wide receiver when you got Jordan Davis sitting right there, just won a national championship.
No, that doesn't mean much. But I like Jordan Davis, but they didn't put third and fourth rounders. They got 2 second rounders. They got a third rounder and they got a first rounder, all on the D line. He wasn't specific to defensive tackle. He said D-line.
Yeah, but it goes back to his point is he wanted the guys from Georgia, right? And he's not alone. Plenty of people have said it. And if they had gotten one of those guys in the last 2 years, you'd feel better about the situation with the defensive tackle. But obviously,
they put more high draft capital into defensive line than any other position under Brad Holmes.
But they put a lot of draft capital in with the skill position guys there. I mean, that's 2 first-round picks used on a wide receiver and a running back.
In the top 3 rounds, they have taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defensive linemen in the 3 drafts under Holmes, which is putting plenty of into that, and they've put 3 skill position players in the top 3 rounds.
Yeah, so Brad Holmes values the defensive line. I think the caller just wants Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis.
Yeah,
so just say it. I want those 2 guys, right?
Rather Jalen Carter than Jahmyr Gibbs. I think is what he's saying.
But he literally said that Brad Holmes doesn't value the defensive line.
Well, that's what he extrapolates after not taking those guys. Yes, but that's the whole gist of the whole thing is that the argument people wanted Jalen Carter.
Just say that.
Or
then,
Jordan
right?
Davis. Yes.
Do you consider tight end skill position?
The way that they're going to use them, yes.
Yeah, okay, then that's 4 skill positions, including Hendon Hooker, in the Brad Holmes drafts in the first 3 rounds. 5 defensive linemen. He values it, believe me. He just didn't take the guy he wanted. 248-539-9797. Who do we got next here? Mike is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Excuse me. Disappointed about yesterday for sure. It was hard to watch. My chump is going to be Aaron Glenn and Jerry Jacobs. Jerry Jacobs has just been bad the last 2 weeks. Bailed out by some drops against Kansas City. And I'm with Gator. I think you got to go get Kareem Hunt or Leonard Fournette, depending on how long Montgomery's out. If it's 2 weeks, maybe you can get by without one of them. But if it's anything longer than that, you really need a bruiser there. I was a big Craig Reynolds fan last year, but after he got some extended play on some series, he's just not what you need as an NFL running back.
Yeah, Jacobs, look, he's supposed to be coming off the bench. He's supposed to be a depth guy. Manuel Mosley, I hope that
hammies got to get better quickly.
Hammies can linger, but I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't because they need.
Well, and he was signed to a 1-year contract.
Yep.
And really, he was supposed to be playing at this point, but then he developed a hamstring injury while he was recovering from the knee injury.
248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hi, guys. I was originally going to call in regarding about the fact that they do need another running back because even though Montgomery fumbled earlier in the the beginning of the second half, I think if they had him in the game on the last drive, I think they would have won the game. I just think he would have made a difference rather than Gibbs. But listening to all the callers, I do have to go back and I have to make a comment about the D-line. And I think that, first of all, Holmes, he reached for these guys, and 2 of them were damaged goods. Levi was damaged goods coming out of college. Pascal was damaged goods coming out of college. And to me, they were both reaches as a second-round pick. And then the guy they drafted this year was a reach as a 3rd round. They could have got him in the 4th or 5th round. And I just think that if you're going to make a pick in the 2nd round, they better be a player that can contribute because either one of those guys has really contributed. Levi for sure, and Pascal, a couple of good plays, but he's hurt again. So, I mean, I'm not going to jump on the Jalen Carter wagon, but, a guy like that, I'm saying not necessarily him, but a guy from a big school that's a quality player that has performed well over the years. They really need a guy like a McNeil.
Is that what you wanted?
Guy.
Is that what you wanted, Dan? When the draft came around this year, when the 1st round pick was coming up, and they were there at 6, and they could take Jalen Carter. Did you want that, or were you like?
No. I wanted him. I know that he had trouble. I wanted a D lineman.
That's fine.
I did want that. I did not believe that they were. Gibbs to me was nowhere in the picture in the 1st round, but it just. I understand he put capital. He put capital into the D line, but once again, I'm a firm believer, and I don't know if you guys think this way. I don't think you draft damaged good players out of college in the high rounds. I think, when you have an injury history like that, Even, Jamison Williams, we really don't know yet about him either. But as a D lineman, a guy who's taking wear and tear on every single down, to have a guy that's injured, that's injured, and then you're going to trade up to get him like a Pascal, I think you're wasting draft capital. I don't
know. I mean,
the guy, I'm not ready to jump off him as a draft. I think he's done a great job drafting. He has taken some chances for sure. The one thing he said that doesn't really matter is from a big school, because of those 5 defensive linemen they've taken, 4 of them are from Power 5 schools. Is Washington a big school?
Mm-hmm.
Michigan's a big school. Kentucky and NC State are Pascal, and those are Power 5 big conference schools.
Western Kentucky with Broderick
That's
Martin
the only
is the
one
that
that's
is
small.
not. Yeah.
But in the end, this dude might be right. Brad Holmes doesn't shy away from that. The one thing he also said that, you could have got those guys in the 4th, 5th round. Who knows if you could have got them.
No, but there were other guys, other defensive linemen that people had wanted, Kalijah Cansey and others that could have been had. But in the end, he went with what they really wanted to do, which was take the running back, and he's the weapon, and the weapon has misfired a couple times in 2 games.
Some interesting stuff coming in here on Twitch. I want to address one of the posts on Twitch. You can stream the show with video on twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing on YouTube. Go to youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket. Also stream on the Odyssey app. Kang, you met a listener over the weekend that listens from work on the Odyssey app every day.
What's up, Ben? And Pat?
AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. There is one stat, Gator, that I think is very encouraging.
Okay.
It's something at first I didn't realize it until you brought it up, and I went and dug a little deeper. This is kind of encouraging, and I hope it means a change coming forward. We will get to that today at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket.
Bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The 2 most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number 1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number 1 team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
So, look, when you get new pieces, rookies and free agents, you kind of take them out for a test drive, see what they're capable of, specifically the rookies. Here's something from yesterday's game that I'm going to say is encouraging, Gator.
All right.
Both you and I were a little disappointed in the snap counts for Jack Campbell that went down between week 1 and week 2.
Mm-hmm.
But Jack Campbell was on the field for 23 snaps. He had 5 tackles. 22% of the snaps he was out there, he made a tackle. The next best rate for a linebacker was Derek Barnes, 18% in 39 snaps. Malcolm Rodriguez was on the field for 16 snaps. He made tackles in 12% of those snaps. Alex Anzalone, 65 snaps, 11% of those snaps. I tend to look at these things as how much are you around the football, and small samples. A lot of it depends on what's the down, what's the distance. I mean, a linebacker
situational.
Yeah, so I don't look at this as, but if this is a trend and you like start extrapolating out over 100 snaps, 150 snaps, it speaks to how much you're around the football and how you're on the field in different situations. Jack Campbell, in just 23 snaps, had 5 tackles and led the linebackers in terms of tackles per play. So that's a trend there that I think could be good. Could be good. And hopefully he's earned more opportunity with his play.
Yeah, and what I'd like to see even more of a breakdown is how many of those plays was he in on where tight ends were targeted and tight ends caught passes, where his guy caught the pass.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a breakdown we're not likely to get. But if I'm a coaching staff, that's what I'm looking at.
Yep.
Because why is Jack Campbell not getting as much playing time right now? Only the coaching staff can answer. And there's stuff that we don't know.
Yeah,
hey, maybe he's got a lingering injury, he's dinged up, and they knew that he wasn't going to be able to go sideline to sideline covering tight ends around the field or running backs around the field. They wanted to use him only in running situations. I don't know, but I sure want to see more of him, and I'm sure we'll see more of him as the season goes on because they'll get more confidence in him being the player they think he is. I think he's going to be great.
All right. Drunix on Twitch had this post, a little frustrated that not a single person who hosts or the callers have brought up the possibility that Campbell wanted to go for the win at the end of the game, but the Seattle defensive scheme didn't allow it. Seattle wants to win too, obviously, and Carroll even said that their primary goal is to keep the Lions out of the end zone and that giving up a field goal was a win in their minds. Look at the tape. It's clear they were heavily guarding the end zone and bracketing all coverage. Absolutely true, but the problem is if you have the ball with 1:40 to go at the 50 and you get 12 yards, hustle the line of scrimmage, get another 10 yards, which is what they got.
11, yeah.
Yeah, and you've got 1:30 to go instead of 40 to go, and then another play, 20-something to go. Like, the more time you have, the more you can keep chipping away so that you're running your last 3 plays from the 6-yard line and not the 26-yard line, right? You have a much better chance if there's a sense of urgency. If they're going to let you dink and dunk from the 50 down to the 10, then take it. Move quickly, and now you've got 3 shots from in close at the end zone. Hell, you can maybe even run to get into the end zone. So, and that's the frustration. It's not, yes, Seattle was trying to keep Detroit out of the end zone, but Detroit didn't seem willing to keep backing Seattle up further and further and further with their lack of urgency.
Yeah, that's the thing that's really starting to stick in my craw right now as we've been talking about this all morning,
Yeah.
and it started to fester after the game last night. It's that last drive they had in regulation, that they didn't have the sense of urgency to it. When Dan Campbell talked about it after the game, not saying he was wishy-washy about it, but I think if he had it to do over again, he would do it differently. And it was a missed opportunity for sure, because if you're guarding against giving the other team the ball back, I don't think that should be your number one priority. Your number one priority is getting the ball into the end zone, particularly after you get 23 yards in the first 2 plays. But you took your time between play 1 and play 2. 39 seconds ticked off the clock between play 1 and play 2. Went from 144 to 105 when you snapped the second play.
I wonder if you ask coaches around the league, who would you rather be? The team with the 3-point lead or the team with the ball on the 50 with 1:44 to go and your full complement of timeouts?
and an offense that have been marching up and down the field.
Who would you rather be?
You want to be the team that has the ball at the end.
You control the game. You've got hand.
You do have hand.
And they kind of gave away hand. I think most coaches would take ball at the 50. With that quarterback and that team and 3 timeouts, I have a chance to win. The other guy is a little bit at my mercy. Now, a defensive coordinator wouldn't look at it that way, but how would the head coaches look at it? I mean, I've heard defensive coordinators all those years doing Michigan sidelines. I've heard defensive coordinators, when the offense blows it with their chance to salt a game away, say things like, good, I want my guys to win it. I want my guys on the field. Whereas if the offense just got the first down, you wouldn't have to go back on the field.
Right.
But now they're going to have to punt, and you're going to have to go. And they embrace it, and they get all fired up. I mean, that's a defensive coordinator's approach.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to, yeah.
But I think most head coaches would say, I'd rather be the team with the ball down 3, 50 yards away from the end zone with full complement of timeouts and a good offense.
It was just so out of character for Dan Campbell
kinda
to
was.
be that passive. I mean, it was almost like, I know this wasn't the case, but the way they handled that last drive for the Lions was, all right, number 1, make sure Seattle has no time left.
That was the number 1
Number
priority.
2, field goal.
Yep.
Number 3, if we get there, maybe touchdown. Like, that's how I felt their priority list was, when really it's like, hey, go down and score. And like you said, Doug, if you get down there close enough, then you can start playing this clock game.
Yep.
Right? But hey, let's try. You're down 3, by the way, and with a chance to win the game. 3 timeouts?
248-539-9797. Steve is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. I just got a question. Who defensively, free agent-wise, could come in and help us right now because of the injuries? And now with Montgomery.
I have the
What's
free
that?
agent list up in front of me, and the top-rated defensive, the top-rated remaining free agents out there. I mean, what position do you want?
Well, it don't matter, tackle or
No, it
end.
does
don't
matter. Let's say want a defensive
All
lineman,
right, let's go tackle.
defensive tackle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said defensively.
All right, so there's Matt Ioannidis, who's from Carolina. He's 29 years old. Defensive tackle Akeem Hicks. It's slim pickings.
Slim pickings.
It's really what it is. And if you're looking for an edge rusher, the top-rated edge rusher is Kyle Van Noy.
Are you serious?
It's available. Yeah, I mean, this is what you're looking at. Melvin Ingram is out there. Carlos Dunlap's out there. There's not. I mean, if there were really good players, they'd be on the field for some other NFL team right now. There's a reason guys are still free agents. Now, some of that is a little bit like offensively, the running backs. I'm a little surprised that Kareem Hunt isn't on a team right now, or Leonard Fournette is not on a team right now. But there are probably reasons for that too that we're not privy to.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. chances are probably really good for whoever won the toss.
Yeah, it was 50-50.
Because whoever won the toss, neither defense have been great. And, I mean, let's face it, in fact, it might have been worse for Seattle. He might have had a better chance. It might have made some sense because if you win the toss, Seattle's defense had just gotten off the field. But all right, 248-539-9797. Still don't love it. Let's go to David next. Hi, David. David, are you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
How are you guys doing?
Okay.
So I wanted to talk about two major plays with the Lions game.
All right.
So I know you guys probably know the plays script by script. So remember when we gave Gibbs the ball up on third down the middle, and he hit the slot, and it was going to be a third down for the conversion and the game, basically. Running down, score, touchdown.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So
I don't know what are you doing?
I don't know. What's the other play?
We were given the ball back, and Seattle was up, and we had a chance to go down, score a touchdown, and end the game just flat out. And we went for the tie.
All right, we agree with that. I don't know what the first play was. My man waited an hour. We woke him. Let's go to Jeff. You're next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Okay.
All right, listen. I just want to touch on the officiating briefly, and then I want to go to something else. Seattle had 9 penalties, but you know what? Calls, not one holding call. That to me is BS. Okay, tell me they weren't holding at any time for 4 quarters.
It's funny because I want to look at this. Each officiating crew, there's things that they flag more than others. They get statistics out there, and this crew flags this a lot. This crew flags that a lot. This crew never calls this or whatever. And I don't know that any data is available on this yet. It'll be intriguing to find out what this crew is by the end of the year, Jeff, because maybe they just don't throw a lot of holding flags.
That's fine, but here's the thing that everybody's missing. The Lions defense, although it didn't play its best, that cost us the game. What cost us the game was the 2 turnovers that turned into touchdowns. You take those 14 points off, Lions win that game. Outright. Even if Seattle gets both field goals, we still win the game.
Very costly. I mean, look, it's death, taxes, turnovers determine football games, right? I mean, there are things that just are constant. And, yeah, very costly.
Yeah, they had 2 costly turnovers in the game.
Yep.
I mean, they had 3, but the third one didn't matter because it was at the end of the first half. But the catch fumble by
the clock was running out. St. Brown's trying to score, yeah. DJ's next. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, my dog? Y'all all right?
We're good.
Yeah, okay.
Real quick, man. I was at the concession stand feeling real good at halftime. We was up 14-7. I was getting ready to take my shot of vodka, and I heard the crowd go, oh. I'm like, what? Come to find out it was the fumble, man. For a brief moment, that was the most SOL thing that I've ever seen in Lions history.
The start of the second half?
Yeah, man. I was getting ready to take a shot of vodka. I was feeling so good. But but what I called to tell y'all, man, I've been talking to you two guys for about 1.5 years consistently.
Yep.
This is one of those moments where it's like, I hate that I told you so. Do you guys recall me all summer or all spring telling y'all, I want Skoronski?
Yes.
The strength of our team is offensive line. If Decker and blah, 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 blah gets hurt, we're in trouble. This is one of the moments where I'm really looking like I hate that I'm somewhat right. Because as soon as that offensive line goes down, you've seen what happened. And
it's so key. It's so key. Man, I mean, they might have rolled the dice that they were going to keep him healthy, and they think Glasgow might be fine when it's all said and done. It's just the lack of reps together, and it's no coincidence that the first 2 sacks and the interception, which came via pressure, all came in the first 7 snaps after Vaitai got hurt. DJ, you can't address everything in one off season. You roll the dice here and there that you hope that this is the way it's going? You hope that you're going to be able to stay healthy up front. I really, really hope they can stay healthy up front because, I mean, that's the basis of all success for them offensively. Because when Goff is given time, he's like the best in the league. He can slice and dice. He's great. Not the best in the league, but he's in the top few quarterbacks in the league. When given time, he's fantastic.
Well, and if you're able to run the football, he's even better because that play action is insane how good it is.
But you can't say the Lions didn't address the offensive line. They got great players up there, and you can only have an embarrassment of riches, right? I mean, you can't have your backups be Pro Bowlers too. And look what Seattle just did to you with 2 backup tackles. They beat you.
Yeah.
So you have to play. You have to win in this league when guys are going to be hurt or not available. You have to.
Yeah, you got it. Depth is a big deal, and the whole I wish they'd taken this guy. You got to figure out, okay, who does that mean you don't have on the roster, and how does that impact the rest of your roster? And then you got to get a free agent at that position.
And I think that they thought that they had at least a year worth of time to develop somebody without having to go a high round pick to do it. That's why they drafted Sorsdahl and guys that took chances on the last couple of years to sign the practice squad guys that they think they can develop. I think when the draft comes around next year, I'm not going to be surprised if they take an offensive lineman in the first round, but that could be dictated by other things like
there's a lot
contracts you're going to have to hand out to other guys. Yeah, there's a lot of. So I'm not going to worry about it now.
If you have Skoronski, you would have had to take him with the pick at 6 because he went before 12, which means you also don't have Laporta.
Well, right, but I mean, would I rather have Skoronski or would I rather have Jalen Carter?
Well, I mean that's. I know your answer.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ken next here on 97.1. Hi, Ken.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? All right?
Hey. Yep.
Hey, my comment, man, is about the coaching and the schemes. Because Seattle had 2 missing tackles. So I know that starting off the game, they double-team Hutch. That was the first thing they did. Then they started running misdirection. Kind of got the defensive line out of sync. And then the defensive line, they wasn't shooting the gap like they normally do or rush like they normally do. Just like they were rushing to contain him. But with the scheme that Pete Carroll had put together, it kept the Lions off balance. And to me, I think that was the biggest problem with yesterday's game was that we simply got out-coached. And I don't think, even though we love Dan Campbell and his fire and his grit, he's still green at this. And going up against somebody like Pete Carroll, who is kind of
he's one of the best.
Yeah, he's one of the best at what he do. So he sat back and he schemed his team to go against what he knew Detroit's strengths were.
This is why I say this might be a Pete Carroll Seattle problem more than it is an indictment on this team moving forward and being SOL.
It can be the case. They don't have to play Seattle again in the regular season, which is good.
That is good.
But could be. I mean, Seattle and Detroit, last 3 years, Seattle's 3-0. They scored now, 136 points in those 3 games, and plus a little bit of overtime. 248-539-9797. We go to David on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, David?
Hey, quick question. I'm sorry if you guys already talked about this before. Earlier you mentioned you want to be in the position and in the game where you have the ball, you have control of the game, right? Now, I don't know if this gets talked about enough, but I always think about it. It kills me how in overtime, if you lose that coin toss, you don't get the ball back, or you don't get the ball to start, you don't have a chance to run it back and try to level the setting, right, if you get scored on. I don't know if you guys have data on teams that won the toss, elected to receive, and their winning percentages, but it's just something that just ruffles me up. You know, it kills me how you don't have an opportunity to get Goff out there and try to get a shot to tie the game up. It's just a rule that, you know, I always wonder if it could be altered.
Well, I mean, it's something that's talked about all the time. Every year they look to people will do a show. People will talk about different ways to make overtime more fair. I know it was a big topic a couple off seasons ago because of what happened in the playoffs was it Buffalo and Kansas City, and people thought it was unfair that the Bills didn't get a chance. And Look, I mean, you've got 60 minutes to get your job done.
What we do know is they had the ball with Goff and 3 timeouts in a minute 44, and they chose not to. That was their chance right there. That was the ball.
They had
that was their coin toss. You won the coin toss. You have the ball right now. Do something. Score a touchdown. End the game.
It just seemed very passive. And I keep saying it. If I were Seattle, I'd be relieved. If I were Seattle, I would have been relieved that they were not going for the end zone. Now, I mean, doing it on the Monday after the Lions, because they've already altered the rule that you have to score a touchdown. You can't kick a field goal to try and take away some of the impact of the coin toss. And doing it on a Monday after your team gives up an opening overtime touchdown drive feels a little bit like we just want to do it to we're reacting to yesterday's result more than what's fair and what's not fair. But I've always kind of been a fan of the innings system in overtime. Top of the overtime, bottom of the overtime. Everybody gets the ball the same amount of time. But 248-539-9797. This is just it's just like you said, Gator. You were like, I don't want to work this week. Last week, the reprieve of getting a Thursday and a win against a Super Bowl champ, I felt like I had a completely new job. I felt like I'd changed professions.
Yeah.
No, this feels very familiar.
Oh,
don't overreact.
It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's okay. Yeah. We're all getting better because of this.
I do know, just hearing from the players in the locker room, even Coach Campbell, they feel bad that they let down the fans because they know how hyped it was in there, and they feel awful. They're like, "Hey, hang with us. We heard you guys. We felt you guys. It was just one game. Come back for Atlanta, right?"
Yeah. And I hope that the building is the same, and I hope the Lions reward them, and I hope are establishing a new in-stadium culture. I mean, everybody said, the Seahawks said it, Greg Olson said it, the sideline reporter said it. It was just chaotic in there, and the Lions didn't capitalize. But we need that to continue. 97-1 the ticket. Hey, NFL season is here, and now's the best time to get incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who get $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug. Today's the last day. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. And kick the NFL season off with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issues and non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. This offer ends today. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV, base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel anytime. So National Cheeseburger Day, and Gator, you were tempted last week. If people missed the show last week, you were so out of character. You were so fired up because today is National Cheeseburger Day, and McDonald's has an offer. That's today, right, Kang? Is it today only?
Yes, it is.
That you can get a 50-cent double cheeseburger, but you have to order via the app. Gator doesn't like apps. He doesn't like passwords. He doesn't like any of that. And so you were like, you don't get apps. And you've turned down some.
I have plenty of apps. I'm just not app crazy like you guys are. I mean, you have like 185 apps on your phone.
I do. And I use many of them.
You've got an app for an app.
You're right. I have like a third of that. I mean, I have apps. I'm not so eager to download the app.
Well, but you were going to do it for the 50-cent double cheeseburger.
Yeah, I mean, those things will last forever. So you could get like a sack of them. Give me 10 of those.
Not sure that's a good thing.
For the rest of the week. Well, it may not be, but
this thing never molds.
this food-like product is good. Yeah. Anyway, so then he found out it was limit 1, and he deleted the app. The app didn't last one segment of the show.
Uninstall. Gone.
It might be a good thing you did. My brother just texted me, said, tried using the McDonald's app for a double cheeseburger, would never load, wasted 15 minutes of my lunch. And then I tried it. It's not loading for me either. I think this thing is, everyone's
overwhelmed?
going, yeah, they can't handle it, man.
Yeah, just go to the drive-thru if that's what you want.
No, you do, you can't get the 50 cent.
No, I understand. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, because it's limit 1, it ain't worth it.
No, but if you're already going to get McDonald's, you throw it on the order. I don't think anyone's going there. Well, I don't think anyone's going there for just one 50-cent double cheeseburger. That's the point of these apps. They want you to order other stuff.
Yes. So how much does a double cheeseburger normally cost?
I don't know.
$2 probably.
Yeah, $2. $1.79.
So it's a $1.50 savings?
Something like that.
At this point, for a one-time deal.
You know what's interesting? We found out that every man has his price, but Gators, it's more than $1.50.
It was like $10.50.
More than how about limit 4? Okay, limit 4. I'm in for $2 to get some cheeseburgers. Here we go.
4 double cheeseburgers.
Yeah, there you go.
So for a $6 savings, he would have done it. For a $1.50 savings, nope.
No.
Every man has to draw a line in the sand, Doug.
That's right. Principle. Don't say the man is not principled. Gator is principled.
Principles.
Yep.
So are you going to get a cheeseburger at all today, or?
I'm thinking about it, but my thought is, do I want to just go the fast food route or, the Five Guys route, which is a little bit more than fast food? I love Five Guys. It's so good. I haven't had one in for a long time, too. So it could be I might talk myself into Five Guys. Or do I want to go ahead and hit the grocery store and make my own?
Oh, there you go.
Because I do enjoy making a burger. I make a pretty good burger, I think. So, but there's a lot that's involved with that, and I just save myself the trouble. If I'm making burgers for a couple people, it's a lot easier to do. If you're doing it just by yourself, you feel like you're wasting materials.
Yeah,
and wasting
like
time.
what do you get the ground beef? Like how much ground beef are you getting? 1 pound, 2 pounds?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean you start looking at that.
You got to make more than one patty.
Oh yeah, you got to make like 3 patties, and if you're making a pound of ground beef, yeah.
Doug, you can participate. Are you going to get a turkey cheeseburger today?
No, if we do anything, and I am considering it, I would go get the Impossible meat because actually, it's not bad. It really isn't. I still want to do.
I'm sorry, I just had to wipe my forehead.
I want to do the Impossible Whopper experiment with you. I get a regular Whopper and an Impossible Whopper. Blindfold you, take a bite, and see if you can tell the difference. That's the closest thing that I've ever tasted. Like, wow, they've mimicked this thing good. So, yeah, I might do the Impossible. If I can get some Impossible meat, I might do it at home on the griddle. Might do smash burgers.
Oh, smash burgers are great.
I got the griddle. I can do that.
You can do it. Do whatever you want.
That's why I prefer doing the burgers on the griddle as opposed to the grill.
I want to make something clear here. I'm not trying to sell anyone else on my diet. Okay, everybody do whatever you want.
Don't worry, you're not selling.
I know, but
nobody's buying it. So
I'm also more than willing to just put it all out there and just get exposed and yelled at and made fun of. I don't care. I don't care what you say about what I eat. It's what I eat.
Yeah, I think Five Guys is the call.
Impossible. I'll go with Impossible. The only people that really should care, actually, I only have one kid left in the house. He cares.
Yeah, he wants a real burger. He's like, Dad, I thought you were getting me a burger. Hey, it's Impossible meat. Where's the word burger? It's Impossible meat.
An Impossible
It's the same
burger.
thing.
It's an Impossible burger.
No, it's not. That's like plant-based crap, and I want real protein. Let's go.
Yeah, he's the one that's infected. In fact, my wife is cool with it. He's the one that's affected by it. And he's got no say. 248-539-9797. There will be times like if I'm firing up the green egg or something, I'll do a steak for the kids. A couple steaks for the kids. So, anyway.
You throw them on there?
I do.
You throw them on?
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Tim. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hello.
Hey, Tim.
Hello, gentlemen. Just a couple quick points. I think that Campbell was outcoached by Pete Carroll, which Pete Carroll's Hall of Fame. He brought those guys in with a chip on their shoulder, and they played a great game. And Metcalf's no slouch. I mean, they've got some real players. And one of the things that was brought up on Sportsworks the other day last night was the noise works two ways. Of course, it disrupts the offense, but it does disrupt the defense as far as signals. And I'm watching the game, and they did look a little like they weren't getting the signals. There was a lot of bad coverage, missed coverage on that. And so we're not devoid of all the talent that we picked up with the draft and with our free agencies. The defense, the secondary needs to gel, needs to have an opportunity to gel. And I was looking at the team to be 1-1 going into this week. Atlanta is a big game. It's really disappointing how they performed yesterday. But Campbell said he didn't want to get into a dogfight, and that's what he ended up doing. And Seattle pulled it out. So I'm not down and out. This team still has a lot of talent, and they just got to be coached up, and they got to pay attention. The ski mask thing and reading their own press, and they thought they were going to walk.
We don't know if they did. I'm not sure that they did or they didn't. Only they know if they got wrapped up in all that kind of hype. And if they did, it was a mistake. It was a mistake for a young team that is clearly has some growing to do. Gator, we got start times. Big Ten start times just released.
Okay.
Michigan at Nebraska, Michigan State at Iowa. We'll get to those coming up at 1:15 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it was time to run out of hot water, so we called CGC Water. They installed a Navien tankless water heater. Now we're enjoying as much hot water as we need, and we need a lot. The kids are all in the house, 5 of us. This way you maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption and enjoying on-demand hot water whenever you need it. Call CGC Water and tell them Carson sent you, and they'll offer you 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. Also now in our storage room, there's a lot more space. It's just a unit that attaches to the wall. It's great. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because they were. It took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. Mm-hmm. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
All right, college football start times. They get announced a couple weeks out, sometimes week of. On Saturday, September the 30th, Michigan at Nebraska is a Fox 3:30 kick. Michigan State at Iowa is an NBC 7:30.
Come on.
So, what are your start times?
That's brutal.
What about Michigan State, Doug? Go ahead, Doug. Come on.
I'm hoping they will change it, but as of now, it's a night game.
Wow, so I feel like half our season, Michigan State season, is played at night.
They could change that though, couldn't they? They could change the Michigan State game.
Let's hope.
For some reason, I thought I read that it is tentatively scheduled as a night game.
Yeah, I don't think it's written in stone there. Although, isn't that the same day that Ohio State plays Penn State?
Yep.
So that's going to be your big noon.
I don't know who drafts first that day. It depends on who has the first pick.
That's a game that should be played at night. Honestly. That is the marquee matchup.
We are making a mistake, though, when we say that. It's all driven. Each week the games are drafted.
No, I understand.
So if you don't have a night game, but you have the first pick, you're taking the game that you think is going to get you the biggest ratings for the time slot that you have to offer.
This is all worked out, isn't it? No, it's not. I hate this.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, everybody looks out for themselves. I personally don't I love noon starts. Love the noon start. Playing the game and then go and watch college football the rest of the day. But hey, if the networks are taking teams that they park in what they think is going to get them the best ratings. So Michigan and Nebraska is at 3:30. Michigan State, Iowa is at night. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Derek. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Derek?
Hello.
Hey, Derek.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. Thank you for calling.
Just calling to talk about the Lions game yesterday.
Yes.
First off, I don't blame coaching really or refs. it reminded me a lot of last year because I went to last year's Seattle game and then this year, and we came out of halftime both years, and this year we fumbled. Last year we threw a pick six. I think Seattle's just got our number, and it's something we got to work on. That's all.
And that's the attitude I'm taking right now. Is I think Seattle just has the Lions' number. I don't think this is an indictment of the team reverting back to what we have known for the last 60 years. I still think this is a good football team, but it does put a lot more importance on what happens on Sunday when they're hosting the Atlanta Falcons.
Yep. I mean, part of being a good team, right, and we said this last week, is you beat the teams you're supposed to. That's when you start to show you're ready to be a winner. And, okay, maybe they're not there yet, but they also aren't going to win every game they're favored in. Nobody does. It's the NFL. Most games are close. Most games come down to, you can probably point to one or two plays, and they didn't make the one or two plays they needed to make. I mean, they had a couple of third down opportunities to get off the field in overtime that they didn't get off the field in overtime, or they didn't force a field goal in overtime. They had the curious strategy at the end of regulation. But, I mean, if you go back to not throwing the pick six or not fumbling at the beginning of the second half or not going for it on 4th and 2 in your own territory, or just the defense needed some help, and a long field sounds pretty good. Long field sounds pretty good. Feels pretty good compared to what they gave him, which was a 42-yard field, and they got a touchdown out of that, right? Yeah, they got a touchdown out of that. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Todd. You're next here on 97.1 Ticket. Hi, Todd.
Good afternoon, fellas.
What's up, Todd?
You know, you just hit it. I was so upset with the 4th and 2.
It made me think he was like, I'll just get it on 5th down.
Well, the thing about it is you should be playing. You should have confidence in your defense, and you should be able to pin them back in their end up 7 points and not have to worry and think to yourself,
did you have confidence in the defense?
I'm not the head coach.
Right. Okay. But I mean, if you're the head coach and you have confidence in your defense, but you've watched what's happened all game long when you haven't been able to stop them, maybe your confidence is shaken.
Well, it's obvious at the end of the game when he's playing to tie as opposed to playing to win, and he said he didn't want to give them any time on the clock. Well, the reason why he didn't want to give them any time on the clock is because he knew his defense wasn't going to stop him. So that just tells me that.
But they could have worked the clock. They could have worked the clock to their advantage and still, gone for the end zone.
If you score a touchdown there, they have to score a touchdown to beat you. A field goal does them no good, even if you give them a minute. That's a big ask. Now, the Lions historically can give up a length of the field touchdown drive in a minute.
But they wouldn't have given anywhere near a minute. They would have had like 30, at best 30 seconds.
Who knows how quickly they would have scored? But I would take my chances. I would rather have a 4-point lead and give them the full length of 75 yards to go in a minute, as opposed to play the field goal thing, which is what they did.
Well, I think if he had any kind of confidence in his defense, that's exactly what he would have done, Doug. So,
yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, the game was 31-31. He should have had confidence in his offense to get it in the end zone. And he should have had confidence in his offense to get it deeper into their to give it, at least give yourself the option. Like, they took away that option. Let's say you even wanted to play for the field goal, but you hustled to the line of scrimmage just in case. Because you know what the best thing is? Scoring a touchdown with 2 seconds left. You run your last play from the 5-yard line and 9 seconds to go. You score a touchdown. There's 2 seconds left. You kick the extra point, and now you're kicking off with a 4-point lead. That's the best case scenario. You wouldn't do it on the last play because you would kick the field goal, right? So at least play for the best case scenario, which is score the touchdown with a minuscule amount of time left, have a 4-point lead, and kick off. The goal wasn't just to not give them the football back. The goal was to still win the football game. Look, we've run down all the benefits of hustling to the line of scrimmage and not taking the time. The benefits of doing it the way they did were real. There weren't nearly as many.
It doesn't make sense because even if you go to overtime and you get the ball first, let's say the Lions get the ball first, to end the game there, you have to score a touchdown. So if you go down there and settle for a field goal, guess what? Seattle gets the ball back. Yep. They're going to get the ball. The only way you end a game is a touchdown. And you have an opportunity right now to really close out the game with a touchdown.
Put your team in the best position possible there. And look, Dan Campbell's not – I don't want to get carried away here. Like, I still like Dan Campbell and trust him as a coach. I just simply disagree with the way they played that. I think the way they played it was way too passive.
I liked it better when we were talking about cheeseburgers.
You want to refocus the show?
It was out of my mind for a while what happened on the last drive, thinking, okay, I mean, because I started to get worked up by it. I mean, we were building up into a crescendo here and getting pissed off about everybody's right. They got way too passive in that last drive. And we're all accepting of it. We started to move on, look at other aspects of the game. We start talking about a delicious cheeseburger, and now somebody brings this damn thing up again.
Well, here's the thing about it, right? You take a look at some of the things that went wrong, okay? Like Jerry Jacobs. Jerry Jacobs is a valuable player, but guess what? He's going to lose a lot of matchups with DK Metcalf. And he's going to lose some matchups with Tyler Lockett. And that doesn't mean Jerry Jacobs is a terrible player. Those are just tough matchups, okay? The one thing that is controlled simply by a decision, not about asking somebody to do something they're incapable of, the decision to be more concerned with taking the clock down than scoring the touchdown at the end of regulation was rather punitive when it was all said and done. It felt not aggressive enough at the time from a coach who's established a culture of being aggressive. But it looked like if Seattle was happy giving up first downs, then you take them in a hurry, so you're getting first down. Now you're inside the 10 with 3 cracks at the end zone, then kick the field goal. But they didn't even put Seattle in a position where they had to really defend the end zone.
Oh, they got those 23 yards right off the bat. They're at the 27-yard line with like 30 seconds to go, or less than 27 seconds to go, whatever it was. And then they went ultra-conservative, short pass.
Yep.
Instead of, hey, we got 12 and 11 on the first 2 plays. How about another 10 or 11 yards here? That sounds like a good idea.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines. Back to your calls. Ivory is next here on 97.1. Hi, Ivory.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
I have a lot to unpack, but I'll just get to the most important stuff. Seeing time-wise, I don't want to hold up your line.
Yep.
But first, let me say, I don't want people to jump off the cliff. Everything they want to accomplish is still in front of them. I still like Dan Campbell. I still think this is a good football team. But they have some worries coming ahead with the injuries and everything like that. They lost that game beyond everything else, because of the turnovers. That Montgomery fumble after half was changed the game.
It's bad.
And then the golf, pick six just compounded it. But what I want to say most importantly real quick is I like Dan Campbell. I think he's a good coach. Still a few things to learn. But the term or the word, whatever you want to put it, however you want to put it, is keep that same energy. When people get angry or whatever, it's blah, blah, blah. It's like keep it. If you're going to be an aggressive coach, be an aggressive coach. I understand there were different circumstances around it, but you had 3 timeouts and almost 2 minutes left. What are you doing? Like, why were you're so aggressive to go 4 on 4th, and you probably should have punted that last one time, but you had three timeouts, and you were playing like this. Oh, okay, we're cool. We'll just get the field goal. I didn't like that. That really has thrown me off with him.
It's weird.
But also,
it's out of character.
It's out of character. Although, if you're going to be an aggressive coach, be an aggressive coach.
It did feel like he did this once last year. I can't remember what game it was where he was really worried about getting somebody the ball back.
Right. And can I say one thing real quick?
Yep, real quick.
So I like Brad Holmes. I think he's a great drafter, a great GM. But I'm starting to wonder if it's going to be getting to them in regards to getting these good Samaritans and coach them up players along the defensive line. The defense. At some point, you got to get what we call dogs. And I'm starting to wonder if passing on Jalen Carter was a really bad idea.
Well, I mean, I'll say this about Jalen Carter, okay? He might be a very good player. There are going to be teams in the next few years that win Super Bowls that don't have Jalen Carter on their roster. Okay? The only path to success wasn't through Jalen Carter. Well, but you better use your resources wisely. He's not going to get every draft pick right, and we shouldn't expect him to. That's an unrealistic expectation. And we've got a lot of unknown givens. We are treating some things like givens that are still unknown. We act like Brian Branch is going to be a Pro Bowler. We hope, and he shows promise. Same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs. Heck, same thing in some people's eyes with Jameson Williams. But we really don't know. We haven't seen it yet. And I think Jack Campbell's going to be great, but he might not be when it's all said and done.
But his point about taking chances on players in the draft that don't have the pristine background.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's Jalen Carter or Jordan Davis or whomever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the point is there that, okay, at some point the Lions, maybe they do break that mold and then they'll take a chance on a guy that has maybe a checkered past.
College basketball coach once told me you need some SOBs. Mm-hmm. Now, does that apply to every sport? I mean, it might. They don't want distractions. They want guys that are going to buy in. I think the distractions have been fewer since Campbell and Holmes took over. There's less off the field and there's less nonsense that we have to deal with. I mean, I would argue that they probably don't absolutely love everything that a couple of their players have done. I mean, one of them suspended. Another one, I don't know if they love the ski mask thing, and that guy in particular maybe got a little too amped up yesterday. I still like him. I'm glad we got him.
Of course, yeah. But the penalty early in the game was a little much.
248-539-9797. Let's go to line 8. And Jim, you're on 97.1. What's up, Jim?
Yeah. Hello, guys. How you doing?
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Where could you get a burger without getting an app?
Just about everywhere.
Because I'm with Gator. I don't want no app. I'll pay the extra $1, whatever. But
hello,
Jimbo.
Jim
Jim waited a long time. Jim?
Oh,
Yes.
There you are. Go ahead.
Did I lose you?
You're still with us, Jim. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, Jim.
Yeah.
I don't feel like his phone can handle any apps.
Yeah, I think his phone is done with the apps.
I don't think it can download any apps, guys.
I think hopefully he's got the Odyssey app.
I don't know.
Are we sure?
He was doing fantastic, too.
He was.
Yeah. Let's go to Tim. You're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how are you?
What's up, Tim?
How you guys doing?
Okay.
I know this didn't have any bearing in the game, but what's the role of a special teams coach in the NFL these days? And the reason I say it is kick returns are a joke. 75% are touchbacks.
Yep.
Punt blocks are obsolete. I've never seen a punt block in the NFL in a long time.
I saw a block kick last
night.
Last night was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Pretty innovative.
Unless the kicker out punts his coverage, you're not going to get a return. That's a fair catch.
All right. So what's your point is that what?
Here's my point. Special teams coach should have a little, I don't know, a little charisma, a little creativity in creating turnovers, creating some excitement.
You can't be serious. The Lions fake more punts than any team ever.
No. I'm not talking about fake punts. Did I mention fake punts yet?
I
didn't mention fake punts. Here's a perfect example of a special teams player. At the end of the first half, they punted with 2 minutes left, right after 2-minute warning. They punted one down. Our guy didn't even put up a fair catch. He kind of just ran away from the ball. Their guy catches the ball on the 5-yard line.
Yeah, I'll help you out here because, I don't know, last week he caught 2 that were inside the 10-yard line. When it goes inside the 10-yard line, you're really not supposed to field the punt because you're going to let it go into the end zone and get the ball out at the 20. So
block the gunner.
Oh, my God.
Make the gunner think you're going to catch it and get the hell out of there. I mean, and then we almost score at the end of the first half.
You're right. I got you, Tim. Thanks. More charisma. Phipp's got to be more charismatic. Right? Is that that's what we get out of that? Need more charisma from Phipp.
I'm going to ask Jimmy if tomorrow's show can be 3.5 hours.
You don't like what's happened after the 3.5 hour mark today?
I said to Gator in his ear, does this guy watch Lions games? Like, what? I think they have to tell Phipp to not go for it all the time. Like, if he wants, let's go for it. I got to play.
I'll walk down the line with you, and I'll agree. I think last week there were a couple of big special teams mistakes because Raymond fielded the ball. He fair caught the ball inside the 10-yard line. And you shouldn't do that. Plant yourself at the 10-yard line. If it's over your head, let it go, right? That's the rule everybody hears about. And he didn't. He caught the ball and instead of letting the ball run through the end zone. And then yesterday he does that. He's going to let it go, but the Seahawks made a great play by fielding the punt and downing it at the 5 or whatever. And we've got that's a problem?
I just
he wants him to block that guy, to block the gunner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
did he also start the call by saying this may have nothing to do with the game? I think
sure.
he did. I think he did. So
he was like, "What's the point of a special teams coach?"
Yeah, that's really what I thought. That's how it.
He needs more charisma.
It's been an interesting segment. Let's try Randy.
Dave Phipp needs to wear a cape.
Hey, Randy.
Hi, I referring back to the Lions, but I like another question for you. I think the Big Ten has a obligation for the Big Ten network that each team in the Big Ten has to do a night game, and they have to have it in at a certain time. So I think these games were preset. Is the Michigan State game on Big Ten network?
No, it's on NBC.
Or Iowa?
No, it's NBC.
Oh, the 7:30 games?
Yeah, it's NBC.
I just heard that over the past, and because another guy brought up Jim Harbaugh hates 7:30 game. He likes noon games, so I'm thinking every Big Ten team is going to make a 7:30 game just when they play Michigan. But going back to the Lions,
the networks determine the start times, and it's all driven by ratings.
All right. So going back to the Lions, I enjoyed the draft. The question I had was their secondary, and that's going to be an issue. They got exposed this game, and they, if not for the drop passes in the Kansas City game, they got exposed there. I think they'll fix it. I think they'll get somebody in, a veteran, another player in. But when they go against, I think is Ritter the quarterback for Atlanta?
Yes.
And looking at their schedule and their wins, that Green Bay gave up that win. Green Bay choked on that game. But I think the Lions will be safe with. I think they'll beat Green Bay twice and Kirk Cousins twice in Chicago because their quarterbacks aren't as mobile as the quarterback as Geno Smith.
Yep. Well,
the front line will stop the run, but the defensive backs need to shore up their defense there. I'm not too concerned with the rush.
Did you do that?
I put him back on hold.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Because you wanted to see?
I just feel like if we leave him on hold for like 5 minutes and come back, he might still be talking.
You want to go 5 minutes or you want to go now?
No, we got up against commercial break.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Randy. 248-539-9780. Was he rambling?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a little bit, but it's okay. And this just in. Justin Fields is a running quarterback, and Jordan Love has wheels as well.
Yep. Hold on to your glasses because we got exciting news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today, experience the spirit that has captivated the world for generations. It's Stoli Vodka. It's the taste of excellence. Cheers.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows? But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Greg. You're on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good, Greg.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my problem with the Lions is I don't want to go back to the SOL, but first of all, they scored 31 points. Their problem is not their offense. I mean, even the best quarterbacks throw interceptions and everything happens. But the bottom line is that defense let them march down the field just about every other time. And that's what they need to do. They need to make some changes because Hutchinson is a one-way guy. He's brute, but he's going to have to do some hand moves so he can get to that quarterback better. I have confidence in Campbell. I really do have it. But I hope they change these things now. These are the things that usually hurt them. They don't step on the nail when they get ahead because with a team like that, you have to continue to score. And then, like you said, the interceptions happen and all that. But that happens. It's the defense that has to change to me. I mean, what do you guys think?
I mean, I think very few people thought that the offense would be an issue, and it really was actually good to see them move the football because in week one, they only scored the 2 offensive touchdowns. Defensively, the biggest thing that I just can't wrap my head around is how they only hit the quarterback once with 2 backup tackles. Now, the Lions, to be fair, had their share of injuries. Pascal got hurt at practice last Thursday. You had James Houston break an ankle on special teams.
A dozen snaps before he snapped his ankle.
Yeah, so you know they had some injuries too, but I still would have thought that
Hutchinson is a pressure machine.
Yep. I mean, he was against Kansas City.
Yeah. And didn't one hit in the whole game.
Here's the thing to consider too.
From all the defense.
You have to remember this, and we get lost a little bit in this. Teams have bad days. I think you could say Aaron Glenn probably would say, I didn't have the best day.
This is a yuck throw it in the garbage one?
It might be a little bit of yuck throw it in the garbage. Hey, you in the NFL, you're going to have a bad day. And defensively, a bunch of things didn't play well.
I want to say this is yuck throw it in the garbage because it feels like that. The problem is so many there's a bunch of injuries that are really going to debilitate this team moving forward. A couple of those are on defense. And it doesn't show that they can cover the tight end. And that has been a problem. And when Kyle Pitts lines up as this blended tight end receiver guy, what kind of mismatch are we talking about? I mean, would we just say Brian Branch, you take on Kyle Pitts? Because I don't want to see, no offense, but I don't want to see Rodrigo or Derek Barnes or Alex Anzalone trailing behind a play trying to tackle Kyle Pitts. I need somebody who's going to cover him.
This is a yuck. We got to learn from this game because you can't throw this in the garbage because it's more like, yuck, what happened? Let's fix this, right? Why didn't we get pressure on backup tackles? Why can't we cover these no-name tight ends? Because you're right, Kyle Pitts, that's a name tight end. And if we have to move Brian Branch over there, if Jack Campbell has to play more, then so be it. But they've got to make some changes. And you score enough points, and your defense has to come through at some point and provide some resistance.
Let's go to Dave next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, this is Dave from Livonia, No League Home Improvement Company. Big fan of the show. I've been talking with you, hearing Doug and Carson, hearing you guys for a long time.
Thank you.
So what I want to talk about today, though, man, your guys' callers today are just they're on some crazy stuff.
Yeah, tell me about it.
What you just related to, man, is on point. Okay, we have some injuries right now. My big thing is, though, too, we have 4th and 2. People are complaining about this 4th and 2 so much, but yet, how about the times that we do make it? We don't hear shit. Excuse my language.
Oh, thanks.
So in the moment, if you look at the 4th and 2 and you say we only complain because it didn't work, we do something that we like to be able to be fair to the people involved when a controversial decision is made. And not everybody needs to be held to these standards, but we think as members of the media, it's probably fair to say, okay, before he does it, do I think this is a mistake or do I think this is a smart, calculated risk? When they were going on 4th and 2, I was screaming, what are you doing? What is he doing? I couldn't believe. I thought, oh, they got to be just trying to draw him off sides. And I still will contend that had they punted there, we wouldn't have got one phone call that said, do you remember when they had that 4th and 2 in their own territory with a 4-point lead late third quarter? Why didn't they go for it? Nobody would have said that.
Well, I would have punted it.
I think there was one person in Metro Detroit that would go for it, and he happened to be the guy that's employed as the head coach of the Detroit
But that's the thing, though, is that we shouldn't be surprised when he does because this is his MO. This is what he does, and you got to take the good and take the bad. I
guess that was the bridge too far for me, and it obviously wasn't for him. In his own territory with a lead, I couldn't believe even that he did that. Anyway, Rico's here. Hello, Rico.
I want the Doug Carr sweater collection. I just want to let you know that.
So it's actually just kind of a pullover. He was talking about what I wore for Inside Michigan Football this week.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I had a pullover, shirt and tie underneath.
It was very Roger Goodell fireside draft.
Nice.
Oh. Was it? Is that it?
A power quarter zip, little Al Michaels quarter zip.
It's exactly what it was. It was a quarter zip. Oh, no. Yeah.
Nice.
I got a bunch of those.
I had the light blue and
they're
pink
called
tie.
power zips now.
Power zip.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, John, let me tell you a little bit about this game. Empty the bag.
I didn't go all Jim Nance on him, but yes, we
just slide.
I did not do a slide,
Okay.
the Collinsworth slide, but I'm glad you noticed. Thank you. I have more comments about that.
How much of the source material you use against Bowling Green we talked about?
We got quite a bit. We didn't get to. We actually did talk about. One of my favorite facts is that Jim Harbaugh sang the Bowling Green fight song on his radio coaches show last week, which might be the first.
I heard it on the morning show.
Might have been a first in the history of coaches shows. Do you remember a coach ever singing the opposing team's fight song? Now, he also.
If you lost a bet, I am.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. Did
maybe.
he lose a bet?
He also, well, I'm not going to empty the bucket now, but we do the thing. We got deep into the bucket, Mike, to answer your question.
I got you.
Yeah. We got deep into the bucket.
Do we have to do this show today?
Yeah, I know.
I said I wanted the whole week off.
Mike, if you want a distraction, we were just out there looking at the new Monday Night Football intro. It's in the air tonight. It's the Phil Collins song, but he's not in it.
Somebody else singing it?
Yes, I think it's Chris Stapleton.
Do you like it?
I like it, but it's like,
oh, Chris Stapleton covering it. I wouldn't mind.
but I need a little bit of Phil Collins. He's iconic. I would take Mike Tyson just banging some drums, something.
They did a feature story on that on ESPN's pregame show last year.
Yeah.
How In the Air Tonight plays in like every NFL stadium before the game, and the players just love
it's a sweet intro. It's like, how come no one ever thought of this before? But you would think
for a game intro,
you would see Phil Collins.
Well, you guys make it a double dip on Monday nights here. I don't need this.
I don't need it either.
Every Monday night. Come on.
And the other thing is, I don't want my viewing of one game being interrupted because they're going to go picture in picture, and I'm watching two games once on the same TV. I don't want that either, and that's going to happen without my control. That's the network decision that they're going to show at different times both games at the same time. I don't like it.
I'm okay with it. I'll have it on. It'll probably be video wallpaper to an extent, but do you not like it, Mike?
I don't want to. No, I don't want to be sad today. That bummed me out yesterday.
Yeah.
It just bummed me out.
Yeah.
And again, I got to listen to Rico about Geno Smith, and he's right. I mean, it is what it is. This defense turns into a pumpkin when this guy comes to town.
We all thought they'd win, though.
You know what? I thought that the pumpkin, I thought it was midnight because on their final drive of regulation and he starts running backwards. I'm like,
oh my God,
okay, congratulations. This is what you should be doing to him. Corral this man.
Yeah,
that was the one QB hit they had.
Mr. Aggression decided to turtle up.
Weird.
I don't get it.
Really
it's really strange.
Dude, nobody understands that.
All right,
The
well,
other
you
thing
guys.
I don't understand is how you don't generate a pass rush against street free agent tackles.
Don't
I
get
don't
it.
want to hear about the ball getting out quick. Come on, guys.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll talk about it next.
So, have a good one. Stay safe,
Shout out
everybody.
Scotty Hazelton. All right.
Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
I'd prefer to not be here right now. Welcome in. People, I thought we were done with it. I thought we were done with having to lower our expectations, but that's where I'm at. It's a beautiful day here in Detroit. It's a beautiful life. But I have to tell you, I have to lower my expectations for this team because they're not ready for it. They're not ready to deliver on what I thought they were ready to deliver on because yesterday was unforgivable. That was as rat-ass, sloppy, nonsense a performance as you're going to see. 10 days rest, coming home, a team coming to town who has no playmakers up front and has street free agents at both tackle spots. You hit the quarterback one time. This team went out and made mistakes that they just don't make. And whether it's, I got a real problem with one of the fourth downs, but that's fine. The fumble to come out of the half, to flip the game on its ear. This defense on third down, able to do nothing. Nothing. And Rico's BFF, Geno Smith, beats us again.
No.
And now, I got to be honest. People, I am terrified because the injuries this team incurred in this game, and David Montgomery, you find out James Houston's going to be out till November. It's clear Aiden's not good enough to do it by himself. It's exactly what I told you. Aiden's a good player. He ain't Nick Bosa. And if you want to cry about the holding call a different show.
No.
Because part of the expectation of being a great team, you overcome. You didn't cry about Juwan Taylor because you overcame it. Don't distill this game into one thing because to me, they had a chance to put this team away. They didn't do it. Atlanta looks better. Green Bay looks like they're better than we expected. And now, I got to be honest, it's like an on-the-brink week for me because I have to lower them, Rico, from this idea of being a threat to San Francisco and Philly, and I got to downgrade them. That loss really bothered me. It really hurt me. It disappointed me. And that's where I start the week. I'm super bummed out, man. I just can't believe they found a way to lose that game. And I would love to hear from you on this. You have every right to gloat. You're Mr. Geno Smith.
No.
Mr. Geno. Go ahead.
No.
Geno's not a bum.
He's not a bum, but I do think that it's been a lack of respect for Geno Smith, and he keeps going out and doing the same thing. The fact that you could not get pressure with two rent-a tackles is disturbing. But I do wonder, has this changed your expectation? Have you lowered it for the Lions? 248-539-9797, because I would say, no, going back to this summer, this was the game that I circled. Win or lose in Kansas City, that was house money. This was the game. Can you bounce back after being told how pretty you are for 10 days? Can you refocus? And Dan Campbell talks about eating humble pie. Like, I think the team was smelling themselves a little bit, and they thought they were a little bit better than what they were. And, yeah, I look at Campbell, and a lot of decisions that he made, I think some of them, Mike, he only put Riley Patterson out there at the end of the game because he had to. Not because he wanted to. He does not trust his kicker. That's why he's so aggressive with the fourth downs. He'd rather put the ball in the offense's hand. I get that. But then I look at the end of the game. My goodness. We should start a service, coaching 2-minute drill service, a seminar on how to help coaches not shoot themselves in the foot. It's like, what are you doing? Okay, clock is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. Are we going to even throw once to the end zone? Really, we're just going to go to overtime. You never want to go to overtime when you have the ball last on your side of the field with 1:20 to go. You punch it in, and then you say, good night, Seattle. Get on the plane. We're 2-0, and we're on to Atlanta. But instead, this happens, and then you're right. If you're calling up and you want to mention anything about the holding, non-holding call another show. Wait for Wojo and Rieger. Don't do this.
I'm not interested. I mean, just all of it. The idea that a coach who could be so hyper-aggressive all day would play for the tie at the end of the game with a pocket full of timeouts.
Right.
I can't rationalize it. The idea that Jared Goff, who'd been so good, the pick six, missing Gibbs before the half. Yeah, here's the other thing I got to say. Guys, opening night, I was patient, and I understood that Jahmyr Gibbs needed to be kind of worked into this thing. But if you use the number 12 overall pick on a running back, I can't walk out of a game where the starter gets hurt with 7 carries. What are we doing here?
No, because
and the problem for me, Enrico, I'm going to say it again to you, and you and I agree on this one point. I was worried about this receiving core, and when you see Amon-Ra get banged up, you see how weak they are out wide. They just don't have answers, and now you're looking at where are we at moving forward. It's a long way till J-Mo returns. So this game was a loss in more ways than one, including James Houston being out. Great. Aiden's going to face double team every damn play now. And he hasn't proven to be able to beat it the way the great players have. And that's not a shot. It's just reality.
No, it was.
He's a good young player, but there's a difference between good and great.
Yeah, they chipped him all game where they would have the tight end or somebody bump into him along with the tackle. But, yeah, as far as Jahmyr Gibbs goes, if you want to know what happens when you draft a running back that high, you're going to get a taste of that this Sunday. Atlanta uses Bijan like oxygen. They use him all out of the backfield. They throw the ball to him. He is a main part of that offense, whereas Gibbs is kind of a luxury piece. He's kind of a, hey, look at this is cute. Well, guess what? That's over. Cuteness is done. He's got to be your guy because your running back room was already thin. He's going to have to show why he was taken so high and that you passed on other people on defense and you took this guy on offense. Remember, Brad Holmes was real smug about it. Oh, these people all think they know the draft. Well, I know the draft. Well, Brad, this is a Brad Holmes. Show me that you were smart with your draft picks, Brad.
248-539-9797. I mean, I'm bummed. I am. And you guys have every right to be bummed. You guys showed up. You guys were awesome yesterday. I really thought they were going to get it done. But the minute Montgomery fumbled out of the half and gifted 7, then you tack on a pick 6 to that, you're never going to win games like that in the NFL. You're not good enough to get away with that. I mean, maybe the Chiefs in prime, maybe the Bengals the last few years, maybe the Eagles, maybe Rico's Niners are. You might be good enough to escape. You are not. It was sloppy. The execution was not where it needed to be. And look, here's the thing. I'm willing to take as many phone calls as you want about Dan Campbell and the 4th down stuff, but here's the problem. You can't go dancing in the streets when he goes for it and it works, and then go crazy when it doesn't. Now, look, if you want to say, hey, I need him to be a little more selective, I'm with you. I'll be up front with you. Early in the game, and I've been consistent on this, early in the game, tied at 7, it's 4th and 4, not 4th and 2, not 4th and 1, not 4th and inches. It's 4th and 4 and a 31 in a 7-7 game. I'm taking the points. I'm taking the points one time, and I'm going to put them in my pocket.
Yep.
Because now the rest of the game I can do whatever I want to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, by the time, later on, he's got 4th and 3 on the 11 in a 14-14 game. He goes and it works. Third quarter, the 4th and 2 on your own 45 is the only one, I will tell you, up 21-17. We're one of the best punters in football, a home field advantage, and I've already gifted the other team 7. I'm not going on my own 45, 4th and 2. If it's 4th and inches and you want to get Goff under center and QB sneak it, I got you. No argument. You can't stop the play. Rico and I, we always joke about it.
Right.
But while I have a slight disagreement in the second quarter, I'm not going to file an objection. I get it. But 4th and 2 on your own 45 in the third quarter where you're up 21-17, come on, man.
No, and when you play Seattle, man. Mike, I'm all about the aggressive play that they did, especially the fake punt that they did against Kansas City. Because when you're playing certain teams, you got to do extraordinary things to beat teams that are better than you. And I think it's safe to say Kansas City we all thought was better than the Lions. You're on the road, their house. Seattle, to me, you're equal. You're the same. So now it's field position, it's smart play, it's field goals, it's whatever it takes because you are going to be in a backyard brawl with this team. They have had your number, and they went out there, and they played smarter than you because you had an opportunity to make, when you were up, like you say, pin them back, make them go far, make them do things, and instead you handed them the ball right there midfield.
Well, and Rico, to further the point, though, there's a reason I outlined it the way I did. If you had taken the points early, you're up 24-17. Now, if you want to go for it up 7, and you believe this is the kill shot, and I'm going to make it 2%, you might be able to pathway it. But when you've passed up points and you've still regained the lead after giving away 7, just personally, I'm not going for it there. But I think what we all, myself included, are going to have to get used to is this is who this guy is. But here's the problem. If you're going to be hyper-aggressive with that stuff, then you can't do what you did at the end of the game playing for a tie. You just can't.
No.
And that's my issue. It's like, well, you can't be half wet.
A little bit pregnant.
You got to go all, no, you're half pregnant, sort of. Like, no. I mean, they had 1st and 10 at Seattle's 38 with 1:06 and a pocket full of timeouts. Why are we not using a timeout till 26 seconds left to go at the 27?
I had no idea.
Can't happen.
Mike, and that's not even taking shots at the end zone. It's like, are we really just going to line up and let Riley Patterson kick his very first field goal this year?
And to his credit, he made it.
No, he made it.
At least he made it.
No, but it's like you're not even attempting to get the ball into the end zone. It was, okay, well, let's just burn all the – are you that afraid of Geno Smith and the Seahawks?
Here's my concern as we go into, the next game of the year, the next series of games. Rico, I got major concerns out wide. I've had those all summer. And I got big concerns up front. Part of that is injury to James Houston. Part of it is the defensive tackles are largely a nothing burger. And with all, look, obviously I hold Aiden to a high standard as number 2 overall pick in the draft. Kid needs help. And I don't know that they have it. So we'll talk. We're going to have this cathartic experience together, people. 248-539-9797. We get to your phone calls. We will mix in some blitzes. A lot going on in the NFL. For Rico, he just gets to bump along in luxury and just go out and win another game. For the rest of us, we're in the streets.
You're not going to put any respect on his name, huh?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
I will not say his name on these airwaves. Oh, you mean Rat Purdy? Hey, the perfect temperature to sleep is 68 degrees. You could debate that temperature, but I ain't debating Rat Purdy. What's not up for debate is the eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress to be made. It's the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored, or the perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
this was such. I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans as a season opener, coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was alive.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was. The players, the coaches, media, everything. And I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year. But you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, I'm just like it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from, the place was amazing yesterday. Everybody was in their seat like at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than usual.
They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively. And Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating.
All right, we've blabbered enough. I could talk for 2 hours straight on the game, but it's time for you guys. So let's get to it. Rico, let's just knock them down in order. Tom Batts lead off. Let's talk.
Tom,
What's up,
you're
Mike?
on 97.1.
Rico, Mikey.
Hey, man.
What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, there's a couple things, probably 3. First of all, Dan Campbell, Gambling Dan, all of a sudden, it seems like, all right, again, late in the game, his big cojones just kind of shrank inside himself. He was like, one thing tells me he did not trust his kicker. He wanted to get close enough. He wanted to get closer and closer for his kicker because he didn't trust him. 2, why didn't they let Goff, who had a pretty good game, he had one bad throw, but why didn't he let him go to the end zone? Didn't trust him. And then he didn't know how to take care of the time at the end of the game. It's like, and he was just playing for a tie. It was clear. And he was gambling for a coin toss. And like that movie that Batman movie where the guy flips the coin on this, you're going to win or die on the call of this coin. And the Lions lost. It's just unbelievable.
See, I disagree on the overtime thing. Look, I understand everybody wants to cry when their team loses. Well, both teams should touch the ball. You know what my answer is? Don't allow a touchdown.
Yeah.
Don't let a team go right down the field, go 80 yards. I can't. You had every opportunity to get off the field. It's just the Campbell thing is I believe that these guys will run through an effing wall for this guy. I believe in that part of him as a coach. But we keep coming back to these moments of inconsistency. And look, if I work my way around the 4th downs, Rico, fine. This is who we're going to be, right? We're going to be analytics darlings. Fine. But you can't do what you did at the end of the game.
No.
You can't.
No, but Mike, I think some of this goes to the fact that I know Campbell is the guy. He's the grit, and in Detroit, he embodies everything that you want. But I think we failed to realize he did not come with a lot of experience. He's still learning on the job, and this was an unfortunate learning experience. And I know you don't want to hear that. Not you, Mike.
No,
but
do not.
People don't want to hear that. But I don't know if he's been in that situation before where
I'm hoping he will learn and say, man, just like last year, you can't go for it all the time. You got to play smart. So he's kind of toned down the going for it, and he does it in the right spots. And it's really only been the 4th and 2 is the only one that I was like, I don't know if I would do that. And maybe the one, but he ended up scoring a touchdown earlier in the game when they went for it. So I'm like, I guess it worked.
4th and 4.
It worked. Well, here's for the other him. thing I didn't like. If you want to go to a granular level too, because I know we'll get some mathematicians who will want to call in and challenge on this. So fine, let's say it's the right decision to go for it. You know what I haven't liked? Their 4th down play selection. Why are you asking a tight end to motion into the formation and kick out a defensive lineman? Yeah. If you have George Kittle, who in my mind is the best blocking tight end in football, if you have George Kittle, or maybe you're like David's team, and you have Darnell Washington, who's basically a creative player from Georgia, I still don't like the concept of motioning in to kick a D lineman out. That is such a difficult block. It's such a bad concept to me.
Because the margin of error is you miss, and he's in the backfield.
I just feel like you got way better options. Now, again, you see it all over the league. I mean, here, Bill Belichick's the greatest coach in the league, and Bill O'Brien's an offensive savant. It's 4th and an inch. We're running a toss play. What? So believe me, they're not alone in this. I love Ben Johnson. But whether it was the 4th down play in Kansas City that no one liked, or some of their concepts they're running on 4th down here, I look very difficult for me.
I look at the 4th down plays, and I'm thinking to myself, isn't this why you drafted Jahmyr Gibbs? If it's not 4th and inches, this man, even if he's a decoy, has to be a part of the play because he can do so many different things, whether you hand the ball off to him, whether you throw a wheel route to him, whether you put him in motion, you put him in slot and get him lined up against a linebacker. This is why you drafted him. But you're right. Some of the play calling is, I think you're getting a little too cute, but going back to what I said, this is him learning on the job. He's going to make mistakes like this because he's still inexperienced. Yes, it's year 3, but he's learning. And yesterday was a hard lesson because at no point were you even attempting to go for the end zone. Like you got it on your half of the field. Okay, let's see what we have. And if we have to near the end settle for a field goal, fine. But how about this? Let's win for the game.
Yeah, and I want to get to the people. The problem is they cannot afford to be out to a slow start again. This was a gettable game. What this does is nullify the win in Kansas City. If you flip them and they lost in KC but defended the Den here,
you'd
feel different. Yeah. Well, the point is you didn't lose in Kansas City. And I didn't know that Seattle would be without both starting tackles. And Dan Campbell, look, the next 5 games, Atlanta looks better than you imagine. Green Bay looks like they're solid. Carolina, you'd like to think you could beat. Tampa Bay, obviously out to a 2-0 start. And then there's at Baltimore. Guys, for a head coach who's 2-15 in September and October as a head coach, we cannot have another one of these slow starts. And when I show you the next 5 games where James Houston won't be playing in any of them, we don't know about Taylor Decker. We don't know about David Montgomery. And it's like, guys, it turns quick in this league. And injuries can do that. Go to Jeremy, 97.1. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, brother. How you guys doing?
Good. Good, Jeremy.
Well, I was at the game yesterday. I mean, it was energetic. I got to say, it sucked at the end, but it was a good game. But obviously, in retrospect, you go back and you look at, like, what went sideways. And I agree with you on the slow start. I mean, with them scoring first on us, puts us behind the 8 ball. But, I even realized at the end of the game, which drove me crazy, like how why do they have to huddle when we're down to like round about 2 minutes?
Here's where you're at. It was 57 or 58 seconds left, and you got first down and 3 timeouts. It is inexcusable for the game to play out the way it played out, where the next time you run a play, I'm looking at 32 seconds left? Mm-hmm. Correct? Mm-hmm. 38 seconds left?
With 3 timeouts?
Next time, then it's 26 seconds left? Then you're just sitting there and you just burn the last 23 seconds. Well, first of all, you'd thrown an incomplete, then you throw a 3-yard useless pass. It's not about, well, they blew the last 20 seconds. I mean, fourth down was coming up. The point I'm making is, well, here's another thing. If you're going to be hyper-aggressive, you could make the case. I'm not. I don't know what mathematicians would say. The point is, it all happened around the 1 minute mark. The mistake was there. When you completed the pass for a first down, or when you ran that end around to Khalif Raymond, that's the issue. I don't know what happened there. It can't happen. Not in my world, Rico.
No, and you just, with all your timeouts, you have the entire field to use. The middle of the field, the sideline, wherever the open guy is, whoever is the open receiver. And it's just, they just said, you know what? We're going to acquiesce to just kicking that field goal. That's it.
The problem is the routes are there. Goff's just not firing it.
That is another issue, but you guys are right.
I mean, listen, Goff has been really good here, David, but we have to be fair about it. I'm not gonna hit Ben Johnson with a bus. The routes are there. He's not cutting it loose. I mean, he missed Gibbs 40 yards down the field wide open.
Yeah,
that is the complaint. Yeah, he's always going to opt. That's how you know what, here, F it. I support the guy because he is careful with the football, right? But you don't go 400 pass attempts if you're cutting it loose without an interception. You don't. So we're asking him to do something that he's probably just not going to do.
Go ahead, David.
I was going to say on that final drive in the fourth quarter, the problem that I have with it is, of course, yeah, they weren't aggressive enough. When it's 1 minute left after the Khalif Raymond play, and then the next play goes for 4 yards. It's like, so you wasted all that time. Try something deep, and I guess Mike just answered that question. Jared's just not going to do it.
And David, I mean,
you had the first down with 57 seconds to go when Raymond gets tackled. Why is there not a timeout at 57 seconds? The next time you ran a play was 38 seconds left. Pass to Gibbs for 4 yards. That's the error.
Right.
That. And then even worse, you don't call the timeout after that play until 26.
And here's where that's acceptable. If they were down by 2, you know what? We won't cover, but we're going to sing the fight song in the locker room. Going to win the game.
Agree.
But you're going to just try to tie the game? No. And then, not to be lost, but the 2 turnovers that really caused that was 14 points. I had to go back and rewind the game. But wait, I thought the Lions got the ball coming out in the second half. I don't get the ball. What? Wait a minute. Oh, they fumbled. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Tell you the other thing. First of all, I've seen about enough of Jerry Jacobs. Mosley's got to get back. But in fairness to Jacobs, look, Jacobs' game is being a physical corner. Why are you playing him 15 yards off? Oh, we don't want to get beat deep. Well, congratulations. You let Geno Smith carve you apart, death by 1,000, paper cuts. But, I mean, Jerry Jacobs has been picked on exclusively the first 2 weeks. You can't put him out there. Just can't. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls shortly. Get in the game. Moran Buick GMC. Schedule's packed. We all know it. You're running around to the youth sports. It's chaos. You got a bunch of projects around the house, whatever it may be. Maybe the Enclave could be your answer, seating up to 7. Maybe it's the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. They got you covered. New stock arrives daily. And if something's wrong with the current car, no problem. MoranExpress.com. You stop in, you get the certified service appointment, you get the free loaner. You go about your day. They'll call you when the vehicle's done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. And UW just scored again. All right, we'll stick to the point. We need ticket texts. I know the callers want to wrap. And Rico has a great question. I don't want to lose sight of it. Respect. Did yesterday change your expectations for this team? And I can't lie to you. Yeah, it shook me. Both the performance, but the injuries. And I'm really concerned about this defensive line. Because if you can't win against bums off the street, I'm sorry. That's a red flag. I don't want to hear about getting rid of it quick. I didn't like the scheme. You know how you don't let a guy get rid of it quick? You get physical with the receivers. Yeah. You don't have to play press and zero blitz and the NAR dog and the A-gap. No. You know,
coming down from Aaron Glenn coming down
from the booth. Yeah. But the point is, you also can't play to prevent. You know, it was funny watching Michigan State, the Lions, and then the Patriots. All three game plans were the same thing. Mm-hmm. It was the help me, I'm poor defense. It was prevent.
Great example.
It was prevent.
You know what? Hey, while you're at it, go ahead and throw Colorado State that final drive in there, too.
Don't want to talk about it. Very disheartened. David, the ticket text.
Vernon from Clinton Township says, thank you, Rico, for that opening take. I was wondering why we didn't take a shot at the end zone when we were at home and the chance to win the game. Excellent point.
Because, David, I love to see when coaches and teams get aggressive. And, you know, I witnessed that in East Lansing. 38 seconds left, and Washington is like, you know what? You want to score again? Let's score again. Let's just put foot on the gas, all gas, no brakes, and it works. I hate when you see teams just power it down and just, we'll just settle for this. No settling. When you have a kill shot, take the kill shot.
People need to chill out. You can't jump off the bandwagon after week 2. They had 3 turnovers and still almost won.
That's not what anyone's doing. It's not bandwagoning. It's about altering expectations. I cannot sit here and tell you in good faith that the way you've played and what happened yesterday with the injuries that took place, that in my heart, I believe you were as good as before the game was played. I can't do that. Do I still think you're going to win the North? Yes. But does that make you a threat in the NFC? No. And if you're not concerned about the next few games where you're going to be shorthanded at a critical spot or two, then you're not paying attention. Mm-hmm. So just stop with the bandwagon stuff. Elevate your takes.
Right, because nobody said that they were going to win all of their games, but this was a winnable game. And you found out last year, guess what? Seattle now owns the tiebreaker over you again.
Eric from Wyandotte says, CJGJ really set the tone with the 2 boneheaded penalties. Keep the goofy mask away. Just win. That's all. No more gimmicks.
Yes. No, the masks are done. That's out. That's not a thing.
Grand opening, grand closing.
Closing. That's right. Great Jay-Z line. The point is, his penalty early, his reaction to that, I go, CJ, what planet are you on? Right. Oh, I'm looking at the big board. Nah, dude.
Right. You know what?
Penalty 100 times out of 100.
Right. You look up at the big board, and now you just saw it on a 100-foot screen. It's still the same penalty. Like, what? You just want the crowd behind? Like, dude, that was a penalty. Just accept it.
Just accept it. Aiden Hutchinson is Ryan Kerrigan, and Detroit needs to realize it fast, someone says.
I'm not going to slander him. I'm saying people say things they want to be true, not what necessarily is. Meaning, you're a Go Blue supporter, you love the kid, he was magical for you, and you just automatically say things like great or all pro or superstar. No. He's a good player who needed to build off his rookie year and, I told you, needed to improve his win rate on pass rushes. Mm-hmm. And if you want to say double teams, go talk to Myles Garrett about double teams. Go talk to Nick Bosa about double teams. Stop.
Right. If you want to be
great.
You
were drafted number 2 overall. Exactly, Rico. If you're going to be great, be great.
Right. Be great. Then nobody has excuses. Now, this is the one time that I will say this because I don't want this to seem like, oh, I told you so. But this is why I wanted Jalen Carter on that line to help him out. Because so you couldn't double team him, so he would have help, so you could have him with Houston, and now you have a pass rush that could have gone out there and beat the 2 rent tackles that Seattle had. But instead, we were told, you don't know what you're talking about. We take Gibbs. I'm not saying Gibbs can't be good, Mike, but I just see that it's a cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true. If you got a good defense, you win championships. Make that defense better. I'm done.
You know I can't fight you today on this. You know I want to.
I know you.
You know you're being mean right now.
I'm not being mean.
And you're being unfair. But you know what? I'm gonna allow it. I have to allow it. I don't have a choice.
No, it's not. The guy brought up the whole Aiden thing, and it's just like, I want Aiden to succeed here. And newsflash, I didn't go to Michigan, but I think he can succeed here. He needs help. That should have been your main focus in the draft.
And I'm concerned now, without James Houston till November, which, again, the earliest you'll see him will be week 10.
Oh, boy.
Where's the help coming from? It ain't coming from Charles Harris. That's a problem. Because if it was a problem with Houston, what's it going to be for Aiden without him? And yes, do I think the kid deserves to get a little more respect and get a few holding calls? Sure I do. But in the end, the great ones, you play through it. And they need Aiden to be great. That's why you take a guy number 2 overall. I didn't make the rules.
And that's not bashing Aiden either, by the way.
Oh, please. If people take it as that, they can go to hell. Take a call. I don't even know who's held the longest. I'm starting to get upset. I'm only 39 minutes into the show.
Mike, let me introduce you to Mike. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, hello, guys. I concur with what you're saying at the end of the game. I don't know what Campbell was looking at. His team wasn't stopping the Seahawks for most of the game. It's like a 2-minute drill when you're behind. They were behind. You go for the win. You guys got out. I mean, he has guys that were hurt out. St. Brown was hurt offensively. So what are you going to wait for? A hopeful coin toss? And even then, I don't know that he would have been able to. The offense would have marched down and got a touchdown, maybe a field goal. But then you got Seattle coming back. I don't get it. I was watching and I said, how can you not try to go? You got plenty of time. It's a 50-yard line. It made no sense to me at all.
I mean, yeah, like I say, the clock management just I don't know. I mean, this is something that Campbell's really going to have to explain to everybody. What was going on? What was the mentality? Why not no shots at the end zone? You had all your timeouts. You could be as aggressive as you want. Try to find the open man. Because, all of a sudden now you throw a pass down to the 8-yard line. It's a whole new ball game. 29 seconds to go. We got 2 timeouts. We're on the 8. We can run it. We can pass it. We can do so many different things. Nah, let's take a field goal and let's go to overtime while we let down this entire stadium who's all rooting for us.
That's who I'm bummed out for. I mean, obviously, I didn't grow up a Lions fan. I'm just bummed for people. That should have been a coronation yesterday, but they got very sloppy. A couple critical errors. And by the way, I don't think it'd be understated. For all the people who were ripping on David Montgomery because he wasn't sexy in the opener, but he's the pacemaker. Did you like the way he ran yesterday? Fumble notwithstanding. Ran hard. 3-yard gains and the 5-yard gains. 4-yard gains and the 6-yard gains. He's the pacemaker. But I'm with Rico on this. 7 carries for Gibbs. You threw 6 or 7 passes to him, but it's all 3 yards a pop. I really thought we were going to get Gibbs, motion him out of the formation, play him with Montgomery, get him upfield a little bit. I know it's about patience. I know he's young, but damn it, they needed him yesterday. And instead, I'm looking at Craig Reynolds getting some snaps. I'm going, what are we doing here? I'm sorry.
No.
248-539-9797. Let me take care of some business briefly here. Oh, here, it's uplifting off a Lions loss. Let's talk about the IRS. Whether it's a collection or audit, you need a law firm that's going to specialize in resolution. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate representation. You need Abraham and Rose. They're not some strangers. These are real guys, brick and mortar. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They will fight for you. They'll be the buffer. That way the IRS, they're not calling you. They're going to call your representation. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today and let them get to work for you. Don't let your tax problems get worse. 248-539-5797. 5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
This was I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans as a season opener, coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was a lot.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was, the players, the coaches, media, everything, and I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year, but you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from, the place was amazing yesterday. Everybody was in their seat like at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than usual.
They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively. And Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating.
All right, we'll go on the board here momentarily. Yeah, not going good indeed. It sucks. I feel bad for everybody. This team pulls that off yesterday. It's a totally different tenor. But they didn't. And the injuries are a problem. And the way they played is a problem. Dan Campbell reverting to bad HCDC is a problem. And again, I've stood here and I've said I thought the defense was going to be a lot better, and you can't have Geno Smith cut you apart. Oh, by the way, you had the benefit of DK Metcalf missing half the game with a rib injury, only to come back because he's not human.
That's factual.
He's not human. He was built in a lab somewhere. We'll go on the board, and we're going to get right back to your calls. So, David, without further ado. Well, before we get to a double dip in the NFL tonight, shout out Billy Napier's $5 haircut. Florida plus 6.5 outright winner. So that was nice. Rico, I'll be honest with you. I don't love either game, but I have a pick on both because I'm insane. Browns, right off the rip. I know I'm flying into the sun with Tomlin as a home divisional dog, but a lot of the data versus the Browns and a lot of Tomlin's data doesn't hold. He don't have those teams. And this ain't your mommy's Browns. But the other game is the one I wanted to just give some attention to because it's rat, it's ugly, it's a home divisional dog, and the line makes no sense. Saints, Derek Carr on the road at the Panthers, and this line has just stench written all over it. Panthers getting 3. Well, when you do some digging, you find out that the Saints' kryptonite over the past 3 years, the Panther defense. For some reason, they can't score on these guys. And Bryce Young, outside of 2 mistakes in the opener, was better than Ritter. I think Panthers plus 3, super interesting here. Home divisional dog, getting points. I don't know that I trust the Saints. And the Saints struggle stopping the run. Panthers are going to want to stay on schedule tonight. So a little look to the Browns and Panthers tonight if you want it.
All right, Mike, let me give you a 2-leg parlay involving each of the games. Anytime touchdown. Chris Olave, pair that with Nick Chubb for plus 500.
Jesus. Value, as Jim Costa likes to say. Value. Let's go to Kenny Cott.
Yeah, I also have a 2-leg parlay. Not quite as sexy as Rico's, but it is a 2-leg parlay.
That ain't sexy, I'm just saying.
I mean, your value is very good. I only have plus 185 at the moment. Nick Chubb anytime, I like that. Plus Browns to win, plus 185.
So Browns money line?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so let me give you a stat here before I give what I'm going to do here. So here's a stat here. With the Steelers, they've played 36 games with Matt Canada as the offensive coordinator, and the offense has failed to produce 20 points in regulation in 27 of those 36 games. So here's what I'm doing tonight. The over-under is 38.5, and with the Steelers going against the defense of the Browns, I think there's no shot they help on that total. So I am going to parlay the under in that game. Sorry, you're not going to have fun watching that game tonight. Neither will I. You won't. I don't want you to be miserable punts. Just like me. So I'm going to parlay that 38.5 and the Nick Chubb anytime score. That will be a parlay of plus 362 for that game.
I want fun.
Why does that seem? Well, you know what's going to happen now? Yep. 38-35 and Chubb doesn't play. I mean, plus 365, that's wondrous.
I agree.
Because it does feel like a 20-17 game. And it does feel like Nick Chubb's going to get 25 touches tonight.
Trips in the warm-ups.
One thing that oh, boy.
All of our parlays are ruined if Nick Chubb gets injured or something happens.
Go ahead,
One
Mike.
thing that's important to note, though, and I know the Browns, they're losers, they're idiots, I get it. Them hiring Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator is one of the best hires of the offseason. Because while he's a bum as a coach, he's great as a DC. He's the Manny Diaz of the NFL.
Yeah.
And the way that defense looked in week 1, I don't know. I'm just willing to give it a free roll into week 2 here that they can do the same. Plus, no Deontay Johnson for Pittsburgh.
Well, but,
I don't know about – go ahead.
Here's also the thing regarding Nick Chubb, and that's why I love when you added him to your parlay, Rico. There's no Cam Hayward for the Steelers. So who's stopping him in the middle? No one. Yeah. Easy score. It does seem easy. It seems too easy.
Yeah, exactly, which is why it won't happen. So tread lightly, people. Nobody wants to live in a dumpster. Be careful. Don't be a moron. That's on the board. Now, let me tell you something. I'm beyond thrilled that today is September 18th because as much as I like FanDuel, I can't take this promotion anymore with this legal copy. So let's do it. Join now. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, truth. New customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, truth. And you bet $5, you get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So not bad so far, right? Join FanDuel, FanDuel.com/ticket. Here's the copious legal copy. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook.
And
gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-717.
And
NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. That's today. And no refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV.
And
YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV.
And
redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment.
And
current commercial use excluded.
And
subscription renews.
And
cancel anytime.
Ah!
That's my general feeling about yesterday's game. So, look, we'll give you the Cliff Notes because we got a lot of people who want to talk. It's cathartic for everybody. Rico maybe has the best question of the day, which is, did yesterday change your expectations for the team? And for me, it did. I think it gave me a lot of pause, and it bums me out. But the injuries, the way that they played defensively, just so passive. The inability to beat street free agent tackles for Seattle to get really. Do you know the first and only time you hit Geno Smith was with, I don't know, like a minute and a half left in the game?
Yep.
When he ran backwards 40 yards like a bad video game player. I mean, that was it, guys. So we're having the conversation. We're talking about Dan Campbell. Hyper aggressive on all these fourth downs, but then plays for the tie. How do you have 58 seconds left, 3 timeouts, and 1st and 10, and you played for the tie? How? You run another play, you don't call your next timeout until 26 seconds left. How? So it's all there for you. And Rico, unless you have something you want to add, I just you pick the callers, take it away, and let's just talk with the people and go from there.
No, Mike, I think people have been waiting for a long time. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey, Jim.
Hey, I just wanted to say, it was obvious that the defense was not stopping Seattle again. They were giving up 150 points in 3 games or more. And, Aaron Glenn, and I don't want to call him out, and that's what I appreciate about Dan Campbell. He don't call out nobody, okay? But Aaron Glenn, he tried to dial up some blitzes, and every time he did, Seattle took advantage of it and made big plays. And, you call the 4th downs, you're giving it to Ben Johnson, and you're trusting, he's supposed to be a great, and I do believe he is, and it's one game. And I believe that he is going to be a great offense coordinator, and I think there's a tight family net there, and there's chemistry there, and it's one game. But I did see a lot of things that were disappointing. I would agree with you, Mike. And it's good to talk to you. The first time I talked to you, Mike, I love listening to you. Rico, I talked to you before, and I love you guys too. Both of you.
Man.
Appreciate it.
I feel bad it's under these circumstances. I really expected today to be a celebration.
Hey, Jim.
Very bummed out.
Today's going to be a new day. You got Atlanta coming up. Pick your head up.
Yeah, but you know what? I got to tell you something. Rico, listen, Ritter largely stinks, but they're nothing to play with. Their defense is better, and that running game, they're going to hammer on you. And Arthur Smith, remember, he developed the ground game that launched Mike Vrabel and Derrick Henry's career. It is Have you seen Bijan run?
Okay, here's the deal. How you feel now is how I will feel if this team loses to Atlanta. You have no business losing to the Falcons. They are a fraudulent 2-0. They are not that good. Green Bay handed them that game yesterday. So you lose to the – I'm not even going to get into – we'll get into it later in the week. Mike, no excuses. You're beating Atlanta.
No, I agree. Okay. I agree with everything you just said. If you lose to them, it is a disaster and the sky is falling. Go ahead, make fun of me. Say that's a hot take. Say it's stupid. Guys, You can't lose back-to-back home games and talk about winning a division. You can't start the year 1-2 and talk about winning a division. No. You can't do it.
And losing to 2 NFC teams that could now hold the tiebreaker over you, that's a recipe for disaster. Let's go back to the phone lines. Ivory on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey, man, hold on.
Hi, Ivory.
Hey, I called Doug and Gator's show about the Lions, and so I guess time-wise, I'll talk about something different because there's so many things for me to unpack in regards to this game. But the important thing, it's like I said to them, keep the same energy. If you're going to be an aggressive coach, be an aggressive coach. But what I really wanted to talk about real quick was the defense and Brad Holmes. I'm starting to. I hope they're not getting to the point where they're just. I understood why they drafted Sewell over Micah Parsons and everything, trying to get a franchise left, tackle. But we need dogs up front. We need people up front, and they're, not. I'm starting to wonder if not drafting Jalen Carter was a big mistake for them, because you need to get somebody next to Hutchinson that can take the double teams off of him, get some, because they have none, zilch interior pressure. Like, I've watched it for 2 weeks. They get no pressure, period. And it really hurts their secondary, especially when you have, I like Jerry Jacobs. He's cool. But, man, can we please get somebody else in there? Can we please get that? Because they're getting torched.
Missing Mosley is hurting. Jerry Jacobs has been picked on 2 weeks in a row. But part of the problem is, why are you asking Jerry Jacobs to play soft off cover when physicality is the calling card? Like, the whole defensive game plan, I'm not letting Geno Smith go 28 at 35 or whatever the hell it is. I can't. Right. If you're that scared about getting beat over the top, get new safeties because you spent money on safeties.
Right. It's like I guess I forgot where Geno Smith just stops and drops it back 50 yards all the time. Like, wait, I get it. Patrick Mahomes, yes, you want to make sure that nobody beats you deep. Geno Smith, with 2 rented tackles, you just bring the pressure and you force him to do something, because you probably could have got him to do a lot of dumb things like he did at the end of the game where he's running backwards, where all they had to do was just pretty much do nothing. He picked what was behind door number 3. Let me take a 20-yard loss and really put my team in a bad predicament. I'm with you. Now, look, I wanted Jalen Carter. This really boils down to, what does Jahmyr Gibbs give you? And for the next few weeks, we're going to see. Maybe it was justified drafting him that high.
Look, I think Gibbs can be special. I was confused how they used him yesterday. Yeah. But, Rico, you're not wrong. We've all said this. Gibbs and Carter are going to be tied at the hip and compared fairly or unfairly. I have no issue with that. I have tried to work my way into accepting it, understanding it, and I loved what I saw in Kansas City. I know there's an Alvin Kamara type player there. But if you're not going to use him in that way, if we're not going to be attacking teams down the field with him, if you're not going to find creative ways to get him the ball, and I'm looking at some 3- and 4-yard catches, I don't know what to tell you there. I won't win that argument.
No, here's the beauty of it. You've been playing him like a luxury. Now you have to play him like a necessity. So instead of little cutesy things, hey, look at our brand new toy. No. Now he's got to go out there and get at least 25 touches a game, plain and simple, or you've wasted a pick.
It's why you don't. It's.
Hey,
we'll let it play out.
And then you had the audacity to mock us in a Lions PR thing. 248-539-9796.
What?
Oh, you remember that? They did the whole draft thing where they it was David saying you don't pay running backs, and it was all of us on the radio and all the little stuff that we said. The Lions put that out before the season started.
Oh, that's kind of petty. That's too bad.
I know.
Oh well.
Thoughts and prayers.
Hey, any promotion's good promotion. Thanks, guys.
Hey, David sounded great on that promo. You do not pay running backs.
Cutscene.
We're about
7
to find
carries
out
for
why
13
you don't.
yards.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Dre, you're on 97.1.
What's good, y'all?
Hey, what's happening, man?
Yeah, nothing much. I'll try to be as quick as I can. After I've gone through the huge emotional roller coaster I had yesterday, I would not sound the same. Well, I probably sound even more down yesterday. I was angry. I was upset, disappointed. Everything you think Lions fans would feel. And I'll try to take a step back. And this is not to put an excuse on the performance. I was deplorable. I think Aaron Glenn has some serious self-identity questions he need to answer in terms of Seattle. But you guys know in the story of sports, for whatever reason, there are some teams that have your number. Mm-hmm. And maybe in the grand scheme of things, Seattle just has the number. There's something about Aaron Glenn's defense that they figured out a couple of years ago, a hole in his scheme, and they're able to exploit it every single time. Now, that doesn't excuse Glenn, because your job to figure out what they figured out about you and then readjust. But right. I'm trying not to get too emotionally swayed to, oh my God, they suck. Our season's over. I'm trying to stay in the moment. And as disappointing as it is, I still do believe that this team has the makings to have a good year this year. Now, in terms of the injuries, I'll go to the decision making. I think part of the reason why they weren't too aggressive in the red zone that last drive goes to something that Mike has been bringing up. They don't have a big red zone threat. That a guy that that the defense knows you're going towards the end zone, and that because due to their size or speed, they have to account for that. The Porter probably is their biggest red zone threat. So I think that's part of the reason. I made a decision a long time ago not to get too up and down about Campbell's fourth down calls because I realize it's a high wire act, and you're just going to have to ride that wave. And yeah, man, it's really disappointing, given the circumstances, the crowd coming off the Kansas City win. But you know what? This Sunday, you handle your business versus the Falcons, and dare I say, if you're able to get Green Bay at the end division game, find yourself 4-1. I think we're all feeling a lot better. So.
We are, but understand something now. By losing that game in the fashion you lost it, Dre, you know this. If they lose this game to Atlanta, all the rats are coming out of the woodwork. And the SOL stuff and all of it. And on a real side, if you open up 1-2 and losing 2 NFC home games, you're not who we thought you were.
No.
Period.
No.
Period.
No, all the hype, everything that you've been reading, everything that everybody's been saying, you know what it is? Uncle Lenny is back. And you're not liking Uncle Lenny.
I don't like Uncle Lenny.
No. The suit is now wrinkled.
No.
You know, he's,
all right, just
that brand new car has been repossessed. So you don't want, you don't want that.
Jeez.
You still have time. I told you before. 5-3 was my benchmark. You stumbled. You have a fraudulent 2-0 team coming to Detroit.
If you lose to Atlanta, I have nothing to offer you. I know this, Rico.
Losing to Atlanta, Mike, I think would be twice as bad as going into Kansas City and winning. Because you weren't expected to win, and you did. If you lose to Atlanta, man.
Hold on. You want me to? Let me. I'll tell you what I'll do. You give me a minute. I'll see if there's a number out on that game. We'll see what it looks like.
The Atlanta game.
Right. Yeah, we'll keep it timely. You can sell them a toaster oven. I'll go get that number for you. I'll take care of you, and I'll give it to you next.
All right.